All right, we're still waiting for a couple of other people. I'm gonna get back to my slides here. I don't know why my slides are not updating. All right, gremlins in the system. All right, so let's talk about this weekend. I saw lots of points being flooded into our team's group. I know lots of open houses were going on. A couple of you went last Friday to a couple of planning zoning meetings. Some of you have been working on your contract paragraphs. Lots and lots of stuff. So, who'd like to share? Who's going to go first? Angela.
Um, Saturday, Grace and I did open house in Sun City, one we'd done before, and it wasn't very busy. So we worked on content, but on Sunday, I went by myself and to the same house. It was packed. I kept using the script and doing exactly what you told us to do. I now have two buyers I'm working with.
That's awesome.
I know, and it was you did so good. It was like it worked so good. It just I didn't have enough time. Like there's so many people coming in. It's hard to do it with everybody. But I did told everybody, come on in. Hi guys, come on in, take a look around. I kept doing the whole script, practicing it and saying hi, and then a few people that were kind of lingering, I'd ask, they wanted more information. I'm like, well, what'd you think? And we got really good feedback, and then also people wanted to work with an agent. And so now I'm working with people.
Well, there you go. So,
Thank you, it worked great.
I'm glad that it's working. Yes, it does. 100% guaranteed, because obviously I get lots of clients from it too. Wonderful. Good job, Andrew. Who else would like to share with some of your weekend activities? I want to hear from multiple of you. I know you're all busy, so this is the first.
I,
Isa, go ahead.
I had one open house. It was really, really, really slow. There, not a soul came in. My flags kept falling. I had no Wi-Fi, which I learned next time get the Wi-Fi password from the listing agent because there was no signal. So I invited Tina over for the mock buyer. And while she's there, we're just finishing recording. And a couple comes in, like they're at the door and they think, well, this open house should be over, right? It's already gonna be 5. It's supposed to end at 4. They come in and I practiced the script and I felt it. I was like, oh, they're walking away. They're just gonna walk away. Like they're just gonna they really they didn't want to kind of talk much. They did give us feedback of the house, but they didn't really want to say much aside from that they own a house in that neighborhood and they would have to find something spectacular to sell it and get something else. So at the end, like I gave in at the end, I was like, okay, that's fine. Can I just give you guys my info? Here's my info. And I just gave them the folder with all my stuff. And my excuse was I also speak Spanish. If you have any Spanish friends and family, like send them my way. And that was it for me. But I was still happy and I took the cookies to one of the neighboring houses.
Yeah, when you find out they're a neighbor, that's a whole different game because it means that they're probably not interested in buying. They're trying to get an idea. It's one thing that you're always going to do when you find out if it's neighbor is offer if they would like a CMA to figure out what the equity is in their home. All
I
right,
did
good,
I
good,
did.
excellent. All right, good job. Iris and then Charlie.
I
Iris.
had a hi. I had a very busy weekend, but it was super positive, really good. I was able to connect with a lot of people. I have one of my open houses. The owners were there when we showed up, and I was working with Kim Dale this weekend. Really, such a pleasure working with her. She has so much wisdom and knowledge. So it was really fun. I was able to connect with the sellers. That gives you a different perspective. So I'm very, very happy that I was able to do that. They were asking questions. I was able to connect with a landlord that owns like 4 or 5 houses in the same neighborhood, and that might be a connection to help the sellers to close a transaction. So I'm very, very excited. I have a lot of traffic. Yesterday was very, very busy, a lot of families. I came up with some ideas and it worked. So I came up with an idea of popping. Thank you for popping up on the on my open house, and I just give them some popcorn, and they love it. And I thought, oh my God, this is gonna be so stupid, but no, it worked. It was so nice. So it was like I try to do a different theme for every open house, and just to have variety, and it really works. So I'm very, very happy. Thank you for the script because it really makes a difference. So I didn't have to think about it. I connected with them. They were open to the ideas, and I may have two new clients to work with. So I'm very excited. Thank you so much, Jack.
You're welcome, Iris. Good job. Going, it's always amazing to see you guys out there in the field, meeting clients, having conversations, because that's really what this is all about. So good job putting it into practice. Charlie, then Wells.
I shadowed Janine and Diana over in San Marcos.
What could
I
possibly go wrong?
mean, they're a great duo, and yeah, it showed me that it's possible to like sort of work in teams if needed. And yeah, I mean, you already laughed, so I don't need to explain further. So
That's exactly right. Very
yeah.
good. Good job. Never a dull moment with those two. Wells and then Kelly.
Hello, good morning. So
Good morning.
I did an open house in the same house in on Thursday, which was the 19th, the holiday, and then the weekend. And every day, I guess the number was eight. I had about eight people show up. There was this one gentleman who came in, and you can read people's faces. And he was just in love with that house. He came every single day, and one day he brought his agent with him. The day he brought his agent with him, got to meet him. Um, he was just living in that house already. And then I thought it was very cute. He showed up later, right before I was closing the open house, with a lady friend. He called her the boss lady, and he wanted to just show her this house. Um, it was just interesting to see how people just are very different in how the approach to buying a home. I had two people ask me for my information. I just allowed them to do their things. One lady said, the one that they're having, that he really liked the house. He's also selling a home. And she told him, you need to have snacks like this at your open house when you're doing your open house. You need to have snacks. I thought it was just so cute. It was very interesting. I enjoyed every single day. And I appreciate Miss Roberto for allowing me to do her open houses.
That's awesome. Yeah, there's lots of opportunity for open houses. We're always begging agents to do it, and what a great opportunity it is to find buyers. So thank you for spending your weekend out there helping all of our listing agents and getting buyers. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning. I held a house open in Pflugerville. It was one of Kim Dale's listings. And I have to admit, I was nervous about it because it needed a lot of love. And I thought, I'm never going to get traffic in here. And I got six, big groups that came in. And I surprised myself because, well, not I didn't surprise myself, but one of the couples actually was starting to move their furniture in, and they were starting to see it. And I thought, okay, I can't just assume a house is not going to work for someone. And I had a lot of really good conversations, a lot of like, oh, this room would be so amazing. You could make it your own. It just was a good lesson to myself that I need to focus on the positive and the fact that there's something out there for everyone. So it was really, really good. It turned into a really great day.
That's awesome. Yeah, we can, first of all, always be positive. What someone's dream home could be, something that we don't want to step into because it's, I mean, everyone starts somewhere. So that is so, so true. And being positive is such a big deal. Um, I can remember some situations where, I've helped people who are moving out of conditions and they were buying a home, and it is cute to watch. And never interrupt them when you see them plopping the furniture down on their head. Yeah, that's probably That's where they're realizing it. That's where, it's becoming real. That's a very important process. How did you help them with that process when you saw them putting their furniture down? Did you kind of step back and let that happen, or let's talk
I
more about that?
I did, but they were such a cute, they were an older couple and they were excited because the pantry was bigger than what they had and it was not a walk-in pantry, but you could see for them this was going to be a big upgrade for them. So I was like, "Oh my gosh, that sounds great. Oh, you make tortillas. This would be a great, stovetop to do that on. It's got a griddle." And so it was kind of fun to get into their head because they were excited about the house and that was really fun.
Manifesting right in front of you. Thank you, Kelly. Who is up next? Who's up next? Wells, did you? Go ahead. Okay. Jeff?
No, I already went, Mr. Jack.
Yeah. I didn't know. I thought I saw your hand go up again, so I thought maybe you had something else. Um, Jeff,
Yeah,
you're up.
yeah, I didn't get to do any open house or anything this weekend, but I was out of town and the entire time practicing scripts. So therefore, even if I'm not able to do all of the stuff in front of people at the open houses and trying to get prospective buyers or sellers, still working on it so the way when I'm in the situation, I'm comfortable and it comes off natural. So yes, even when you're not doing it, I call it the ABP, always be prospecting.
Okay. Thanks, Jeff. That's awesome. Andy and then Kyle.
Jack, I've been waiting to finish the class so I can start doing expireds. Who should I speak with about that? I already contacted Andrew. I'm going to talk to him today. And I was told I felt like I need to finish the class, and I think I was told by somebody that I need to finish before I can start doing that kind of thing. So, any more advice you can give me on doing calling expireds, and do you recommend it? First of all, your advice, your expertise, and then do you recommend that I do that?
Expireds come with a lot of baggage because you
Mm,
you typically have a seller who is unrealistic to begin with. Otherwise, they would have picked a price that it would have closed for. So you're usually dealing with someone who's frustrated, someone
hmm
who maybe was not realistic with their original price. But this is the thing, is that every single time you knock on the door, you're going to hear the whole story. And after a
mm,
while, that story gets old. This agent was horrible because of this, and they were horrible because of that, and they were horrible because of this. And after a while, that starts getting old because you want to come in, and you want to help them succeed, but before you can even talk about the future, they need to vent about the past. So for those
mm,
of you who are coming from a mental health slash psychiatry slash the whole thing, it helps to have that empathy. You've done a lot of education in the past and helping people on their journey. That's exactly what this is about. So you're dealing with that. Outside of that, you know what won't work. You know what price won't sell the home. So you've already tested the market. So typically when a home expires on market, they didn't renew with their agent for a reason. You're up against probably 20 other agents who are also knocking on the seller's door. So you're gonna have a pretty profound value proposition to cut through all that noise for them to hear something profound enough for them to pull the trigger with you and then deal with all that baggage and then get it listed. So there's a lot of agents out there that focus on expireds. I do recommend staying connected with Andrew and building a business plan. Some agents like to drop by an expired packet. I find that knocking on the door and having a conversation with them is important. Just remember, there's a huge difference between expired and withdrawn. We can't knock on the door with withdrawn because there's still a listing agreement there. But expired alone, yeah, give it a go and see if that's something that you would like. Personally, if I'm going to go knock on doors, I'd rather knock on doors of people, maybe a mix of maybe both, not just expireds, but just go find a neighborhood you like and knock on the door and start marketing that neighborhood.
It sounds like I might have to be practicing therapy, and I don't know that I want to be doing that based on what you told me with the baggage. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Kyle and then Iris.
I had a couple open houses one Saturday and Sunday with the same house in Leander. It really didn't go very well. Only neighbors came by each day, but it gave me a really good perspective on what you should do for an open house. I baked cookies, I had water, I'd put up signs, all that. And then what I noticed, I put it on my Facebook and everything, but it really was not well advertised. It was not very, the house wasn't very kept on the outside, never been mowed in years. And I gave the agent feedback on that, but it still wasn't mowed for Sunday. So it was pretty quiet, but I was prepared, and it's good practice makes perfect. And like Jeff, my brother Jeff, I used the time to prepare, my value proposition and things like that. I definitely did not stay idle, and I used the best time and got familiar with the Leander city policies, things like that. So I'm definitely prepared to do my own open houses ever, grand open housing, great time to learn what's best and put it to practice.
We had, I think, 20 open houses that were not filled this weekend. So also just keep in mind that the open house that you select is just as important as the preparation, just as important as the day of event stuff. So, choosing the right open house also can mean all the difference in the world.
Absolutely.
Exactly right,
Live
Kyle.
and learn, and I know who's the best in the business at these things. So it's filed away in my brain, very much so.
Hello, Iris. It's Iris, Aki, and then Jamia.
Hi. So I created a video and I will live some feedback on it about one of my open houses. It was very tricky because those properties were occupied. So I had like a weird feeling about creating a video, but then what I did is I requested permission from the owner, and they were like, "Yeah, go ahead, just do whatever you need to do. It's not a problem." But it was very weird. I don't know, very weird feeling, Jack. But I think I put the time, try to work on the video, but I would like to see if you guys can give me some feedback on things that I should do just to make it better. Because I want to continue exploring and practicing and just to have a better product for my clients.
Okay. Jamia and then Aki.
Hey, okay, so I had two people come in. One was a friend it was a person that stayed in the neighborhood looking for his friend that it's relocating. And so I set him up on a portal search because he's going to be doing the search for his friend while he's still out. But then the neighbors came in and they were mentioning about just the pool being disgusting and how the seller should do a better job if he's trying to get that price point that it's listed at, And while I do agree, I didn't really know how to answer that or, respond to that. So what do you do whenever somebody gives you feedback like that? Like,
So let me answer that. You should have toured the property. First of all, today is Monday. Today is the day that you guys plan your open houses for the weekend. You should pick open houses that were advertised today, not on Friday, because by the time we get to Friday, if you're picking them, then good chance that you don't know how long they've been advertised and no one's going to show up. So grab the ones early on. Go do a walk of the property. If you find out that the pool is a mess, you should contact the listing agent and say, look, you need to clean the pool because I'm doing an open house this weekend. I need you to flash the pool. It takes a couple hours to do it. So don't invite a party to a mess. And having an open house with a situation that's curable, that should have happened long before the open house. So my advice is don't let that ever happen. If you need to go tour the property ahead of time and then mitigate that, um, if at all possible. And
Has it happened where the seller isn't willing to, because I don't know, like if the agent maybe knows and a seller says like, no, I'm not willing to do that because it's vacant. And so I assume
they
sometimes,
have to maintain the property. That's part of the listing agreement. And the
oh,
listing agreement actually says that if they have a pool, they will maintain the pool during the duration of the listing. It's not an option. I mean, they have to.
okay.
Yeah, they have to maintain that pool. So, I mean, what happens if they absolutely don't? You've got a house that's a completely mess that the seller is not maintaining. I don't know. Maybe I would cancel my listing agreement. I mean,
Okay. And then next question, should the house have had a for sale sign out front, or is that not always the case? Because that confused me as well.
that depends on the HOA. Some HOAs don't allow, especially the condo HOA. So if it's a garden home, which we're going to be talking about actually tomorrow on Wednesday's class, bulletproof contracts, the difference between a garden home and a traditional home, in terms of the land under it. You've got these garden home communities with detached homes that look like a regular home, but they're a condo, and the condo regime doesn't allow signs. Very common. Um, so they typically will still allow open house signs, though. Yeah. So it just depends on the property. But that's a tough one. If you've got a property that's not being properly maintained, obviously it's going to have to be priced accordingly. And if they're trying to get top dollar, someone comes in and says, if they're trying to get this much in the home, they should maintain the pool. Obviously, uh, the open house guest is not wrong. And so I would be on the phone with the listing agent saying, I need you to call the seller and let the seller know that this is the kind of feedback you guys are getting. But yes, try not to allow yourself to fall into a situation where that's going to happen. There's a lot of open house opportunities. I wouldn't do an open house at a property that had that.
Yeah, I didn't think about previewing, but I signed up for the open house later in the week, and so that's my fault. But it was a new property, like new list. I think it's only 20 days old, and so I assumed it'll be fine. But no, it wasn't a condo. It was actually Paloma Lake where there was no sign, and so I was like, "Am I at the right house?" But I saw the super, yeah, I don't know. It was interesting, but. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you for the feedback.
We always want to plan our open houses on Monday. 20 days is not a new listing. That is a listing that's been on the market for a while because usually by 14 days, you should have already gotten it under contract. In any event, the listing agent has to help the seller maintain the property. If it is vacant, then we become custodians of helping them make sure that they're make ready people and landscaper, pool people are maintaining the property as it goes. Okay. Aki, you are the last one, and then we're gonna dive in both feet.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I got together with Miss Jenny Salomon, San Antonio teams on Saturday, open house over the New Brunswick, and also after that, I helped Miss Kim Dale open house over the Hodo, Texas. And New Brunswick, I thought it was like 30 minutes, but turned out like a long distance drive. I would say like a 45 minutes, but I had a great time open house with them. And we just had just only one prospect, but we had a great talk with them. And I'm still learning. Um, and the only thing I'm still having problem is the honey in the flower. In other words, how to trap into get 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 the client.
That's the
So
building. That's the whole gig. I mean, that's 100% it.
Yeah. So I'm
Before.
still learning how to, approach myself and how to, I guess a script to make it right. That's that's my that's my weekend practice.
Well, I
So
know
I
that
had a good time.
you are an avid runner. You run 3 miles a day, is that right?
Yeah. No, 2 miles.
2 miles a day? So, I
Yeah.
mean, you should be getting involved in runner groups, get a Realty Texas branded t-shirt and start building rapport and that you
Yeah, I think so.
sure. I'm giving you some advice here, Eki. You
Yeah.
should do that. Lisa,
I
you
just
put
want real quick to go back to Jamia. I'm going to get this right one of these days. Okay, Jamia. Make sure also before any of you do an open house for another agent that you reach out to the listing agent, because you need to ask them up front, is there anything I need to know about this house? So that could have taken care of that question about the pool, because the agent might have said, hey, there's a problem with the pool, there's people coming out the next day or two. So just ask the listing agent. It's good to connect with them anyway, so that you know that both of you realize, okay, you got your open house, and be accountable. If you sign up for your open house, you better show up, because we had about 2 people, not you, not this group, thank goodness, not show up. So very, very important, because it's a bad reflection on that listing agent and on Realty Texas. And then
well,
the other thing is read
they have to click accept.
Yeah.
When you go to the .me and you accept an open house opportunity, there is a list of things that you are promising. And the very first one is that you're going to call the listing agent. So if you haven't called the listing agent, then you've promised that you would. I mean, I don't even know what to say about that.
Right. And then also make sure you thoroughly read the MLS instructions, because before you go, you should know. That also would have answered Jamia's question about the signs, because we'll put in there open house sign on property, yes or no. And if it's a no, when you call the agent, you can say, I see that you have no on the sign. Is there anything else I need to know about signage? Because if it's true for that, you might have to be careful about specific signage too. So that's all I wanted to say. So we're on the right foot going forward on open houses.
And I think agents kind of team up. They find other agents that they like working with. So you'll find listing agents that you like doing open houses for, and you'll start to get a feel for them and how, what their business practices are. And that will help you as well. But again, if you guys are selecting your open house on Thursday or Friday, think of the amount of time that you invested this week in putting up your signs alone, and then baking cookies and showing up and getting the light right and getting all of that day stuff, in the moment stuff, all of those task lists done, and then having the conversations. The most important time spent in planning your open house is making sure that you get these at least 5 days ahead of time. Because you remember, Monday night, Tuesday night, people are choosing when they're going to come, and it's the 70% are the people you're trying to meet at the property. Yes, there will always be people who see your sign and just walk in off the street, which is why we ask them, how'd you find the house? Because we're curious. Did you just walk in off the street and you don't know the size of the home, you don't know the price? You're just curious because the outside looked nice? Or did you see the property online and drove out? That is the most important part, is today, before Tuesday at noon, select the open house that you're going to do. That is my recommendation. Okay, we're gonna, all right, we've got 2 more hands, Wells and then Isa, and then we got to move forward. It's already 9:30. Wells, you're up.
Oh, okay. So I just wanted to say, yes, I did meet with the listing agent, and I appreciated the fact that she gave me some words like greenbelt. I never knew what that was, so I learned that. Also giving me heads up that people are going to ask what floor plan it is, and then helping me make a list of like other things that are around the area just for my knowledge. So I did appreciate that. And then I also advertised I did ask her myself, can I go beforehand? She said yes. And then I also advertised the listing in the group area that I was going to be in. So I did appreciate all that heads up from her. So thank you.
Good job, Wells. Exactly right. Called ahead of time, went and looked at the property, did a little bit of advertising. Look at you doing all the things. Good job. Isa.
For me, I did the CMA on the house that I held, that I hosted open. And maybe that's why there was no traffic, because my house was like listed 50,000 above where it should be. But just I'm disclosing this with you guys so that when you guys go look at the open houses, that where they're priced is also gonna, I assume, is gonna affect how much people come in that door.
Of course, 1,000% yes. And don't take an overpriced listing. I mean, in my SRS class, I mean, literally don't take it. Say no. I know, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I'm not going to be successful at that price. You know, I can't speak for every agent here. I think some agents they want the business so bad that they'll take it at any price. And they're not doing themselves, us, the firm, anyone, any good by doing that. They're going to get fired. They're going to put in a lot of effort. They're not going to get the price reduction that they're looking for. You can follow that listing, and most likely that agent will be fired, and somebody else will be hired, and we'll hit a home run and get that listing sold. That is the reality of what it is to be a listing agent.
Yeah, I
If
felt bad. I called Kim Dale because it was her listing, and she's like, "No, you're right. You're right though." And I thought maybe I was wrong. I thought my numbers were off, but no, she knew. So hopefully it drops in price, and if so, then I'll go back out there. But if not, I'll choose another one that's priced right.
Agreed. All right, we're moving on. So we're coming into the home stretch. We are on week 4. We've gone through a huge journey together, and I'm very proud of all of you for sticking through all of this. We have 40 people in class, so we have more people right now than we have had in a while, but we've consistently had 30 people. You guys are doing all the things. The journey that we went through was obviously pretty profound. And this last week is very nuts and bolts of real estate. We started out with mindset. Then week 2 was all about prospecting, finding clients, and how important prospecting is. And more importantly, building a referral based business. So important. Week 3 was also nuts and bolts. Do a CMA. Go and meet the seller at the property and do your listing agreement, nail it, get them excited about our presentation, or separately, meet a buyer and do a buyer orientation. Whichever one is happening in the moment, but go meet the client, get hired. And then this week, it's working with builders and then the contract and then financing and negotiation. So the reason financing is not part of the bulletproof contract is we spend an 8-hour day on the 1 to 4 family home form. Just that one form, the 1 to 4 family, an entire 8-hour day. We're going to go through every word, every paragraph. Today, it's working with builders. And this module is a module I took out of Mega for a while and put back in because lots of people said that this was their favorite module. And as you know, time has gone back and forth on the prioritization of builder and building and working with builders. It went from it being a novelty, oh my gosh, I get to buy a new home, and 80% of the market was new resale, and 20% was new construction, to 51% new construction. I mean, we actually in the last 24 months tiptoed into a market that was 50% new construction. It's the first time that's ever happened in the history of Austin, that or any one of our metros, to be quite honest. So it's a profound thing for us to be working that much in new construction, and of course, now we've got builders that are offering incentives that our resale can't touch, like incentives like the interest rates, being able to come in and offer 3%, 4%, and then a cast, maybe it's going to be the first year it's 3%, the second year 4%, and then it stays at 5% for the remainder of a remainder of 30 years. So we also see that. There is a right way and a wrong way to do working with builders. It is not the same as resale. This is a course that is based in NAR, nationwide, National Association of Realtors New Home Construction designation. This is an elective for the ABR. I'm teaching ABR coming up in the next 3 or 4 weeks. So for those of you who are just getting out of MEGA, I highly recommend you take ABR if you've not yet taken it. If you are an SAE agent, I highly recommend that you take the 2-day ABR class. It is a 2-day working with buyers class. We have focused more on working with sellers, working with open houses, and we're going to become contract nerds here over the next couple of days. But working on the buy side is very important. But today's class is to teach you the difference between working with a listing agent and a seller versus working with a new home counselor and a builder. It's not the same. Sometimes we can think of the builder as the seller and the new home counselor as the listing agent, but there are some huge differences, both in how the new home construction person, what role they have, and who's a fiduciary to who, and how we negotiate and how we approach our client in those situations are very different, and the overall communication is different in terms of how people communicate. We're going to get into that deeply. When you are dealing with a listing agent, typically the buyer agent is going to be communicating exclusively with the listing agent and funneling information between their client back and forth. But in new home construction, we introduce our client to the new home counselor and we step back and we let them communicate with each other. And sometimes that's foreign for an agent, and they don't feel like that new home counselor should be speaking directly to their client. And sometimes the agents who have not yet had this training, they feel like somehow something's going wrong here. They're like, wait, how dare you talk to my client? Don't look at my client in the eyes. Stop, look at me. I'm here. I'm the agent. This is my client. Don't talk to my client. And I see agents trying to take control of the situation because they're trying to apply what they know in resale to new construction. And it's completely different, completely the opposite. The on-site, they're neighborhood experts. They know that and floor plan, and they know the community, and they know the HOA. They're the experts. We are referring that business to the builder. And one thing we're going to talk about in terms of the builder's contract is most builders use their own contract. In the email that I'm sending out after class today, it pounds home this concept. We are not an attorney. That we have limited power of attorney from TREC. They've given us authority, a small bit of authority, to advise on the 1 to 4 family contract because they have provided us training on the contract. But we don't have training on the builder's contract, which means we can't advise the client on the builder's contract. If we do, it's the unlawful practice of law. Someone repeat what I just said.
We can't advise our clients on the contract, as if we do, we would be practicing law, and that's something we can't do.
Exactly right. And that's a pretty profound statement to have. That's a pretty profound statement. We have to remember that the client is going to probably ask us questions regarding the builder's contract. Well, what about this? And what about that? And the idea that the builder contract is going to be on paper and we're going to be going through it, those days are long gone. The builder is going to tell him what the earnest money is. The builder is going to send him a DocuSign email. And all of a sudden, the builder contract is going to open up in an email, and the buyer is going to be expected to understand what it is they're reading. And we can't advise them on that. And if the agent asks the builder for an advanced copy of the contract, they will be told, no, we don't do that. If you guys want to submit an offer, we can get an offer in, and then we can send it to you for contract. And then they're going to be pushing you to get the earnest money in quickly. And so we have to advise our clients properly when it comes to new construction, or we, the agent and the buyer, both of us are going to be very uncomfortable through that entire situation. Okay. three really good places to find new home construction inventory. And the MLS often is not it. There is Builder's Update and New Home Source. Both of these are a MLS database that's not MLS. Builders Update, they call around to the builders and they pull all of this builder update listings into this system. However, it has kind of like a client gateway built into it, just like the MLS does, just like MLS Plus does. So if you haven't yet filled out your profile on Builders Update, I highly recommend that you do. So let's take a little field trip because this is important enough for us to get this right. We're going to go to Matrix. When you log into the MLS through the single sign-on, you've got this menu of options here. These are all the different apps that come along with your subscription. And you will see that Builders Update and New Home Source are right here. These are two new home construction inventory databases. How many of you knew these were here? Okay. So I'm seeing a couple of you. That's good. So let's just jump into the Builders Update for a moment. When you log into Builders Update, if you've never logged in before, it's going to have limited information. It's probably not going to have your photo. It's probably not going to have anything regarding you, and it should. So let's all take a moment to log in. And you see the my profile link. When you click the My Profile option, it's going to pop up a screen where you can upload your logo, your photo, and enter your information. And I recommend that all of you go here and do just that. Upload your token, put in your address, your email address, all of these things. And then sometimes, I've updated this 3 times and it keeps changing it. Oh, because I usually use CTX MLSs. Anyway, okay. So this is going to be a homework assignment that you guys go into Builder Update and update your information. Already registered with Builders Up. Yeah, that's because I use Builders Update through CTX MLS usually. So I can't have the same email address twice, so that's why they're having a problem. Anyway, for you, you're not going to have that same problem. Go into Builders Update, upload your photo, make sure all the information is correct, and then save it. And then in your slide, there are a couple of links. I'm going to put these links into your chat, although they're going to be in your homework, so you don't necessarily need them in your chat right now. These are going to be 5 very good informative videos on how to use the Builder Update website. But you'll see, I'm going to change my slide back over here for a moment. You're going to see that it looks very much like an MLS. It's got the community information. It's got the, you can zoom in on the map. You can do a polygon search. And after you do your criteria, you can click save and it will send these listings directly to your client. And Builders Update is not connected to the MLS, meaning it's not pulling MLS data, it's their own database. So they've got apartments, they've got condos, they've got new construction, but everything in here is new construction. So if your clients told you that they want to buy new construction and that's something they're interested in, you will find listings in here that exist nowhere else. Also, the National Association of Home Builders, probably one of the most organized trade associations I've ever been a part of. They've got the same kind of thing going on that the National Association of Realtors has, whereas there's a National Association of Home Builders, there is a Texas Association of Home Builders, and then there's your local local metro like Houston or Austin. So when you go to the local site, you will find that they've got all kinds of meetings coming on, and they're telling you when the land development is meeting. But they also have a very cool, a very good magazine that they mail out that talks about new construction trends, staying on top of the materials that are being used and different builders with new programs and things that they're testing, and what's going on in the builder world, prices of materials and maybe material substitutions that they're seeing, and brand new materials, compacted sand and plastics that they're now using for some studs for instead of wood. Things that, huge changes that they're making in the building world, electrical changes and plumbing changes and all kinds of cool stuff. So if you read their monthly magazine that comes from the National Association of Home Builders, it will really keep you on the forefront of what is going on in building. And let's go visit their website, National Association of Home Builders. And guess, um, so just like Kim Dale, just like myself, just like Cindy Bell, have been past presidents of our Realtor Association, you will also see the builders and the on-sites being president of their association. And there are agents, realtor agents that are members of the National Association of Home Builders as well. And they go to their meetings, just like some of the builders come to our meetings. And so I highly recommend that you get involved in these groups. And it's especially the news and economics, housing economics and industry news. And the industry news is what I love. They're continually talking about um, how Taylor Swift's music has influenced. That's interesting. All right, so best in American living. I usually have pulled a couple of. Sharp drop in multifamily production. Builder sentiment and third lowest since 2012. More than 1,000 housing professionals urged Congress to act on key affordability issues. So lots of information. Usually there's a lot of stuff about building styles and practices as well. So this is your national association. Now let's look at more locally. Home Builders Association of Greater Austin. And you can see what's going on locally with your local builders, local municipalities. So I recommend joining the National Association of Home Builders. If new construction is going to be part of your practice and part of your business, I recommend getting involved in this group, start getting their information, paying attention, and just reading their magazine and attending some of their meetings. It's going to help you. I learn more about real estate from the National Association of Home Builders than I do from the National Association of Realtors. And that's saying a lot. There is a student workbook that comes along with this class. I did email it out. So it is part of your email that went out. Because remember, this is an NHC designation as well as a mega class. Okay, so page 1 of the new home construction manual is a quiz. So we are going to take the quiz together. I'm going to go to my Kahoot. I'm going to share this link because I think this code is probably not going to work. Kahoot.com. Okay. So if you would go to kahoot.it and enter this game pin, 2698990. All right, Tina is ready. Do you see how she popped in there? She's ready for her next gift card. All right, Lewis, Kelly, Tina, Ariel. Drew, Charlie. All right, we have 41 people in class, so I'm expecting about at least 30 of you to jump in here. Let's see. We got 3 gift cards for the top 3 places. All right, we have 16 people in.
What's the code again?
It's that number at the top, 269-8990.
269. Okay.
$22. So about half of you have jumped in. Excellent. We're about to start. This is going to be a yes, no. This is going to be just yes or no's. All right, we're going to jump in. 24 of you have joined. So the features that enhance resale value the most are upgraded kitchens and bathrooms. True or false?
True.
Don't give away the answer, Andu. Don't give it away.
I'm sorry, I did not know my microphone is on.
Okay, so 22 of you got that right. All right, so that puts Jennifer is in first place, Jonathan is in second, Alicia is in third. All right, let's keep it going. True or false, the longer it takes to build a home, the better the quality of construction. What do you think? The longer it takes to build a home, the better quality of construction. All right, so 3 of you said yes, 24 of you said no. It is absolutely false, and quite the opposite. All right, Jennifer, that puts you in first place, Alicia in second, and Gabriel in third. Those spec homes where they're building a lot of the same home, they're familiar with the floor plan, and they're trying to seal that home as quickly as possible from the elements. So they get very good at building these homes. The longer that the property is at studs with with the roof and the envelope not on there, protected from the elements, the worse it is for that home. The most expensive component of a single family home is the kitchen. Component kitchen. Ooh, this was a mixed bag. All right, so it's false. It's not the most expensive. Actually, the framing is the most expensive. Second is the foundation. All right, Gabriel is now taking the lead with Kelly in second place and Jonathan in third place, Charlie in fourth place, and Rachel in fifth place. Question number 4. Production builders are usually reluctant to negotiate on price. All right. 10 said yes, and 17 said false. All right, the answer is false. Kelly in first place, Jonathan in second, Charlie in third. Upgrades can raise the price of a home beyond its appraised value. Is that true? What do you think? Absolutely can. And that's one of the things that real estate agents can help them with by over improving the property. It might not appraise because they've over improved it. for either that neighborhood or for what other sellers have done or what other buyers have done. So we have to be careful about this because some people don't care about the price. Money is not an object to them. They're looking for quality of life. Those are usually your cash buyers. But if someone's obtaining a loan and they're putting a down payment, we have to be careful that they don't over improve the home because then their down payment is going to increase because they're going to have to pay out the difference between their upgrades and what it appraised for. Okay. Kelly in first place, Jonathan in second place, Charlie in third place. Question 6. If the builder does not pay for work completed, a sub can file a construction lien to hold the owner responsible. What do you think? Absolutely true. This is what we look for in a title policy as well to protect the buyer from liens. So this is part of what the title policy is there to protect them from. And we're going to talk about the OTP versus MTP today, owner's title policy versus mortgagee title policy, and that a lot of builders don't automatically pay for the owner's title policy and they don't even recommend they get one. They're not even making that recommendation. And we're going to talk about why they don't and why they need you even more for that. Kelly, first place, Rachel, second place, third place, Wells. All right. Home stretch, 7 of 10. Builders always own the land that they build on. Build on your own lot program. David Weekley and some other builders, they will go to a property that you own and build on your land, or they'll do a 2-phase where you can work with them to close on the loan for closing on the land first, and then they build on it subsequently. So no, they do not always own the land that they build on. All right, Rachel in the first place, Alicia, Kelly, Jonathan, and Charlie in fifth place. Last 2 questions. Insulation is rated by its low E factor. Low E factor. Okay, so 21 of you said true, 4 of you said false. So what is the low E factor?
Efficiency.
Um, what is rated by an E factor?
Insulation?
Energy efficiency.
Windows.
Windows.
Yes, windows are the E factor, the refraction of the light. So we're looking for R value in insulation. E factor is for the windows. So insulation is rated by its R value. That puts Alicia in first place, Rachel in second, Gabriel in third, Kelly in fourth place, and Jonathan in fifth place. All right. Question 9. A builder's warranty usually covers repairs of defects for at least the first year of ownership. We're going to talk about builders' warranties and how the warranties have changed in the last couple of years. Okay, and it's absolutely true, at least for the first year. So excellent job there. Most of you got that right. And the last question. Coming into the last question, Elisa, Gabriel, and Jonathan is in their top 3 spot. On a new spec home transaction, the buyer must compensate the real estate agent because builders don't pay commissions. Okay, so thankfully, this is false. Of course, builders pay commissions for agents. They look at us as an extension of their sales force, and they will often pay more and even a bonus to try to help get inventory sold. All right, so let's find out who is in our top three. Number 3, Jonathan. Congratulations, Jonathan. Number 2 is Gabriel. Congratulations, Gabriel. And Alicia is our winner. Good job. All right, Alicia, you're getting a gift card for a gas card. And Gabriel, you are getting a Target gift card. And Jonathan, you are getting a Starbucks gift card. All right. Congratulations, everyone. So the new home construction always starts with this little exam first, and then we jump right into it. We're almost at the point where we need a break already. We're getting there. But this is our pop quiz we did together already. When we get back from our break, we're going to talk about market conditions. So the new home construction class starts with an entire module all about market conditions, just like our state of Texas requires us to have competency. We need to have that same competency in new construction because the new construction is a separate market all of its own, and we are not supposed to mix our CMAs between new construction and resale. So when you do a CMA, it's new to new or resale to resale. So do you think that all of the new construction comps have closed in the MLS? Let's say you go out and you meet with an on-site builder. Let's say you go out to a specific neighborhood. They're about 2 years into it, so you know they've closed about 200 of the 500 homes that are going to be built. How many of the homes that have closed do you think were reported sold in the MLS? All of them? Some of them? None of them? What do you think?
A third of them, maybe.
Okay, maybe a chunk. I would say smaller than that. Because typically only the properties that they're going to put are the ones that maybe get to the point where it's at cabinets or later. But they'll usually have 3 or 4, and they use those as a draw to get people out. But they're typically not putting all of their inventory in the MLS. Some do, but not all. So do you think that maybe some of those listings are withdrawn? Why do you think a builder would withdraw an MLS listing?
Why would they?
Why would a builder withdraw an MLS listing? Yes, exactly.
To prevent the comps from changing the rest of their homes on the market.
Okay, explain more about that. What does that mean? To prevent the comps from.
Well, if one of their properties sells for less than what they have, most of them, it's gonna hurt the value or the resale value of the rest of them, especially knowing that agents aren't gonna see that. They need to sell for the most that they can.
So the builder, they are hiding comps. Maybe if they didn't get what they wanted for a property, or they had a property they had a deeply discount, you're saying that they might withdraw it instead of report it sold? So that only the reported solds are going to start having a price bar that they want it to say. Okay, so then who's the expert when it comes to valuation in that market? The real estate agent or the builder?
The builder.
100%. The builder knows what every single one of those properties closed for because they were on one side of the transaction. So the relationship that you create with the on-site becomes very, very important. Who does the on-site represent?
The builder,
Who do they not represent?
the
The
buyer.
buyer.
That's right. There is no fiduciary relationship between builder and buyer. The buyer is the customer of the builder is the seller, the buyer is the buyer. There are a lot of laws out there that the builder can't violate fair housing, just like we can't. But there is no fiduciary relationship. The builder is in it to make as much money as they possibly can. Does any of you have a problem with that? Should we have an opinion on the builder wanting to make as much money as they possibly can for their product? Do you think a lot of agents feel like that the builder's being unfair by trying to sell their product for a fair price? Okay. So what do you think about the builder having their own lender?
I love it.
Saying,
Sometimes I love it.
Yeah,
okay.
totally fair.
So do you think that that's the case for most agents?
No, sir, because at the end of the day, that lender works for that builder as well.
Well, I think maybe if we look at the whole, let's look at ourselves and put ourselves in our own shoes and picture us in that situation. You met a buyer at an open house. The buyer was interested in buying a property. So you sat them down at the office. They came in and visited you at the office. You went through a buyer orientation counseling session. You spent 2 hours together. You got them with your lender, and your lender pre-qualified them up to X amount. And you put a search for them in the MLS and tried to put everything that was in their price range in one search. Asked them to go and favorite and like the properties that they want to go and see. They liked 6 of them, and 2 of the 6 were a new home construction builder. 4 of them were resale. So you go from one house that was resale, you go to the second house that was resale, then you get to the third house, and you're going from address to address to address because you printed out the MLS sheets, and the third one and the fifth one is a new home builder. And so you pull up to the the third property because you went to the address and you look to the right and you guys get out, you walk up to the door, but there's no lockbox. Why is there no lockbox?
They want you to go into the office, into the community's office.
I see. So you have to go to an office somewhere. That would have been good to know before standing at the front door, huh? So where's the office located?
Usually, as you drive into the community.
The answer
In the
is
model.
Model home.
the answer is who the heck knows? Because you drove into the property. And right now, you don't know where the model home is. And you're looking at the MLS sheet. Does the MLS sheet have the address to the model home? Probably not. So then you think, I've got it. This is Castle Rock Builders in Round Rock. I'm just going to Google it really quick. And, aha, here's the model home. Excellent. And you drive around the corner and then you stop and you look and odd. It looks like someone lives here. What could have possibly happened there?
They sold it already.
What? How could this be? So now how do we find the model home? I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to call the listing agent. And I got their phone number right here. And I call the listing agent and I say, "Hey, I'm looking for the model." And the listing agent says, "Who are you? Why are you calling me?" I'm looking for the model home." "Okay, the model home for what?" "For Castle Rock." "Okay, in what city?" "Round Rock." "How the heck should I know?" "What do you mean, how the heck should you know? Aren't you the listing agent?" "Well, yes, I'm the listing agent. I put all of their inventory in the MLS. I have no idea where the builder is. You'll have to call the builder." "Oh, do you have their phone number?" Yes. Look on the MLS sheet. "Oh, there is a different number for the builder on site." "Okay, I'm gonna call the on site." I call the number. One of 3 things are gonna happen. You're gonna leave a good old fashioned voicemail because they didn't answer the phone, or you're gonna get a out of service message, which happens more often than you might think because the number's been disconnected. Or 3, someone's gonna answer their phone, and they answer the phone, and it's a Tuesday, and they say, "Oh, huh, you're out there and you want to see the property today? Oh, well, I'm off today." "What do you mean you're off today? It's a Tuesday." And you're thinking, how is it that this person is taking a Tuesday off? That makes no sense. But do you think the builder on site to take weekends off? No, they don't take weekends off. They do what we typically don't. They take days off. So now you're trying to find the model home. So you drive over to the model home, you finally found it, they give you the address, and this particular one did not have a flag the size of 12 semis flying above the house, and you found it, you get out, you get to the front door, and it's locked. And you're knocking, and there's a little sign that says, "We'll be back in an hour." And here you have your client who you've been dragging through this whole experience with you. And then you think, you know what? Maybe this new home stuff isn't for me. Maybe this doesn't make any sense. This doesn't fit into my cookie cutter process. Because the first home, I could just drive up and there was a lockbox. I opened it, I showed it. Good. Second one, same thing. Third one, big problem. I don't like new construction. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm just going to we're just going to ignore those and we're going to only send my clients resales. We're not going to send the new constructions anymore. All right. This is a day in the life of a real estate agent. This is absolutely 100% true. So we can't apply what we know to resell to new and expect that to go well. We have to do something different. So if we find out that our client is wanting to go see a new construction, what maybe we should do when we find out they're interested in a couple of those? Long before we're actually going to be touring them. What are we going to do?
Call the builder.
We're going to pick up the phone. Yes, this thing. Alas, the telephone. We're going to pick it up and we're going to make a phone call. We're going to ask the onsite, hey, this is Jack Stapleton over here at Realty, Texas. I got my clients, Bethany and Sam. I'm going to be showing them properties on Tuesday, and I've identified your property at 123 Main Street, and they like it. Oh, that property? Yeah, the photos look really nice, by the way. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that one hasn't been built yet. Say again? That one hasn't been built yet. 123 Main Street hasn't been built yet because the photos look like it very much looks like it was built. And they say, oh, no, that's those are model home pictures from another neighborhood. I see. So you're telling me that I sent my client a home of a property that hasn't been built yet and they're really excited about seeing it? Yeah. What's your build time? 6 months. I see. Well, that's not going to work at all. Do you have any inventory that is built? No. I see. Okay. Well, that's not going to work for us. So you can't guarantee that the photos in the MLS are accurate. It could be a home that's not built. Most often it'll be a model home. And the big question is, okay, so this home, you're going to build it and the price is 250? Maybe. What do you mean maybe? The price right here says 250. Well, yeah, if you build it exactly like that, aren't you going to build it like this? No. Then what is this price about? Well, if you were to happen to build that home, but I think those materials, we've had price changes since then, so that price is not going to be really accurate. I see. So you're telling me you're not building this house and that price isn't accurate and this house isn't even built yet. This does not sound like you should be in the MLS at all. Well, guess what? They're going to be in the MLS and we want them in the MLS. It's just everything that you know about real estate doesn't apply to builders. And they use our MLS completely differently. They use it as a hook to pull people out to sell them on a different house. Typically, the house that's in the MLS, it might have been sold already. It might be pending already. It might have been pending a month ago, but they just don't want to market sold or market pending because they like all the leads they're getting from it. So if we know we have a client that's interested in a new home construction that's in the MLS, the very first thing we have to do is call the onsite. Hey, you guys got any properties that's going to be coming up available in the next 30 days? Or what do you have right now? What do you have as inventory? We don't have any inventory, but we do have that's going to be closing in September. Got it. What is this month again? We're in June. Okay, that's a long time. My people need to be within 30 days. Yeah, I don't have anything. Or, yeah, we have 5 and 3 of them have incentives, right? So you never know. Or they might say, well, we have another community in Round Rock that's got 3 that's available now. So you can't trust the MLS listing. So there's going to be a lot more communication from the builders about what they do have. So part of our geographic competency is going to be driving the different communities, getting to know the different builders and what inventory they have and what they're building and what they have going on and going on these property tours. It helps you a lot so that maybe over the last 3 weeks, maybe you've shown these properties a couple times already. You know exactly what the builder has and you're going out there multiple times. If you're trying to sell the state of Texas, you're going to have a real hard time. If you're trying to sell your marketplace and your geographic square that you work, and you get to know that square really well, and you're doing open houses in that square, and you know all the inventory in that square, you're going to do really, 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 really well. But if yesterday you were in Houston and tomorrow you're going to be in San Antonio, and then today you're driving 50 miles away from your marketplace because you're trying to go where this last person called you, instead of referring it out, you're going to just try to focus on Texas, you're not going to get to know anything and you're going to really struggle. There are riches in the niches. The people who have the smallest territory make the most money in real estate. All right, let's talk about the market stats in the builder world. Because now we talked about the problem, let's talk about the market, and then let's talk about how to really approach the new construction stuff. The market is always good. Do you agree with that? The market is always good. It just depends on who it's good for. The media usually talks for sellers. And if we have a bias of who we think the market is good for, then actually ask yourself, why is that a bias? Because are you in your head a buyer agent and you thought, no, that's obviously not true? Or do you have a bias that you work with sellers, and if the market's going down, that the market's bad because you have a bias towards seller because that's your primary client? So ask yourself who your client is, because maybe you already have one and you don't even realize it. Maybe you're more of a listing agent or more of a buyer agent. Or you're just going to step back and say, you're right. It is always good, because when the home prices go down, I'm going to be catering to buyers and investors. When the home prices go up, well, we're catering to sellers who's going to realize the gain from their investment. The media usually is talking about sellers. So when they say the market's crashing, they're usually talking about sellers not making as much money. And what's very interesting, at least in my mind, is the market usually speaks exactly against who the buyer is, and the buyers get confused, and the buyers are always doing exactly the opposite of what you think they should. Let me give you an example of that. How many of you remember the buying fury of 2021 when the home prices were higher than they've ever been and buyers were literally throwing their bank accounts? In one case, I had a pre-qualification letter that included a helmet and a jersey from a very well-known football player along with their offer. Because they toured a property and they saw that the seller had this jersey on their wall and they wanted the home so bad that they were going to give a jersey that they had to the seller as part of their offer, along with a $100,000 over asking price offer. And we had so many buyers that we had 40 buyers for every house, and more buyers were stacking up every single day. But then the home prices go down and all the buyers like, oh no, I don't want to underpay for a house. That's ridiculous. And they disappear, don't they? You think about that. When the prices of the homes are historically higher than they've ever been, and buyers can't get a fair deal no matter what, and they're in a multiple offer situation, they come out of the woodwork. But then the prices go down, and all of a sudden the exact opposite happens, and it's crickets. The reason is because the news media is telling them the market is terrific. The market is really good right now. And the buyer's like, oh, I hear the market's fantastic. Well, okay, yeah, but not for you. Except they're the one driving the market. So opposite happens now. We're in a situation where a buyer can buy a fair deal. And so we're kind of in this really weird market right now where the rates are a little bit higher, but builders are offering incredibly good rates. So their builders are if someone buys a new construction property right now, they get the best of both worlds. The number one rule of economics. Anyone know what that is? Buy low and sell high. But that's not at all what buyers do. In fact, They buy high, and then the market goes down, they panic and they short sell, which is not what they should be doing. So if they were to listen to us, and if we were to give them good advice, they wouldn't be doing these things. Andy, I saw your hand up for a moment.
Well, I was just going to add that the New York Times had a special just on Austin during that crazy, insane period, and they said either 100 or 1,000 homes in Austin sold for $150,000 more than list price. I go, this is insane, because I was trying to buy and they want me to sign off. Oh, if the appraisal comes in at whatever, you're going to pay the difference. If the appraisal doesn't come in, you're going to pay a difference. I said, this is insane. This is the tulip frenzy in Holland. Okay, thank you. That was it.
Exactly right. I mean, at that point, then they were also waiving their appraisal contingency, agreeing to purchase the home above appraisal because they were willingly bidding over asking price. Exactly right. Craziness. All right. So as markets goes down, our sellers panic and our buyers grow fearful. Warren Buffett, arguably one of the greatest investors of all time, who just again defied all odds by making one of the best decisions at the exact right time, as if this guy seems to be from the future. To be successful, this is one of his favorite quotes, and I use this all the time. And in fact, this is a script that I tell my clients: be fearful when others are greedy, and greedy when others are fearful. That is his premise. This is his mantra about investing. Be fearful when others are greedy. In a greedy market, be afraid of that market. But when others are fearful, that's when you jump in and invest. So be fearful when others are greedy, and greedy when others are fearful. Panic-stricken investors sell their holdings at the worst possible time. Instead of waiting for that unrealized gain to increase, well, they sell. And at that point, they have then stopped any chance of them realizing a profit because they're going to sell it at a loss. So one of his big videos that he has out there that says, do you have what it takes to buy when everyone else is selling? And it is a tough one. So the truth is, and this is another quote from him, there's never a bad time to buy, but there is a bad time to sell. Over the long term, there's only one direction the market will go. The market continues to go up. You'll see this 28 to 2010 market, and you will see it go up, and you'll see it come back down a little bit, go back up, and come back down a little bit. But over the long term, the market always goes in one direction up. So if you're focused on today, and you're focused on what the market is today, that's like having a 401k plan and being, freak out when the bottom falls out. It goes back up, but once you sell, you're in trouble because you can't ever fix that again. So, the truth is, there's never a bad time to buy. And that's a very interesting thing to say, because investors purchased along this entire spectrum. They bought their investment properties through this entire spectrum. And, the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. But if you are a flipper trying to buy a distressed property and then flip it and try to sell it for a profit, obviously you're looking for a short market gain. And if you're an appreciating market, that means every month that you are working on your flip, it's appreciating at the same rate. But that's not always the case. So flippers, they are doing something different than your people who are purchasing the property to hold for a longer term investment. Pay the thing off and use it for income as retirement. Again, here's what this looks like. Now, what is the news media telling everyone? This was November 6, 2025. The U.S. housing boom is coming to an end, starting in Dallas. This was in 18. This could be at any time. And I put this here as an example, but this was supposed to be 2024, as an example of, was anything coming to an end in 2018? I mean, I use this as a fun example because this article actually came from November 6, 2018, when it says prices are falling in these seven cities, and it's a great news for first-time home buyers. Austin, College Station, San Antonio, Naples, Florida, Charlottesville, Salinas, Lafayette. The U.S. housing boom is coming to an end, starting in Dallas. 2018? What was appreciation between 2018 and 2021? Did we not double and then double again? I mean, it was probably the fastest increase we've ever seen. You know, this Andrew person obviously had no idea what he was talking about when he was pushing this out in the world, but we see that all over the place. Again, 2018, the housing slowdown is here, and these 10 cities are getting hit the hardest. It was complete, absolute fabricated nonsense. 55,000 new residents are coming into our market every single day, or every single year. 150 people coming into our market every single day. And look what the population looks like. I mean, with this type of population gain, no matter what happens, we're going to still have an inventory crisis. Austin, 2010, 1.7 million. 2020, 2.3 million. 2030, 3 million. 2040, 3.9 million. 2050, 5.1 million. These numbers will come to pass. With that amount of growth, these people have to get put in somewhere. And we're going to see these numbers right now with what's going on. We're seeing this actually happen even at a faster rate than they had predicted when this originally came out. And this is not just Austin. This is all the counties across Texas. You're talking about 2022 was 2.1, 2023 was 2.2, 2024 2.27, 2025 2.3. You're talking about 150 people a day moving into our major metros. And we know that the 10 largest gaining metropolitan areas are Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, and Austin across the nation. Now, this is a real graph that came from Real Trends. The population versus uh, annual change. Texas, the second most populous state, had the largest numeric increase in the country, adding nearly 563,000 people in 2014. We are headed for 33 million in the next couple of years, which will make Texas the most populated state in the nation. The largest cities in the US, 5 of the 20 largest cities are in Texas. Houston, San Antonio, Fort Worth, Dallas, and Austin. These are your 20 largest cities in the nation. And Texas is dominating this list. Now, this is talking about the growth. This was the growth. The blue line is 2010 to 2020. The blue line is 2020 to 2030. The green line is 2030 to 2040. And the orange line is 2040 to 2050. What do you see between the Northeast and the Midwest? And no, Texas is not Midwest, by the way. It's Nebraska.
Decrease in population.
And where are they moving?
South Florida and Texas.
Florida
and Texas.
That's right. And right now they're moving to Texas because that's where the jobs are. And you'll see the biggest increase in between 2040 and 2015 will be Texas. Between now and 2050, there's guaranteed work as a real estate agent in Texas. There's guaranteed work, period. Guaranteed. And if you are not taking advantage of this, and if we're looking at the news every day to determine our level of pessimism, you need to stop. You just need to stop. Come talk to me. I'll bring you back to Jesus again. We are too many things to be grateful for. And here it is. 2018 was the first year that we were going to be the number one net population gain, and we have been the number one net population gain year over year since 2018, and that's not going to stop. So again, Texas, number one in population gain. Austin, number one in population gain. Now, you heard something in the last couple of months, and I even put it in your MEGA-16 Teams chat. And I also put it out to the entire company that we need 1 million homes built every year to keep up with the inventory that we need for a healthy housing market. So this is housing starts. These are permits, and this is something that the economists track, and they track it very seriously. So here you have the line of what a healthy market needs to be, and then the actual housing starts. And you will see that in the 2006 market, pretty healthy until we got to 2008. And then, and by the way, we need 1 million homes to be built across the nation. Like 1.15 is what we need. And this is showing you exactly where that number is for a healthy market. And you'll see that starting in 2010, or sorry, 28, all the way now, all the way to 2020, we have had a crisis in terms of there being a deficit of homes being built for what we need. Total building permit, single multifamily combined all the way through until 2018, you will see that we're not building the amount of homes that we need. Now, there's also consumer confidence. Now, this consumer confidence goes to 2020. Right now, at 2020, small business optimism hit the level highest in 45 years, highest consumer confidence in 18 years. 2025, consumer confidence, where do you think it is right now? What do you think?
Consumer buying is still strong, but consumer confidence is waning.
So right now we are seeing, do you remember what I posted yesterday? I posted it there on purpose because I wanted all you to read it. What did I put in the market for 2024? What did I just put in your Teams chat regarding what happened in 2024? Anybody? Well, 5 of you clicked like on it. No? No one? How many millionaires were created in 2024?
Oh yeah, that number's supposed to grow like 300 to 500,000 or something like that. More millionaires in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
1,000 millionaires were created every day in 2024 in the United States. 1,000 new millionaires happened every day throughout 2024. Freddie Mac interest rates all over the place. Right now, the interest rates are lower than they were before. Texas, if it was its own company, if it was its own country, would be the 10th largest economy in the world. If Texas was split off and it was its own economy, it would have a gross domestic product higher than Australia, higher than Russia, higher than South Korea, and higher than Canada. Texas produced nearly 1.7 trillion worth of economic output. Canada 1.65. Texas alone has more GDP than the entire country of Canada.
Countries.
Exactly right. Oil, obviously, is a big thing for Texas, but we are not as dependent on oil as we were in 2007. We are now very well diversified in the tech sector. All right. So what's going on? You got things saying that Texas is number one. You've got people are pessimistic about what's going on. You've got people saying interest rates are too high. What's really going on for Texas that would affect the housing market is simply affordability. That is the only thing that we have. And we've seen prices come back down. This is a very interesting chart, and I think this is something that I think people can immediately relate to. So the orange line is your income. The blue line is the median price of a home. And you'll see in the 1960s, income was higher, median income was higher than the purchase of a home. So you're seeing that that happened and these continued to trend. The orange line continued staying ahead of the blue line, continued staying in the blue line, and it crossed over here in about 1985. And then in 1999, the blue line took a huge sharp turn and a bigger sharp turn. And there's a huge delta between the price of a home and people's income. Now this is the United States. Remember, here is Texas. Here is Austin at that time. So,
hi, good morning. Do you guys offer a shuttle service to and from the airport?
hey,
Great. On
Lisa, can you hit
what
that?
about we're
Thank you. Okay. Here we have all the way through 2025. The Austin median income is this orange line here. The Austin median home price is this pink line underneath it. The US median income and the US median home price. And so here, this pink line is the US median home price and the US median price. What we're seeing is a delta where the income in the Austin is higher than the home price. That makes Austin affordable more than Southern California, more than Seattle, more than DC, more than inner Chicago. And we are a city. We are a very urban city. That's the same. What's funny is you take this and you apply it to Houston and Dallas, you see the exact same thing. Texas is more affordable than the places people are moving here from. They're selling their home and they're coming here with cash and they're able to purchase their home with money left over. They are moving from they're moving from Long Beach, California, they're moving from San Jose, they're moving from somewhere in Southern California or Seattle, and they're selling their $2 million home and they're coming here and they're buying an 800 to 1.1 and have $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 left over. That is what's happening in our market, and that's why so many people are wanting and are coming here. The interest rates are lowering. We are to understand that in 2026, we're going to be seeing at least 3 to 4. We'll see. The job market is strong. Oil is booming. Record number of home sales. Median price is increasing. Texas A&M University says right now the real estate market is good. I sent you guys a market report from the Texas A&M University that talked about what are the RE Center, which is TREC's research center. And it was a 45-minute video regarding economics and what's happening right now in Texas. And they said right now, residential real estate throughout the rest of 2025 and 2026 is solid all the way to 2040, 2050. It's going to be solid. Andy.
Just took it down. You were moving on, but I just wanted to make a comment on your last about people selling their homes in California. Had a friend sold a home for 2 million, bought another one for 1.7 million. I looked at his home. He showed me the stats. I actually visited him. I'm thinking that house would be about 425,000 in Austin, paid 1.7 California. Just to bring it home. Thank you, sir. That was it.
Yeah, I mean it's completely true. We are very blessed to be in this market with the jobs that we have here, with the housing prices that we have. For those of us who have been in the market for a really long time, it feels like the housing market is crazy, but it's really not. The prices here are not, especially as they've come down from this craze that happened in 2020. Texas Realtors Relevant Data Project. I've shown you guys this a couple of times, but We're going to do this together as a group. I've shown you some of the maps from the MLS, but we really haven't dove in here quite as much. Texas Real Estate. This is your Texas Realtors. This is your state realtor association. All of us have an account with Texas Realtors. When you click on the for realtor member on the red side, which is the agent side, and you click on research and you click on market viewer. When you click on market viewer, there's a blue link that says access Texas Realtors market viewer. And then you're going to log in using your NAR single sign-on, because your state and your local association is now using the NAR single sign-on for their websites, which is a little confusing because for a moment the National Association of Realtors site pops up, but that's because they're using their credentialing system. And boom, we're back over here again. Again, Texas Realtors, research market viewer. We're going to click the blue access Texas Realtors market viewer. I use this every single month for our Realty Texas business meeting. There's something very special about this market viewer that's different than the graphs that maybe I show you in other areas. When I go to the report menu, you've got this market snapshot, which gives you this very cool market stats, which talks about year over year for closed sales, median sales price, average sales price, ratio of original list price, days on market, new listings, under contracts, active listings, and months of inventory for the current month, year to date, the years, percent change, and then a graph. And you can heavily modify this to what market, whether it's a city, whether it's a subdivision, whether it's a zip code. And you can break it up between single family, condos, townhomes, and then what period, whether it be a month or an entire quarter. So this is the market viewer snapshot. You come over here, they've got these detailed market reports that are, again, it doesn't matter what board you pick, it's just going to give you their name on the top of the report. But you look at these market reports and here they get really detailed. And these are great for people who are just really wanting to know what's going on. You could even take one of these reports and do a video on it, an Instagram reel, and explain to people what this is. I'm not going to dive into these reports because they're very technical. Then we have the mortgage rates report. And how the mortgage rates have changed since 2022 and how they were high 7.79 and how they're at 6.81 for your 30-year fixed versus your 15-year. You can look at this and you can go back further than 3 years if you want. You can go back 10 years and ask it to regenerate the report and see what's going on, or you can just look back at the last year. So very cool interest rate report generator. Apartment stats of what's going on in apartments. And same thing, they're tracking apartments, rentals. Then they have a commercial dashboard for the commercial agents, which will track only commercial sales and leasing. So let's go back to the residential because I want to grab into the market snapshot. And we're going to play with this a little bit. So show you, and actually it's the dashboard I'm looking for. Okay, so when you go to this site, this is where you typically go first. Again, with the logo that's here, you have to pick association. That's just how they built it. They're getting their data through all of the associations. Travis Kessler, who just recently retired, he's the CEO of Texas Realtors, replaced by Mike Barnett, who was the COO before Travis. Travis, back in 2015, did something very, very cool. He pushed that he signed an agreement with every MLS in Texas and was able to get the data in a data feed from Texas Realtors, and they geolocated every single property address in the state of Texas. Every single property address, every single parcel. And then they deduplicated the data. So this is deduplicated data. And what do I mean by that? Think for a moment about how we are using our coming soon. we're putting the same property in two MLSs and it's being reported sold in two different MLSs. Then that's being sent to the state, and now it looks like that home sold twice. And if you just look at the aggregated data, they had no way to remove all the duplicates. They just had no way. You have maybe one building has got an A and a B, and they're trying to figure out, well, did the whole building sell or just one unit? It was way too complicated for them to know. And sometimes a listing agent would have a 5-acre property that is bordering on a teardown, and so they put it in farm and ranch, they put it in land, and they also put it in just regular resale. So it's in one MLS 3 times under 3 different property types, and then they put it in another MLS 3 times, and then that one gets reported sold 6 times. So the statewide data was blown up. So this is deduplicated data. So every single home was reported sold only once here. So these are correct stats. And for first time starting in 2015, we had accurate data. So you can pick a city, you can pick a zip code, like I said, or a school district. And here I'm just going to grab what's going on in Buda. I'm going to grab a city, just the city of Buda, and I want to see the annual stats for up way through December of 2024. And it will show exactly how many homes were sold. 326 homes sold in 2024 in Buda, 72 active listings, 2.2 months of inventory. And it shows the stats of what's going on in that marketplace and how drastically it's changed in terms of price, how many homes have sold, what the inventory looks like, the days on market, how long it's taken to get that property closed, total days on market, median price per square foot, the median sales price, median year bill, all the stuff. And you can take this and you can click and you can create an image or a PDF or a PowerPoint. If you create an image, then you can create an image and put this, create a blog, put it on your Facebook, tell the world about what's going on in the market. But what's great is you can break it up between new construction or existing homes and look at just new construction. So if I move this to new construction, if I look at the new construction price, what is the median price for new construction? $322. What is the price for existing? $396. Okay. So is new homes more expensive? No, not according to this. So we should not be answering questions from a place where we think. We should actually go look at the data and actually so we can know. That would be a very interesting statistic to run an Instagram reel about. So you got some time in an open house. These are exactly the kind of things that you can be doing to be having that conversation. Again, the difference here is very profound. 396 to 322,000 median price point. Very, very, very profound difference. Okay. So that is your Texas Realtors relevant data. This is a free tool that you get from Texas Realtors, and I highly recommend that you guys use it. I would like you guys to break into groups of 4, and I want you guys to log in, go open your market viewer, and tell me what the stats for May were in your local city and put it into the chat. So I'm not going to break you into 4. I'm just going to ask each one of you to do it. And nope, I changed my mind because I want you guys to get the points for this. All right, sorry. Create. All right, so I'm going to put you in here for 10 minutes. Oh, you're going to get 8 minutes for this. And then, all right, group 1 is Andrew, Ann, Charlie, Sherry, Corby, Darlene, Gabriel, and Yana. Who is the one who did this? Who's the team captain?
It would be me.
All right, Charlie. So what area did you guys do a report for?
We did a report for Austin, and we used the ABORS data.
Okay. So download the PDF in the bottom right-hand corner. You can download it into, well, you can do it in an image, put it in a bitmap or a JPEG or a PNG and copy and paste it up there, just like Tina did.
Yep, I will.
Okay, thank
I
you.
also posted in the MEGA-16 posts.
Okay, there we go. Now I see it. All right, group 2, Ariel, Iris, Jeff, Jennifer, Kyle. Kyle, I see you put yours up there. $415,000 median price point. Did you guys have any problem finding it or running it?
No problem finding or running it. We just because my screen couldn't show the key, which was red and blue, we had trouble figuring out which line was it, but we were deducing it, and then Jeff found the key. So we definitely knew there was a difference in the trend and the pricing between existing and new. It's Leander specifically we pulled.
Mm-hmm. All right, good. Group 3, Aki, Isa, Luckinson, Lewis, Muhammad. Who is our captain out of group 3?
Tina was. We got it. We did Round Rock.
Nice. Okay, so what'd you come up with, Tina?
The median was 362. Did you want me to read the whole thing?
Nope. Did you guys have any problem finding it and running a report?
No, we helped one other person get it and she was able to get it.
Good. Excellent. Thank you, Tina. Group 4, Brandon, Denise, Isabel, Jonathan, Okamiya, and Tasha. Who's the captain out of group 4? Luckinson, is it you? No, you're not in group 4. Who is the captain out of 4?
I'm so sorry. I was trying to find my mute. My Zoom was hiding. That would be me.
Hi.
I suppose. We did Houston.
Okay.
The median home price for new construction was 340, and then the overall was 345. But
did you expect that?
We were kind of trying to think about that, right? Obviously, I guess new construction may be the big driver out there. I don't know. We were kind of trying to talk that through a little bit, but couldn't really understand it too well completely. But
the one big advantage of resale is you can move right in. And there's a lot of people who want specific schools, they want specific neighborhood. So when it comes to the new home construction and stuff right now, the builders have a lot more room to pull. They have a lot more room to play than anyone else right now. So yeah, but keep going. So is this a report that you guys are going to be using on a regular basis? Hopefully, yes. Jonathan?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it definitely shows like what the market's doing, and it gives you a lot of good stats on what's happening out there.
How could you use this in your business?
I mean, you can prove, whether someone might be considering a resell or a new construction, and being showing what's going on out there, maybe what the big difference might be, or is it better to be moving into a resell versus a new construction? How long it might take to get into one or whatever, how much inventory. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Jonathan. And group 5, Alicia, Andy, Angela, Kelly, Robert, Wells.
Hi. Our group looked at Austin, and median price there was 560,000. And we looked at we all navigated together. Somebody was not in our market, so we just kind of went through the process of how to find this in the market viewer. And I think our big takeaway was there's a huge amount of information just right at your fingertips right there And I think that can help you with listing presentations, all kinds of things, because you can explain average days on the market and the number of active listings that are available. It just is another tool in your toolbox.
Mm-hmm. It's data to show that you're the expert, so you can show that information, get it out there, explain it, talk about it, and if it's something that's not making sense, bring it to us. We'll unpack it so that you can have a really effective video to share with the world, because I think this is the kind of thing that people need to hear. I think there's a lot of misconceptions about new construction, and I think if you can get the data out there and explain to people that no, it's not you're going to pay a premium to get in a new construction. Actually, you can buy a brand new home and get a better rate and the purchase price be lower as well. I think that if we are sending that message to our clients and the people we're speaking with, that maybe we should be approaching new construction more in our conversations with our clients, not less. Maybe that's dialogue we should be having with every single client. And think about this for a moment. Someone's not interested in the property that you're holding open. Is this good dialogue to have with them at an open house? This is great information to share, especially if you take this information and you print it out and you have it ready for them to actually just take a look at printed. Now, this is one of the market viewers, but guess who also has a market viewer? And if you are thinking National Association of Home Builders, you are correct. Of course, for whatever reason. Yes, we can leave. Really? That's what that was about? All right. So news and economics, and then housing economics, and then we go to state and local. Let's find it here. Right here, state and local data. And then there is a metro area dashboard right here. If you follow the slide exactly right, you will notice just how similar this is, but this is for new construction specifically. And you also have all of the data points that you can also mess with this up here in all the different metros and so pick Texas and then pick your metro. Let's just grab Houston. And here is the stats for new construction in Houston. Population, median income, existent. I mean, this is a really very cool chart. And again, you can download it as a PDF or you can download it as an image and paste it. Great information that you can share. So again, this is free also using the National Association of Home Builders. A lot of people don't know this exists, and a lot of people know about the Texas Realtors one, but they don't know about this one. And I think there's information here that far exceeds what you're going to get from the Texas Realtors when it comes to new construction. So I'm going to give you this one as a homework assignment to go to the NAHB site and print the stats from their website. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. It's 11:15. I owe you one. We're going to come back at 11:25. Welcome back from your break. It is 11:27. We are going to jump right back into where we left off. So there are advantages to new construction for agents and for the buyers. Let's talk about a couple of them. First, everything's new. Is everything new in a model home if someone buys a model home?
No, not fully new, but
No, not at all. sometimes model homes can be 4 or 5 years old. Maybe no one's lived in it before, but your HVAC, lots of things in the home could have aged. So be cognizant that a model home is not new. The idea when you buy a new home, it should be lower maintenance. What are some things that would make a newer home have a lower maintenance cost than a resale home? Kelly.
Gonna have a brand new HVAC system, and insulation's gonna be new, maybe blown in insulation.
Okay. I like it. These are things that will definitely improve um, your utility bill. What are some other things that may not be related to utility bill?
They made a material with the energy efficient, whatever the
Okay, energy efficient materials.
great
Mm-hmm.
materials.
A green built home, maybe. Okay.
Some new home warranties that come with the new build versus resale.
Okay. So the home is new, so maybe major repairs aren't going to happen on year one, right? There's going to be less. Homes have to be maintained, and if the home is brand new and everything is brand new, then the maintenance costs for that home for the first couple of years should certainly be less, and it comes with a warranty. So the first year for pretty much everything, except for some type of casualty loss. But if something is not aging as it should, if something breaks, it should be under warranty. So these are a huge advantage to a buyer. They have warranties on the major mechanicals. When we talk about major mechanicals, let's talk about a few. When you think major mechanicals, what do you think?
I think, or I guess maybe it's just me, but maybe HVAC, foundation, or roof.
Okay. So mechanical, let's not look at the foundation and the roof as a mechanical. Let's think of other things like, what about the water heater? Is that a major mechanical?
Yes.
Okay. HVAC, your water heater. What is the largest item in the home that weighs more than 400 pounds that is a mechanical?
Oh, I was thinking the roof.
Water heater?
HVAC?
The garage door?
Yes. The garage door is the single largest moving object that a home has, weighing in over 400 pounds, and obviously heavier than the HVAC system. Now, once the water heater is full of water, I'm not sure who's going to win there in terms of weight. I'm guessing probably the water heater, but an empty water heater does not weigh as much as a garage door. So garage door, water heater, HVAC systems, um, electrical, um, uh, all of the ductwork that's in the home. And then we can get into your appliances as well, which is going to be your dishwasher and oven, double oven, built-in microwaves, things like that. Okay. All of those things are under warranty. And that's what's great about the manufacturer warranties is the manufacturer warranties are usually for more than a year. Usually they're 5 years, especially the Energy Star stuff like your GE or Samsung range. It's going to usually come with a 5-year warranty. The home itself will be more energy efficient. We talked about installation. What are some other ways a home could be more energy efficient?
Some new builders have solar panels installed in the homes.
Okay. Its ability to generate its own power. Charlie?
Tankless water
The
heaters?
Tankless water heater. Okay, I like that.
and also the facing of the house and how much light you let in.
Okay. If you are purchasing a home in a master plan community and you have a choice of lot, maybe you can pick which way the home is facing. That's going to give you um, some relief from the sun in the afternoons, depending on what side of the home the house is facing. Okay.
Double panel windows and trees around your home.
Okay. So
Windows and doors.
are we going to get a lot of trees around our home in a new construction? We absolutely are not. So, how can the new home be more energy efficient? I just heard one, which is the high E factor um,
Double
windows, which
panel
helps with the
windows.
gas
Yeah.
What
between.
about
We've
a
got
smart
well, I
thermostat?
call them energy efficient windows because sometimes they're not just double pane, they're triple pane. And so they have more than two panes in them a lot. But yes, exactly right. The windows. All right. And then higher energy efficient doors and windows because of the seals. The seals are brand new, and so there's going to be less leaks. The envelope of the home is brand new, and so maybe it's sealed and there's going to be less exit points. The HVAC is brand new, so hopefully the mastic tape has been sealed all of the ductwork so you don't have any leaks in the ductwork, which is going to really degrade the performance of HVAC. But I think probably the biggest item for
High insulation.
what's that?
High insulation
Insulation.
homes.
I
Spray
think that
foam insulation so you can, if it's offered,
okay.
I would spray for that.
Mm-hmm. But the number one thing that really helps with energy efficiency, well, the two things really, we haven't really heard yet.
Smart thermostat?
Smart thermostat certainly is going to help. And in fact, some of the smart thermostats that we have today are actually smart thermostats connected to the city, and the city will turn the HVAC down automatically based on peak times to help keep the energy grid up. And if you do that and you get on that program, they will give you a premium rate for electricity. But still, the number one thing here we haven't spoken about.
Windows.
We talked about windows.
How about the insulation on in the attic? The way that they do it. I don't know the name, to be honest with you, but I've seen it. It looks pretty cool.
AC.
Okay, we do. I mean, obviously, the amount of insulation that is blown in the attic, 10 to 12 inches of insulation is important, but even bigger than that. But you are in the right direction. We're in the attic now.
A radiant barrier.
Yes, radiant barrier. Good job, Isabel. All right, so radiant barrier. So this is a material that they're going to put down under the decking, and so what happens is as the heat of the sun superheats the tile underneath it, you've got radiant decking that's designed to radiate that heat outwards. If you're driving through a subdivision and it's 100 degrees on a in the middle of the afternoon, and you look up and you see a bunch of birds sitting on a roof, they don't have radiant barrier. That's 100%. Uh, it radiates the heat away from the house, making what would be 130, 140 degree attic 85 degrees, 75 degrees. And so it drastically changes. Most homes have this superheated attic, and as the heat's rising, I mean, you can have temperatures up there at 130 degrees. I mean, it can be oven hot up there. And the HVAC inside the house is pushing up against that heat, and it's a battle between the heat of the attic, which is everything up there is hot. The metal, the wood, everything up there was hot and is radiating that heat. And then you're trying to keep the HVAC running inside the house. But it's like having a heating pad over the house. And it's really hard to keep the house cold. And you turn the HVAC off, and immediately the temperature is going to start rising immediately. So the two things that will really help you in Texas is having an attic fan that will blow that heat out of the attic and radiant barrier, and you'll see those things on a new home, and that will drastically change the utility and make the home much more energy efficient. And then also How could you install the shingles that might drastically change the heat in the attic? Have you heard of a ridge vent? Anybody hear of ridge vents? Okay, Corby says yes. Everyone says no. You guys need to um, get involved in new construction and learn a little bit more about how homes are built. At the ridge, they're going to have an open air, so the air goes up the eaves and then out the ridge vent and out of the house, and so it's venting at the ridge. So they put in rent of these vents all the way across the ridge, so it's completely venting out the heat all the time, which is very, very helpful as well. So attic fans, ridge vents, and radiant barrier. The three things that's going to really, really help someone decrease their heating and cooling costs. Yana, your hand is up? No? Okay, fine. Got it. All right. Plus new technologies. What are some new technologies we're seeing in houses that are being built today?
Like the alarm
Some,
systems equipment.
Gabriel and then Alicia.
Smart.
I'll just say one of the, I guess, new technologies in terms of in all years, like these newer homes are coming in with like gemstone lighting. So it's a new little feature that
Lutron
is nice to
system.
have. Yes, sir.
Lutron, Power Star, and Gemstar. There's all kinds that are out there, but yes, very cool lighting that you can control with an app. That you can change the hue and the color of the lighting. You can turn them on and off. You can set it to music and all kinds of cool stuff. Yeah, yeah, very cool technology in the homes. Alicia, you are up next, then Charlie, then Iris.
I was pre-wired for, security systems. I know that's been in place for a minute though.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Charlie.
Um, Way older homes don't have network being wired as part of the home.
Yeah, and neither are new ones. We're seeing more and more homes no longer have Cat 5 wiring anymore, but they are pre-wired at the side of the home before already have from the entry point all the way into the drop-down panel in the primary closet fiber. So we've got that now. Iris?
The new homes that have Wi-Fi enabled irrigation systems and also the garage, that's so convenient.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I like it. Yes, Kyle?
Yeah, similar. I know someone down in south of Austin that the whole neighborhood is built with rain collection water for their yard and use. That's pretty modern and good.
Yeah, they started building those about 15 years ago. Round Rock actually has every spring rain collection barrels that they sell that connects up to the downspouts for the gutters to fill those barrels with water, and then will slowly drip into the flower beds, preserving water. Absolutely cool stuff. Andrew.
I noticed that some houses, new builds are putting in the plumbing for the water softeners. That's a thing that's, at least in the over here in the, I know Chesmar does it, and I think Brightland Homes do it.
Well, it is, but it's not new. That's something that's been going on since I got my license. So that's not new technology, but it is obviously having it pre-plumbed for a water softener is helpful. Let's talk about technology. What is a new technology they're putting in homes? How is Alexa being put in smart homes today? What are some Alexa devices that you're seeing that's connected to the home? What can Alexa turn on and off, and what can it do for the house right now? If you walk into new construction, what do you expect?
Everything
Smart
it
homes closing blinds. The blinds go up and down and closes the just the voice activated bells and
Yep.
alarm system.
You go into a Lennar home right now and Alexa raise the blinds, and the blinds will raise and lower based on your just verbal command. That's a technology that they're putting in homes that's significant. How about the auto shut off of water? The home now can sense that there is a leak somewhere, and it will immediately shut down the pipe so you don't have a flood. There's a lot going on in technology right now in homes. Washer, dryer, fridge technology that will, every time the refrigerator door is open, it will send you a notification to your app. It's got cameras inside the refrigerator that you can actually click a button and see what's actually in there. And some of the builders are including these washer, dryer, fridge. We now have washers that are washer and dryer single units. You put them side by side and you basically have two washer and dryers. You throw the laundry in, click one button, and then you come back later and it's dry. Very cool thing. Irrigation systems with rain sensors is not necessarily new, but there is just a lot going on right now in the world of technology with Alexa, smart homes, security systems that are built into the house, and everything pre-wired. You can, from an app at home, look to see if your garage door is open or shut. Oh, did I close the garage door? And check the app. And oh, it did. It's open. Click the button to close it. You have someone sitting at your front door and it's you got a ring doorbell and you see the guy coming, who knows, UPS guy or Amazon guy walking up to the front door. And you're like, oh, this is a very expensive package. I don't want it left here. And then you hit a button and you talk to the Amazon guy. Hey, can you leave that indoors for me? And you unlock the door. He opens the door, puts it inside, close it, hit the lock button, lock your door. So, I mean, these are things that we're now having an expectation that these things are built into the home. At 2 o'clock today, we're going to hear from Cindy Thompson at Lennar. She's going to talk to us about some of the new technology that they're putting into homes. Personal selections. When it comes to personal selections, you've got some homes that are completed and done, which means very few personal selections are going to be allowed, if at all. And then sometimes you can purchase a spec home and maybe they'll give you an option when you're building the home. Maybe that there is an option for a 1.5 story for the game room upstairs. Maybe there is an option for the additional bedroom upstairs, maybe a half bath that's an option, maybe a third car garage option, maybe an outdoor kitchen option that can be added. Maybe a bump out in the primary bedroom for a bay window that's connected to the primary. Otherwise, it's flat. You get that little bay bump out. Maybe you have an extended counters in the kitchen that go all the way along what would typically be an eat-in kitchen. So that's an extra addition. What are some other things you can think of that the builder might have that would be a selection that the buyer can choose that at the time they're purchasing the home? Andrew.
Waterfall countertops where they fall all the way to the side.
I like it. What are some other things? Kelly.
Different kind of tile that you could use throughout the house.
All kinds of flooring. Okay, I like it. Let's think about bathrooms, for instance. What is something that would require them to modify the slab for a bathroom that only you really could ever do at the time the house is built?
Heated floors.
Okay, heated floors is definitely one of them. Gabriel.
New shower pan.
If you want a stand-in shower, if you want a separate soaking tub.
Okay. So the thin set shower pan is going to oftentimes be set into the slab. And so that's something that only can be done at the time the home is built. So if you want that, so if you don't want the shower pan sitting on top of the slab, you want it built in so it's much nicer, that would be something that they would have to know about at the time they're building the home. Exactly right. Lots of stuff. Lots of stuff. No haggling over repairs. So let's talk about repairs and builders, because this is probably one of the biggest advantages you have in a new home construction. Do you think a buyer should do a home inspection when they buy a new home? I'm seeing some people say yes. Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
No.
What happens if the builder offers a third-party inspector? Should the buyer say, woohoo, they're paying for the inspection for me, or should they get another inspection?
Another.
I would get another. Sorry.
Okay, So as a real estate agent, our fiduciary duty is to look out for the best interest of the buyer. And we know that if the builder is paying for the inspection, then the builder has the ability to influence that inspection, and probably has, when they go back and tell the inspector what they can and can't write up. We're going to speak about this for a little bit of time here because it's important. We're going to talk about the difference between an upgrade and a deficiency when it comes to builders. Whereas an inspector might go out and write something up as a deficiency, but the builder looks at it and say it's not deficient. That's just not something we have here at this particular community. So there could be considered an upgrade. So as an agent, we have to be able to express to our client the difference between a deficiency and an upgrade, because sometimes when something is missing, the builder might mark it up as a deficiency and it's really an upgrade. And that's a big deal. So yes, you should always recommend that the buyer get an inspector they pay for, and have the home inspected. There are phase inspections as well. I typically don't recommend them to my clients, although I tell my clients about them. You can hire a phase inspector. They're going to have a home built, and the inspector will come out throughout the different phases just to put eyes on everything and take some photos so that the buyer can kind of see what's going on there. Some builders will allow it, some builders won't. The big takeaway here is when a buyer contracts on a home for a builder, whose home is it?
The builder lien holder.
The builder's house. It's theirs. And they get to decide how it's going to get built. They are the builder. The buyer doesn't get to choose how it's going to be built. They also don't get to choose the quality of materials. They don't get to go out to the on-site and say, I don't like these 15 studs because it looks like this lumber that's being used on some of these walls is not what I would have picked if I was at Home Depot picking out my own studs. So I want these swapped out. None of that's going to happen. None. And so the builder is going to say no, no, and no again. The builder is going to have code enforcement people coming out and ensuring that the home is being built correctly. And the average home is red tagged 3 times between start and finish. Sometimes the buyers know, sometimes the buyers don't know. But if a home is sitting there and no work is being done, but work is being done on all the other ones, and you're kind of scratching your head, I don't understand how come nothing's being done. It very well could be that the code enforcement came out for permits and didn't pass their inspection, and now they have to fix it, and now they're going to come back in 2 weeks and inspect it again. So it's going to be 2 weeks delayed. And it's going to sit there waiting for the people to come back because they can't move on to the next phase. So if you see a little red tag, it means it's been red tagged. So let's talk about some things that might show up on an inspection report that a builder might look at and say, this is an upgrade, and the buyer says, no, I want you to do it. What are some? What do you think? What do you think?
I'm sorry, what was the question again, Jack?
Okay. Something that might show up on an inspection report as deficient, and the builder say it's not deficient. That's not something we do in this community. That would be an upgrade. Something that the builder doesn't think needs to be present, but maybe the buyer thinks should be present.
Gutters.
It's a good example of one. So the home doesn't have gutters. The inspector is going to write that up as deficient. The home's deficient because it needs to have gutters. Having gutters makes sure that the soil around the foundation is not being eroded, and it helps the foundation wear and age better. Buyer says, I want gutters. And the builder says, well, great, put them on after we sell because we don't do gutters in this community. You see, the builder says that's an upgrade. The buyer says, I want them. The buyer's not going to get their way if that's something the builder doesn't offer. That's one example, and there's a whole bunch. So let's see if we can think of some more. Corby.
Sprinklers and soaker hose, foundation soaker hose.
Okay, that's a great one. An irrigation system around the property. That may not be something that the builder offers. It's something that the builder says, no, we don't offer that. And the inspector says, well, we're going to write it all up as deficient because you probably should have soaker hoses around the flower beds and around the foundation to keep the foundation moist, to keep the soil from drying up so you don't have this extra convexing and concaving, which is going to be moving the foundation as the soil is drying up and being saturated and drying up. And that movement causes little fissure cracks, which why you have post-tension foundations, but we'll get into the foundations in a little bit. Indu. What are some other things?
Garage door motors and remotes.
Okay, so a garage door opener. Yes, buyer says, I really think in this day and age they should have a garage door opener. Builder says, we don't have that. Okay, that's a good one. Tasha.
What about screens?
Okay,
Windows.
most windows come with their own screens. So the screen came with the window when they bought it. I don't know of any windows that don't come with the screen.
Okay.
Angela, Lewis.
I know they don't come with fans like room fans. They just come with a light, and they're not fancy lights. My husband changes them out all the time on new construction because they charge a lot extra, and people are always really surprised that there's no ceiling fans in the bedroom.
I don't think that an inspector is going to write up the light as deficient because there's no fan. So yes, they often put in fans, but that's not something that they're going to write up as deficient. But yes, some builders put in really nice fans and some don't, depending on the price point. Lewis.
Does proper fencing count? I see some properties don't have like fences or chain link fence.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think your non-production builders, often if they're building on your own lot, a fence is not going to be included, and if it's something that the buyer wants, that they can do it themselves. So that certainly can be possible, but I don't know that the inspector is going to write that up as deficient. Iris, Indu. There's one more.
Water heater. I'm sorry.
Water heater has to be present.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If the water heater's missing or not working, it's absolutely deficient. It's going to need one. All right. So when the builder installs the foundation, the first thing they do is they prep the dirt, prep the soil, they level it, then they install the pipes under the ground. Then they build the forms. They're going to build the forms first, and then they're going to put the pipes under the ground, but really that's often happening at the same time. Once the forms are put in, then they have a cement truck come up with this huge boom that actually puts in all of the cement. But before that, usually if there's going to be post tension or rebar in the foundation, they're going to put all of that out there, and then they're going to pre-plumb. And once the all of that is done, they're going to fill it up with cement. What's the edge of the foundation look like when they remove the forms? Is the edge of the foundation very smooth and perfect and pretty?
It needs to be shapen, like smoothed out and then plastered.
Okay.
You have to put the borders.
So they don't smooth it out. They remove the forms. And then you're going to see pebbles and rocks and holes and fissures and all kinds of stuff. And you'll often even see some of the rebar or some of the post-tension cables that are sitting there. And some builders will put a thin set of mortar to smooth it out, to make it look nice, but also to make sure that if there is any exposed rebar, exposed metal, that it doesn't rust. Because if it begins to rust, then over time it will start expanding and could even cause an issue with that portion of the foundation. Maybe not structural, but certainly it could start eating away. So they put that thin set on there, and that thin set flakes off, and they have to fix it every couple of years, maybe 5 or 10 years. So the thin set around the outside, if it's peeling off, is not indicative of foundation damage because it's, less than a quarter of an inch thick. And it's just troweled on to make it look nice. As an example of a community, D.R. Horton in Austin's Colony at 969 and 130 in Austin, and D.R. Horton in most metros don't put a thin set around the foundation. It's just not something they do. And a inspector is going to write that up as deficient. And they're going to say the foundation is deficient because it doesn't have the coat around it. And they call it the beautification coat, thin set, whatever. Problem is that the buyer may come back and say, I want that on there. And the builder says, no, you can do it. You can do it yourself after. I actually had a situation where the buyer who, I'm not buying this home. Well, fine. Don't buy it. You'll lose your earnest money. The builder was putting their heels in the ground, and they said, we do not do that in this community. So do you think it's important to know what the buyer is buying before they build the house? You think the buyer may or may not, or do you think the buyer's going to know if they're looking at a lot and they're looking at a plan and they see the rooms and they know what the square footage is and they saw a picture of what the countertops are going to look like? They saw a picture of what the cabinets are going to look like, but do you think they're going to have a conversation about not having gutters? You think they're going to have a conversation about crown molding? You think they're going to have a conversation about how many trees are in the backyard? Or whether or not the property is going to have gutters, whether or not the property is going to have blinds, whether or not the property is going to have um, a door in the primary shower, aka D.R. Horton used to put in a glass door, but now they don't. Now you can put up a shower curtain. And you, so, and what exactly flooring is going everywhere may be confusing in the contract. So if you're looking at a floor plan, maybe one of the most important things you can ask is, does this floor plan exist somewhere built? And Mr. and Mrs. Builder, can you tell me what is standard feature on this home versus an upgrade? And then this is the list, and it's also here in the book coming up, but there are a list of questions you should ask the builder. Does this home come with blinds, garage door opener, washer, dryer, fridge, irrigation system, garage door opener, which I may have said, crown molding, backsplash, what type of flooring in the different rooms, the height of the ceilings in the different rooms. And if you are looking at a model home, the big question you could also ask is, have you made any changes in the floor plan since you built this model home? Because sometimes the answer is yes. And I had a client who toured the model home. They walked it and said, yes, I want this home. And the salesperson said, great. Yep, we build that over in the other section. We're not building in this section anymore, but yes, we build this floor plan in the other section. And the buyer says, great. They built the home and they put carpet in it. And the model had, well, first of all, the model had gas and it had hard flooring. And in the other section, they didn't have gas and they put carpet in. And the buyer was furious because the buyer said, no, I bought the home as I saw the model. And the on-site said, well, those are features we don't offer in this side. They didn't know that they were putting in carpet until they were literally installing it. And then the buyer called screaming, why is there carpet? There's not supposed to be carpet. So we have to ask the question, is this model home different than what you're currently building? Because oftentimes 4 or 5 years into it, the builder will start making changes to the floor plan. And you'll see changes in ceiling height, changes in some of the standard features. So these are really important questions to ask. Okay. Now, relationships with lenders. We had a conversation about this, but this is a really good after lunch conversation. It's 12 o'clock now, so we're gonna jump to lunch, come back at 1. At 1 o'clock when we get back, we're gonna hear from a builder. Her name is Cindy Thompson with Lennar, and she is going to be our guest speaker. And then at 2 o'clock, we're going to hear from Oksana West, one of our luxury new construction agents. It's always fun to hear from somebody else. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. We have a very, very, very special guest, Miss Cindy Thompson with Lennar. I've known Cindy for many years. She is got to be the #1 salesperson for Lennar. If she's not, well, that would blow my mind because she's definitely the best. Welcome, Cindy. Welcome to our Realty Texas class, and you're on mute, so let me get you unmute.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Hey, thank you all so much for having me. It gives me great joy to do these, and I love working with y'all as I have for many, many years. So whether or not you need me here in the north or you just have questions about our system or anything, I'm usually a good wealth of information. So you can call me and I'm happy to help you with anything.
Well, we've got a lot going on in this market. So what communities are you currently serving in?
Okay, I have everything from Leander to Georgetown to Bertram to Gerald to Salado to Temple, Killeen. There's 2 new ones opening in Killeen, Belton, Troy, and Coppers Cove. So I'm almost a realtor now. In the old days, you all would find a community and there would be one sales rep there that would help you. And that would be every time you went to that community, you work with one person. Now that we hub sell, it kind of gives me some flexibility that if your buyer needs to be in a different area or they're looking for, a half-acre home site in Salado, it gives me the opportunity to be able to sell in different areas, different price points, which makes it kind of fun.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun.
It is. I'm a little bit more like a realtor than I am a new construction salesperson now because I get to travel, but I like that part.
Yeah, well, you are no longer landlocked in a subdivision, sounds like, so that is very cool.
That's correct. That's correct.
All right. So if you could give some advice to a buyer agent, if you could give them one piece of advice when working with a new home builder, what would that be?
Okay, so I had lots of answers to this question, but in general, I kind of want to walk through that every builder has a different process. And so I kind of want to walk through Lennar's because, Lennar's the largest builder in Austin now. So the chances of you all doing business with us is probably pretty good. So at Lennar, now that we hub sell, I always tell you that it's really easy to make appointments. So I kind of want to go through that process and what our expectations of you are. And then I think it makes it super easy. So my first piece of advice is that every builder usually makes it easy to go online and schedule an appointment. Okay. It's no different at Lennar. It's lennar.austin@lennar.com. And when you go on, there's a live chat. It's a real person and they actually help you schedule for whatever communities you want to schedule with. But you can request a salesperson. So if Jack wanted me, he could go online, he could say, listen, I want Cindy Thompson, and they would look at my schedule and they would schedule the appointment for me and Jack to meet with a client. The reason that I want you to do that is I also want you to do something super important. I want you, when you register for the appointment, to register your client, provide their name, their cell phone number, or an email address. Because once you do that in the system, that client is locked to you. And in our system, it is impossible to change. So the reason that's important is that our buyers are very savvy right now, and they will come to a community without you. And they also will go online and see it on Redfin, and all of a sudden another agent is talking to them. So once it's in our system, like if Jack called in and asked for me and scheduled an appointment, and that buyer's name and phone number is linked in, it's locked in to Jack for almost an eternity. It's impossible almost so if they came with a different realtor, it's still the salesperson would have to be saying, no, it's Jack. Jack's the agent here. Like it's linked to him. So I want to make sure that when you do register an appointment, you do register the buyer. That's very important. The other thing about Lennar is that you are supposed to come with the buyer on the first visit or be available by FaceTime. So if you're at a wedding and you can't do that, just call the salesperson and set up the appointment and let them know that you're at a wedding. But always remember that you are supposed to come on the first visit. So that would be my first key advice is register the client so it's linked in our system forever. And two, make sure that if you're not going to be there, that you've had good communication with the salesperson and that you can be available by a quick phone call or FaceTime.
Mm-hmm. That's really good advice, especially considering, the relationship that we have with our client. They're continually having different touch points, going into different model homes,
Yeah.
having conversations with other people, clicking buttons on websites, getting phone calls every which way. And
Yes.
it's really easily for a client to all of a sudden find themselves under contract one hot afternoon when, they were just going to go out and view something at lunch and all of a sudden, wait, what about my agent? And all of a sudden that relationship is estranged. So,
And the relationship for me and you is very important. I want to do business with you, not one time. I want a lifetime of doing business with you because I think that just makes it easier for the client, which when there's two people helping them.
mhm. And not all builders have that same philosophy. Builder on-sites are there to represent the builder. We're there to represent our client. So two different things happening simultaneously, but both aren't completely mutually exclusive. All right. Thank you, Cindy. What is the most common mistake you see agents make when they're working with builders?
I think in general, what we're seeing in new construction is that you're not pre-qualifying your buyers before they're coming. Only 25% we're seeing have a pre-qualification before they're coming out. And to be honest with you, as a realtor, it's nice to know that they can buy, how much they can buy, if they have any money for closing costs, if they need a down payment assistance program. Getting them pre-qualified with y'all's lender up front is important. Now, once you come to a builder, they are required to make application with our lender, but oh my gosh, we're helping you in so many ways now. We're paying all the closing costs, owner's title policy. We're doing a 30-year fixed rate buy down from $399 to $5.25 if it's an investor. So, I mean, we have a lot of incentives, but what I'm seeing is that agents are coming out and the buyers are nowhere near ready to purchase a home. And that's a hard situation that we're going to show them beautiful homes that, looks
Yep.
like is in their price point and then they can't buy.
Well, and then if you start in the wrong price point and get them, excited and emotionally attached to one product, and then you're switching that product because we didn't know what they're qualified for ahead of time, we're really taking away the joy of homeownership for them because instead of being excited about what they can have, they're going to be disappointed and heartbroken about what they can't.
Yeah. And our job is actually to excite them and to keep them moving in the process. A lot of times they're afraid, you know what I mean? And so us being there to help them along the way and with each next step is important.
Well, I think that, if, and let me know if you agree with this. I think if the client is still excited to get the keys in their hand at closing, you've kind of won. But if the process has been so arduous and so conflict ridden that they don't even want the keys at the closing table, then we've all failed them. And we see that sometimes, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
So, what's the big thing you'd wish agents to stop doing? Just like stop doing that. I mean, obviously, we want them to get the people pre-qualified, so when we take them out, we know what their buying power is. But what's the thing we want to stop them from doing?
There's three things.
Woo! All right,
That
I asked. I'm getting 3. We're getting a bonus too.
Yes. So there's three things.
And just
Number
know that
one,
this group is they want to hear the good, the bad, and the ugly, so they need to hear this and they're appreciative of it.
the first thing is that I don't want you to overpromise. a lot of times agents come in and think, oh my gosh, we're going to just beat the snot out of the builder and keep asking for more and more and more and more. But in my first time buying communities, when we're paying 6% in closing costs, OTP, and buying down the rate into the 3s or 4s, there's a huge amount of money that's already being spent on the buyer. And so negotiating price down another 10 grand is really not a possibility. So I try to ask not to overpromise that you can get them an even better deal when the deals are pretty amazing at this point in time. The second thing that I would ask is that you communicate with me before promising that you can change their closing date or you can move it into a different month. So just a simple conversation of, Cindy, this buyer really needs to close this day versus this day. Before you promise the buyer that you can do that, if you reach out to me, let me help you. Let me help you, with the buyer in that situation before, the buyer's frustrated or upset because you said, yeah, I can get this done, before you actually spoke with the builder. And last and not least, I do sell new construction homes, and they are first-time buyer homes. And that's kind of been my bread and butter for the last 8 years. Mm-hmm. And a first-time buyer's home may not be what you would want as a home, but they are buying their first home, and they are very proud. And there is nothing that upsets me more than the person that they trust goes into a home and goes, oh, that pantry is so small. Oh, that yard is so small. Those things that buyer may not care about, but it may be their only opportunity to buy a brand new home. So a lot of times you all are stealing their joy. And it may not be a home that I live in or you live in, but it's their first time. And to them, it's a castle and it's amazing. And the pantry that's there is great. So try not to steal their joy and thunder, because they are so happy to be buying a home. And buying a home and having all the tax benefits and having something that's your own that will make equity is so much more important than, stealing their joy when they look at it and they have these fresh eyes and they're so excited to have a home. There's really not much that's in the 200s in this city. So the aspect that we have these amazing houses that come with all the blinds, all the appliances, full sod, full irrigation, and have beautiful finishes is important. It may not have a coat closet. However, maybe the buyer doesn't need a coat closet.
Yeah. We talk about buyer's joy and always reminding them the question, are you excited? Checking in with them. Are you excited? Because we're excited for you, and keeping that joy going forward, because people spend a lifetime dreaming about homeownership, not a lifetime about dreaming about hiring a real estate agent. It's not about us. It's about them. It's about their journey. So I appreciate you bringing that up, because that's something that I think agents could use a little dose of that now and then, a reminder. Okay. So, all right, we talked about the things that we want them to stop doing. What are you mentioned pre-qualification letters? There's something that they're, other than that, that they're not doing that they need to?
Bring more buyers. Okay, so one of the things I want to talk about that's really important is that a lot of your buyers got caught. When we got to COVID, then all of a sudden there was like this crazy, balloon in the market where everything was going too high and we didn't have enough inventory. And then all of a sudden the interest rates really went up. And so we've had kind of this craziness of couldn't buy a home and then couldn't afford to buy a home. But right now the builders are paying so much to help a buyer get into a first-time home. And this week on Friday, we lowered our prices. That our 1,380 square foot home that doesn't have a garage but is the cutest home ever. It's 175. So with taxes, insurance, 3.5% down, it's a $1,450 payment a month, kids.
And the floor plan is fantastic. I mean, it feels like a much bigger house than it is, and it's got windows all around. It is a great floor plan.
It is a great floor plan. It's got very nice finishes. It's got that vinyl plank all the way through. It's got beautiful white soft close cabinet doors. It's got quartz countertops. It's got full sod, full irrigation. It's got blinds. It's got all of the appliances. So nobody's really renting for that anymore. So even if your buyer needs a garage, we're starting in the 223, a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,300 square foot home. And, that's going to be like a 1,790 to an 1,850 payment. So, I mean, get your buyers off the fence. People are like, oh, the rates are going to go down. The rates are never going to go lower than my 4.5% with everything paid for them. I don't foresee we see
when the rates go
4.5%
down,
again.
when the rates go down, the prices are going to skyrocket again.
They are. But I mean, right now, this is the time. So people who, have been sitting the fence, you can get in a beautiful house in a great neighborhood. You know what I mean? For $1,800. I think most of my people that come here are kind of looking for something under 2,100, and we most definitely have it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
And I think Jack might, but I thought I read on Zonda that this is the first time in history that new construction and resale has been hand in hand even. Usually
we're
it's
seeing
like 4 to 1, right?
We just did a CMA right before that you got in here, and I can actually show you in areas where the new construction is selling for less than resale. The average price for the home is less for new construction. Did we just see that, guys?
And Gerald's probably one of them, right?
Kyle is the city that we did, and Gerald, absolutely. Yeah.
But there's some other great communities right now, Jack, that the pricing is amazing. Bertram. I'm a big fan of Bertram. It's right on 29. It's going to be 8 minutes away from the new Costco and Target. It's got great schools. The tax rate is 1.68. I'm a big fan of that community. So there are some outlying areas that have low taxes that, 183 is right there. There's some outlying areas that there's starting to be new construction in that, tax rates low, schools are great. So, it doesn't always have to be Gerald because, a lot of people work right off 183. So Bertram's another good area. We're in the 250 to, 312 range in pricing. So that's another great area.
Yeah, Bertram is a great location. I've sold a couple of banks in there. I've sold quite a few homes in there, and the land is cheap, and they've got the cutest. Every year they've got their pumpkin patch. They've got their little city event. It is really cute place. It's a great community.
And you get to drive by all the zebras on the way there.
So thank you, Cindy. I would like to talk to you about your preferred lender versus getting them pre-qualified and all the advantages that the buyers get by not only getting a new home, but also working with the builder's lender.
Okay. So at Lennar, we have Lennar Mortgage, and every buyer does pre-qualify with Lennar Mortgage before purchase. The one thing that I love about it is they pay all the closing costs currently. So that is a big deal because closing costs, as you know, are expensive. It's a lot of money out of pocket, plus down payment. So all of their closing costs are covered. Their owner's title policy is covered. And, you know, we're doing rate buy downs now. So people ask me about rate buy downs, and because there's a ton of different messages and there's a ton of different programs out there. But for my first time buyers, I usually see about 4.5% 30-year fixed rate. And that is with all closing costs and everything covered. Now, if your buyer was in a different financial situation and they wanted to use a portion of the closing costs instead and bring their own closing costs, I mean, I'm seeing 3.75, 3.99. The problem with my first time buyers is that they typically don't have the extra, you know, closing costs to bring. Does that make sense? But the lender, if the buyer happens to have extra money over their down payment, most definitely, you know, they can move to an even lower rate. But to be 4.5% and everything covered, and all they have to do is bring their 3.5%, that's fantastic. Now, the other thing about some of these outlying communities is that there is USDA and there is Lennar Advantage. And I want to talk about both of those because there are down payment assistance programs that the rate can be bought down. When the builders are doing rate buy downs, only USDA and Lennar, our own Lennar Advantage, you can buy down the rate. There is still a lot of down payment assistance programs out there. The problem is that the government down payment assistance programs do not allow you to buy down the rate. So the rates are in the 7s. So it's so much easier if the buyer could do USDA or can do a Lennar Advantage program. We can buy down the rate and they can still have a rate in the 4s for 30-year fixed. So there's so much advantage to that. The big advantage for a builder and myself personally is that with Lennar Mortgage, if I have a buyer that comes in and they need some credit repair, we do credit repair for free through Lennar Mortgage. My guy is Troy. He's been doing it 35 years and he is fantastic. Even for my buyers that are just coming out of college that never established credit, he's very quick. It's about a 60-day period of time to get them an established credit score with all 3 bureaus. I use him sometimes if a buyer's conventional and they need like 10 more points to get to another tier so that they can get a lower interest rate. He does credit repair to clean up some people's credit. I had a person who there were 4 people in the family that had the same name. And he even fixed the credit bureaus his name established with his credit. So we do that for free and we do credit rescores. It's fast and efficient. He's amazing. They talk to the buyer, they give the buyer an absolute list of exactly what needs to be done and they review it with them. And then they give the buyer a couple weeks to do what they need to do. And then they have another call. So credit repair is something that sometimes our buyers need, and we have an amazing program. But the most important thing that Lennar Mortgage does for the builder is that there's insider trading, basically. So if I have a buyer and my lender calls me and says, your buyer's $450 short for closing, it gives me the opportunity to go back to the builder and say, hey, listen, my buyer can't close until the next paycheck. They're short $450. And that allows the builder sometimes to contribute the $450 so they can close. And that is an amazing relationship. It's, you know, if I have a buyer, they have a little bit of a problem, I need a little bit more time. The lender can kind of give us a little bit more time. But that relationship is crucial because our job really is to get the buyer closed and to overcome obstacles. And so having your own lender that, you know, has all these amazing incentives, but they also have credit repair. It's also a relationship. So, you know, I mean, if my buyer needs a little bit more, or we need to change something, or something happens, things happen in our buyers' lives all the time. Sometimes they lose their job. Sometimes they've changed the way they're being paid. Sometimes things happen during the process that we just need to adjust. And having your own lender allows us to do that.
There's really no reason not to buy a home because there's, you know, if someone can pay rent in this market, they can buy a home. So
Yeah.
I agree that they just need to be bringing more people to you so that we can get more roofs over their head. All right. So does anybody have any questions? So I know you're all going to want to know what community. We're going to send out Cindy's contact information to all of you so you have it. Actually, every so often, Cindy will invite us up to one of her communities, and she's done some fun stuff for us. So there's that as well. So we will disseminate her price list that she has and her information. But what questions do you have for Cindy in the course of her representing the builder and, you know, you guys having questions for an onsite? Who would like to raise their hand and ask a question?
Oh, does she have a contact for Houston? Woodlands. You know what? It's so funny. We are so big here that I don't really know anybody in the other cities. I know that Houston's selling like 6,000 houses a year with Lennar, but I don't have a contact in that community or in Houston. I'm sorry.
No problem at all. Thank you, Cindy, so much for coming and visiting us and giving us some of your wisdom. We appreciate it.
Can I say one more thing?
If you have
I
any
want to
final
talk
thoughts?
just one more little thing. So I do want to thank you because your job of being a strong agent and making the buyer feel assured and making sure that what they're doing is right, and especially when they hear all this crummy stuff on TV. I can tell you when they've talked about rates on TV because traffic changes and people go, oh, maybe it's not a great time. It is a great time to buy today. Pricing is low. It's lower than what it's been in the last couple of years, and we're giving great incentives. But I want to thank you for all the things that you do, because as an agent, I know you guys get crazy phone calls and you're reassuring your buyer and you're prompting your buyer of, you know, hey, you have to do this, etc., just like I am on this side. And I do appreciate all of the things that you do. And I look forward to working with you all as a team to help more buyers get in a home.
Looks like we have one more question from
King. Do you have any communities in the Euless, Arlington, Fort Worth area?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Dallas is a huge division. If you go to lennar.com and you put in the area that you want to be in, it will show you every community. When the little person comes up, that is a real person that you can chat with or call, and they will give you every community, all the information about every community, and give you a number for a salesperson to call.
Angela, final question.
Thank you.
In each of the communities, do you have a certain number of spec houses that you guys put in, or do you not do that?
We're 100% inventory.
Oh, okay.
I'm 100% inventory. I don't do any, you know, I started my career, as we would say in this business, selling dirt for the buyer to use a home site. At Lennar, we're 100% inventory. So everything you see from Lennar on a list is going to be ready to close within 60 days.
Well, that's awesome.
So
that is so great.
So the cool thing is that you don't come to Lennar and actually walk through lots of construction debris. All of my homes really are finished.
That's
So,
great.
they may need some paint touch up, but for the most part, that buyer is going to come through and see something they can purchase today. The other thing I want to share with you all, just in case you thought the market was really wonky, and it is wonky right now, but you realize that 51% of the people that come today buy a house in 24 hours. So it's really fast in new construction. So we dropped some pricing on Friday, and the amount of people that were here, like you couldn't even park in front of the model home. Like I was parking over because there were so many people here that wanted to see the homes that were on the MLS. So it is this, there is a market and there are people looking. So, just call your backlog, call your people, call your friends that have been renting for too long. I've had so many people recently that are in their late 30s, 40s, and they've never bought a home before because they didn't think they could. So it's a good time. People who say they're going to wait, the interest rates are never going to go down to 4.5. I don't see that. I mean, Jack might think I'm
We got
wrong.
100,000 people in our database. 40,000 of them we're still trying to get in touch with. And we've got 15,000 phone calls that are being made every single month. There
Yep.
are thousands and thousands and thousands of people that we get in contact with that the agents are telling them things like, oh, well, that price range, we don't think we'll be able to help you. And I just strangle them. I strangled them, Cindy. I strangled them because obviously I've sold a ton of your inventory and I know that that's not the case. I remember last year you and I sold a home and my client had $19 cash to close.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Yeah,
So
it's really good. It's really good when the builders are really helping. I know on your resale, I know it's hard because your buyers want a certain price or need a certain price, and then they can't pay closing costs. And you know what I mean? They don't want to pay any extra because they're already lowering their price. But new construction is really the place to bring people, and something brand new, has a 10-2-1 warranty. Has all the appliances, all the blinds, full sod, full irrigation. It's ready to go. All you need is your suitcase to come.
bring your smile.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you all so much for having me. Does anyone have any more questions?
Yana, you'll be our final question.
Yeah, I have a question. What about the VA people with VA loan? Can they purchase the new house?
All day long.
Oh,
yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. You're welcome. Thank y'all. You have a great day. So, Jack, I would love to have y'all here. If you want to come, if you want to set up like some fun, I mean, I know it's really super hot, but if you want to wait till we get to September, we could have a big luncheon and you all could walk some homes.
Well, we're having a big mega graduation here on the 27th. If you want to stop by around 5 o'clock, you can get to meet all these people in person.
Oh, I would love to. Well,
right.
congratulations. How many graduates are we going to have?
Oh, I'm thinking we're going to have more than 20. But all
Awesome.
30 will be here. In fact, it's our company happy hour mixed with this group. So I'm expecting a big turnout. And we would love to
great. Well, thank y'all. You have a great day and happy selling. And you tell people this is the time to buy. I can find you a home with a payment under $2,000.
Thank you, heard
Cindy.
it from Cindy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank y'all.
All right, so you heard it from someone else. This is the time to buy. There is absolutely no reason. There's zero reason not to be able to help anybody in any price range, the lower price ranges, the higher price ranges, people who don't have a down payment, people who need closing cost assistance. It's all there for you. So I hope that, hearing from Cindy and her communities gives you a little bit of inspiration. And yes, we will get her contact information disseminated out to you. I've been working with Cindy now, my gosh, for more than 20 years. And I've seen her move from community to community. I'll share a little story that I always share with her. Just as my very first time I met her, she was selling in Matson Ranch, which was on the way to Paloma Lake, a very small little pocket community that Lennar was building. And I met her in a Lennar home called the Onyx C floor plan. It was one of their big popular floor plans at the time. And I was doing an open house, and I met a couple at an open house, and they were talking about a floor plan. You know, asked them, "What are you looking for?" And they kind of they explained to me what I had just saw that prior weekend. And I said, "You know what? After the open house, I'd like to show you a property." So I took them over to see Cindy. They ended up buying that house, by the way. But what's hilarious is, have any of you seen the windows that you can pop open and you can pull them in and you can wash them and then push them back up and clip them? Well, here's Cindy. This was probably the first year those come out, and she wanted to show them, which is just a hilarious story. So she opens up the window and clips the clip and opens it and shatters the window, and glass went flying everywhere. And so from all the client saw was, "Here, watch." Completely confused on why she just did that, and everyone was like, like this is not what was supposed to happen. So, of course, then I'm helping her clean up the glass, and blossomed from that was a 20-year fun relationship. She is so cool. She is accessible on the weekends and after hours, and her heart's always in the right place, and she goes to bat for you, and you can trust her. She's one of the good ones. She's one of the good ones. And, you know, she will make sure that your relationship with your client stays intact. But just follow her advice. When you go to a new home builder, it is so important that you register that client when you walk in, and call ahead and register the client and fill out the content, fill out the card, the registration card correctly with you as their agent, and that the agent found the community. No, the client found the community through you. How you fill out that questionnaire is very important. We've had situations where, you know, maybe the agent wrote, filled out the content card, but on the content card said that that yes, this client is working with this agent, but the client found the community by seeing the sign on the major highway. Agent was there for the contract signing, agent was there for the walkthroughs, agent went to the closing, and the builder said, "We're not paying you." And the agent like, "Why? Why? I don't understand. I was here for every step of the process." Well, because you weren't here for um, you didn't you did not cite that you brought this prospect out. The prospect already knew about the community, so it wasn't really a referral. So how you get paid is very important. Remember that you must be named in the contract. The firm has to be named in the contract in order for us to be paid. And so you need to be there at contract signing and reviewing the documents and being part of that. All right. We have a special guest coming at 2 o'clock, but it's 1:30 now. So we are going to turn this over to the one, the only, the amazing Lisa Ormsby, and she's going to talk to us about points. So again, we had Lennar come in at 1. Oksana's going to come here at 2. It's 1:40 now. So what we're going to do is Lisa's going to do the points. We're going to jump off to break at 1:50, come back at 2, hear from Oksana, and then we're going to jump right back into class. So Lisa, you've got the floor for 10 minutes. All right. Actually, I kind of got the floor, don't I?
You
For one,
do. I don't
yes.
really need 10 minutes, but yeah, you need to get your little points up and then I can
Okay,
update.
we stood on today's Monday, on Friday with in 5th place with 13,850 points was Alicia. 4th place with 14,350 points was Kyle. 3rd place with 14,625 was Jeff. 2nd place with 15,450 was Kelly. And Tina was in 1st place with 16,600 points. All right, Lisa.
Well, they were very busy this weekend.
Oh
So
no.
there's some changes. So in fifth place, now with 16,175 points, is Isa.
Wow. Okay, way to make the list, Isa. Good job.
In fourth place, with 16,225 points, is Alicia.
Congratulations. Lisa moved up a spot.
In third place with 17,450 points, so now it's tightening up, is Kelly.
Good job, Kelly.
And I know she just sent me a contract, so that's going to go up by 1,000. Put her, so maybe tomorrow
Those
we'll
are
see.
my favorite kind of points, by the way.
And then in second place at the moment is 17,850 points, only 400 point difference, is Kyle Dunn.
Good job, Kyle.
And of course, still holding on to first place, it's 18,450, which if I were to record.
Now you're just showing off.
Yeah, she is. But if I record Kelly's, once I record Kelly's, they're going to be tied. So I'm just putting that out there. Is our Tina Thompson. And I have not chosen the best mock open house yet. Just have them in. I have 8 of you. So tonight when it's quiet, I'm going to go through that for the extra 300 points.
Well, what I'm hearing is that everyone in our top 5 has already received 15,000 points. We are, and Tina, you are well on your way to 20,000 points, which is always exciting to see some people breach that mile mark as well. Congratulations, everyone. You know, these points are not just points. They are accumulation of all of the amazing tasks that you put into place that helps you, whether it's learning your contract paragraphs or your 1 to 4 or your code of ethics, doing open houses, and getting contracts signed and coming to class and doing all the things. So these are meaningful points because they actually equate to something that's real and meaningful to your business. So thank
You
you for
guys are doing great, honestly. And there's so many of you that are definitely going to graduate. There's a few of you that need to just push a little harder, get some of the memorization down, and I'm sure you'll graduate too. So you know who you are because I already talked to you this weekend.
This is about that time where we all start building this, relationship where we get used to hanging out with each other on a regular basis, and then it ends, and then it's like, oh, no, I don't want it to end so quick. And I'm already starting to feel my separation anxiety with my kids. All right, we talked about the benefits of a new home for a buyer. Everything is new, low maintenance, new home warranty, energy efficiency, new technologies, personal selections, no haggling over repairs because you hand the inspection report, and anything that's truly a deficiency, they will fix without question. Sometimes they get to pick choices, but like in Lennar, they do get a choice. They can pick a different property. They don't like the dark cabinets, they can pick the property next door that has light cabinets. And so there's always choices. Relationship with lenders, which, as you heard from Cindy today, is a really big deal. That should be something that gets you excited because you get the best of both worlds. Down payment assistance programs, credit repair, and then of course you layer on top of that a good incentive, and then the builder working with that lender to make sure that they can get that client to close. It is a win-win for everyone. Pricing competition between them and other builders, and the joy of owning a new home and being the first one to move in. That's a pretty cool thing. So for the agent, some of the advantages for us is the on-site's a trained professional. We're dealing with someone who is a trained professional. Is the agent on the other side of a resale transaction always a trained professional? No. Sometimes we're dealing with a nightmare on the other side, but these on-sites, no, not always. Sometimes they're new. But they get training that most real estate agents don't. They actually go to sales training like this class, and they have a sales manager that's continually giving them scripts and education and training and pouring into them resources to make them the best professional they can be, which is really, really good. The warranty reduces liability for the broker and the agent. And so if you have a resale property and something wasn't properly disclosed and buyer sues, it very well could hit liability of the agent and the company's air and emissions insurance if they're found to be harmed. And so yes, our air and emissions insurance kicks in undisclosed if under undisclosed conditions of the property. Builder's insurance covers defects. So if there is a defect, I did have a defect with Lennar Home, but they had to buy it back. The Lennar Home split right down the middle, not because of a quality of construction issue, but because half of the land that they were building on was a rock and the other hand was sand, and half of the property was teetering, and it cracked up along in the middle um, of the slab. And so you ended up about 6 months after them moving in, they started hearing the tiles from their front door all the way to the back door cracking, pop, 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 pop. And nail pops happening. Sometimes homes have to be bought back. That was one of those scenarios. And so that was an insurance situation. I had another builder that wasn't Lennar, that was a big production builder. This was a big 6,000 square foot home that was built on an acre lot that was $1 million home. This particular home had a bathroom towards the front of the house that was a full bath. The inspector inspected the home, flushed the toilet, ran the hot water, ran the sink, everything was fine. But there was actually two of the pipes in the slab came apart. And that pipe would hold a lot of water before it actually started backing up. And that pipe had its own run from that particular bathroom all the way outside, and it took what we estimated was 15 toilet flushes in order to fill that pipe up. Was what actually ended up happening after they moved in. They found out that that it wasn't flushing, and they sent a scope down the pipe and found out that it was not connected. And they had to, unfortunately, it didn't come undone in the dirt outside, it was under the slab. So they had to jackhammer into the slab while the people living in the home. The builder had to pay to move them out and the whole bit. So there are situations that pop up even through inspections that you find out later, and the builder's insurance will cover that stuff. Thank gosh, because that's not the case for resale, obviously. Peace of mind, it's actually fun working with new construction if you allow it to be, but sometimes agents they overpromise, like Cindy mentioned, and you walk in there with a expectation that the buyer is going to beat up the builder and walk away with a free house, and should not be the expectation at all. Most of the builders, they can negotiate and they're going to do whatever they can to bend over backwards to help get the home sold. Closing costs, break buy downs, but when it comes to the price, they don't want to reduce that price because they're already reducing the price of the home. But more importantly, that's going to become a comp that's going to be a problem for them later. So typically, they're not moving very much on a price, and the on-site has no ability to negotiate. The on-site has to take an offer and send it to their VP, and their VP puts it through a spreadsheet. And if it doesn't match their spreadsheet, they say no. And sometimes agents get really offended by that. What do you mean no? Counter me. Well, that's not how this works. My person said no. Our price is, 175, and you came in at 165. I told you my sales manager wasn't going to accept it, but I submitted it anyway, and they said no. Well, counter me. That's not how this works. The price is 175. And if the buyer was told that that price isn't fair, then you've got a huge mess on your hands. So don't set the expectation. You should set the expectation that the builders know how to price their homes and that you might be able to get a little bit off, but more importantly, we should be looking at closing costs and zero down programs. Okay. So hopefully we are focusing our attention on the right things. We're going to do a self-assessment after we get back from working with or hearing from Oksana West. It's 1:49 now. We're going to take our break. We're going to come back at 2, hear from Oksana, and then we're going to do a self-assessment, and then we're going to jump right back into our class and finish off the second day strong. We're actually going to talk about the building process from the very beginning all the way to the very end, every single phase of construction and how they build these homes, which is super fun. I think you'll enjoy it. I'll see you back at 2 o'clock. Have a good break.
Jack, I have a quick question for you.
I am sorry, I have a meeting that I have to get to, but I will be back. Okay, Alicia?
Okay.
Is it anything I can answer for you?
Maybe, Lisa. Okay, so on Friday, Jack had told me that I needed to, or that he wanted me to list the listing that I got in the CTX MLS. I
Right.
went ahead and signed up for it on Friday. They got back to me this morning. Everything is good to go, but I do not have access to MLS there yet. They said they were going to work on it and maybe close the business day tonight or maybe tomorrow morning. They said within 8 business hours. I have the listing ready to go in Sabre, but he wanted me to list it in CTX first. Do I wait or go ahead and release it to Sabre?
So have you already talked to your clients? Because here's the conversation we have. We like to put it live in Central Texas MLS on a Monday because of the station, right? It's going to push out to everybody. So there's thousands of websites that will end up having that information. Plus, Central Texas MLS covers counties from Temple Belton all the way down to Victoria. So a wider range of agents that are setting up searches.
They're going to see it.
And so when you push it out, it takes anywhere from 24 to 72 hours to syndicate out there on those websites. And that's why we put it in CTX first. So you can put it in Sabre, but you have to say no showings then till Friday. Because the whole point of that is to make sure you have all of those eyeballs on your property. You might get a offer, but only this many people saw it, right? Just a little handful.
Right.
This many people. And so that's where you're going to get your best offer is by driving all that. Does that make sense?
Right. With that being said, Lisa, it's ready. It's ready in the Sabre. I'm waiting for the access for CTX. But here it is Monday. Should I wait? Because they said it would be by a close of business day to day or first thing in the morning. So should I wait?
Yes, perfect. I would wait personally.
Okay. All right. That's what I needed to know. Yes, ma'am.
You got
awesome. Very good. Thank
Monday
you.
Is
That's
optimal for sure. But if you don't have access till late tonight, go ahead and put it in CTX. And then on Friday, that's when you drop it into Sabre.
Gotcha. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Lisa.
You're welcome.
Lisa, do you have a minute?
Sure.
Okay, so my question is similar to the one you just answered. I just gained access to CTX. I am working on importing all this stuff for a new listing, and I know the ideal would be to have it ready to go by noon on Monday. There's no way I'm gonna finish. I still have to upload the photos, and it's a ton of stuff. So, would it be bad to put it live tomorrow morning instead of today? Like, would that just impact me in a big way?
Not bad. I mean, as you get better at this, you'll be in that routine, right? So it's all about, again, it's really all about the syndication. So it's going to take some time. Most people set up their open house tours somewhere around Wednesday. So you still should follow doing it that way, putting it in CTX, and then on Friday, put it in your primary MLS, whatever that is, ABOR or Sabre or HAR.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, welcome back from our break, everyone. We have a very special guest, one of the kindest, sweetest persons I've ever known. Oksana West. Oksana is one of our top producers. You will always see her on our top 40 list. She's very, very hardworking, and does a lot of new construction. Hello, Oksana. Welcome to our class. There you go. Perfect.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. Okay. Well, hi, Jack, and hi, everyone. It's such an honor. Thank you so much for inviting me as a guest speaker. I'm excited
We
to
always
share
love
what I've learned.
well, and share with the agents who look up to you and want to know how it is that you do all of this.
Mm.
Are you ready to jump right in?
Yeah, yeah, of course.
So, what do you like so much about new construction? Well, what about new construction has appealed to you all these years?
Well, it's just very exciting. It's like a fresh start, basically. It's a fresh start. It's a fresh paint. It's a new carpet, a new flooring, new modern finishes, modern designs, new beautiful communities with a lot of new communities have very unique lifestyle that you wouldn't find in the older neighborhoods. Amazing amenities. So it's the whole lifestyle. It's not just just a new building. It's the lifestyle that I appreciate personally, and a lot of my clients do as well. A lot of my buyers. And so yeah, it's very exciting. And also what I appreciate about new construction is the warranty that my clients get and the peace of mind. So they know that they don't need to spend 6,000 on an AC unit as soon as they close on a house. It's going to be covered by warranty. If something will go wrong, it will be covered by warranty. And majority, I would say, um, um, probably 99.9% of builders are offering 10-year warranty. I've met one that reduced their time frame to 6, but still, I think it's a great peace of mind for the clients that they know they're not going to have those extra expenses as soon as they move in. So yeah, I think those are probably the best selling points and something that I personally appreciate in new construction versus resale.
So, I mean, lifestyle obviously is a big thing. Outdoor activities and what the HOA offers, and just the feel of the community. With communities popping up all the time, so much new construction popping up everywhere, how do you
Right.
stay abreast of where the communities are and what they offer? How do you stay on top of all that? Because it's a lot.
Right. But if you are interested in it, if you have like a personal interest, I'm addicted to it. It's like my addiction. I'm so passionate about it. Sometimes when I have free time, I stop by a new community on the way somewhere from somewhere, or making a point to go look at the new community. And if there is a model home and a sales rep, you can always, go and introduce yourself and see what they have available right now, what is coming up, what do they know about infrastructure. So making a point to know and kind of plan on it, because you always want to know what to offer the next client who's going to call, right? Because some of them will be interested in resale. But if the clients, if your buyers want to send their kids to Westwood High School, more likely it's going to be resale. But those clients are more flexible, that work from home, and maybe having a lower budget, you need to be prepared for those clients as well and for those phone calls, because you need to be connecting the dots as they speak, right? When you walk through the community, I don't know, any, start with any community, you know what lots are private. You know, I mean, you have to drive and walk through different floor plans, but you know what they're offering there. If someone is looking for oversized yard, maybe with no neighbors behind, you know what property is that. And if or someone wants a lot of natural light, you walking through different homes and you know exactly what you're going to show them on the weekend or today, this evening. And again, if you keep in touch with the sales reps, they will they'll send you the updates. And when one neighborhood is closed and they will move to another one, they will make sure that you know that they moved to to Leander, and they're not longer building in Georgetown, they build in Leander, and they will keep in touch with you. So, but you need to show the interest, right? You need to show the interest, and I mean that's we need that. We need to know the inventory, and keeping in touch is really important. Uh, Also, I think it's really helpful to attend the builder events. A lot of builders will organize the events. They will talk about their communities, about their promotions, about their incentives, and what is coming up next. So just be aware, and
And they've got great little prices they hand out and gift cards and all kinds of stuff. They
right. And get a free lunch.
That's right.
Cater lunch or breakfast or brunch, something. So it's fun. It's fun. But that's how you know. Just it's like a homework. But if you love it, it's not a homework. It's fun. It's like a hobby, basically. Go and see different neighborhoods, and go to community center. Sometimes they would build a community center at a certain phase when the neighborhood is already built, and they'll have a grand opening. It's important to go. It's important to take pictures, videos, so you can send it to your clients, and you know what they're offering there as well.
What's your top favorite couple communities? What are your top ones that you just love?
Well, you probably know, Jack. I absolutely love Wolf Ranch.
Mhm.
And that's where I'm at right now. I'm in Wolf Ranch right now in my new house. My daughter lives here as well. And a lot of my friends live here as well because they are sold their homes and they move here, two of them on my street. So they came to see they came to have a coffee. Some I don't know. So Sundays, just the couple that directly from me lives directly from me, directly across from me. They came to have coffee in the morning, and they fell in love with the neighborhood so much that we sold their Crystal Fall home, which it was nice too. But they just really love amenities. They love what Dries was selling at that time, because that's what they ended up buying. And they moved here and they said, Oksana, drinking
Well,
coffee with you is actually kind of pricey.
It's $1 million coffee cup. Well,
Right. Yeah.
there have been times myself that, I've toured a model home and absolutely fallen in love with it and found myself back in that model home 10 times and then trying to figure out, how I can sell it. I'm guessing you do that same thing. I mean, it becomes a little bit of a pet project to sell that home for them.
Right. Right. Well, yeah. You're talking about the new or their home, the home that they own, or the home that they're moving in?
Yeah, that one. Well, when touring properties for the builder,
Sure.
touring some of
Oh,
our
yeah.
properties,
Yeah.
you fall in
Yeah.
love with them.
Fall in
So,
love with it. Right. Right. Yes.
uh-huh.
Exactly.
What's the hardest part about working with builders? I mean, there's a lot of fun parts and there's a lot of amazing parts, but what's the part you struggle with the most?
I would say, yeah, there are more fun parts than the issues, than the problems. Builders are very friendly. They will work with you. They're on the same team with you. They want the buyers to have a fun experience and pleasant experience and give a good ratings to them, right? They all worry about ratings. So there are more good parts, but I would say some sometimes the issues come where you don't expect it, like having having an easement next to your buyer's property outside of the buyer property of your client's property, right outside of the fence line, that actually belongs to him, and it's his responsibility to maintain it and to water it. And I'm talking about a big space. I went across something like that, and just ask a lot of questions, I think, and get the answers, because sometimes they don't know, and our salesperson didn't know, he wasn't aware of that. But it's like taking care of entire yard that does not, you can't utilize because because it's outside of your fence line, but it's still your property, and it's a drainage easement. So I think getting clear answers, probably, and insist on an answer, and have something in writing that explains everything. And things like, a lot of clients prefer have a view and no neighbor behind, but builders probably at this point know that it's not always going to be a green belt, and they will not always have that view. So eventually it will change into, I don't know, multifamily, and some apartments will be there. So getting as much clarity as possible, I would say, just getting answers and sharing with the clients.
I think what most agents probably struggle with is knowing where to take the client, what communities, because there's just so many different communities. And if someone is in, a price range of 350 to 450, then, there's just so much that opens up that they get into paralysis because they don't know where to take them. So, having the relationships with the builders and touring the communities, and when you have lunch with a friend, stop by a new community and just keep, getting familiar with them, obviously helps a lot. But you obviously have your passions in the communities that you really like, and that works really well for you and your business.
Right. Yeah,
So
that's true.
one of the questions that I asked you last time that I want to bring and circle back around on is, you've got a lot of experience working with builders, and I'm guessing that there's always one thing that you're kind of watching out for. One thing that you're trying to make sure that goes right, whether it's negotiation, whether it's inspection, whether it's, they're going to build the home and you're just kind of watching out for build times. But what's the one thing that you just are always watching out for, that you just don't want to go wrong, that could so easily go wrong?
Well, I am always aware. So when I am involved in the process, from the search and through the contract, and through the whole process, I am not worried as much until closing, because then something will go wrong. No homes are perfect; they're not built perfectly. So, one room is going to be cooler or hotter than the other one, so they'll have to go to the warranty department. So, if you're working with a builder that you're not familiar with some builders, I'm not worried. I know that my clients will be taken care of. But with others, I have to be a little more. Um, I'm so that's where I find the biggest challenge, is how to help them after, because after they close on the property, because our relationship don't just end there, right? And sometimes they need extra help. So I think it's after closing more than I'm worried than through entire process until closing. um
How do you
And
approach negotiations?
the same way as with resale, I know what homes are sold, the same, exactly the same floor plans, plus minus, the size of the yard or some upgrades. So I bring that up, and I negotiate just like with the seller. Negotiate pretty much everything. If they cannot do a lot on the price, we'll try to negotiate on appliance package or I don't know, maybe a little bigger incentives because pretty much everyone is giving incentives right now towards the rates.
Does that conversation, does that usually happen between you and the onsite, or do you submit an offer and have them take it to, their president and come back? Or is that usually a one stop? You have a conversation with the onsite to find out what they're willing to do and try to work it out there? Or is it usually a multiple day kind of a thing?
It depends on the builder. We've seen different scenarios. Sometimes it's just a phone call away, the answer. I usually do, well, I like for my buyers to know everything and for the process to be very transparent and all conversation to be very transparent. So, we usually go back with the buyers, back to the office. So the builders know that it's not just me trying to sell the house, of course, that the buyers really like the house, but this is the price where we need to be, and we know that that's what the home's been selling at. So I tell the builder that my buyers are very serious, they're very committed, they're pre-approved, they're educated on the process. They want to be a part of this community because their friends or family live here. So I kind of I kind of act like a PR director. I have to, like a PR director because I want the builder to know that I have a serious buyers who are really interested in a certain home, and that's where we're at. So a lot of
So
times
you
they'll
sell the
call.
builder on the buyer and want the builder then sell the house to the buyer. So sounds like you're selling the builder on the buyer.
Yes, that as well, because we want our offer to be accepted, and I always want to save the money, right? And the homes that buyers love is usually more than what their budget is. So you know how it goes, right? So we've been really successful with negotiating with sellers, like pretty significant amounts. And those are homes that are move-in ready or easier to negotiate on. Move-in ready, complete homes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can negotiate a little bit more of those than if someone's going to buy custom and then that they're gonna pay through the nose on a custom. Would you agree?
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, negotiations are always a big thing. Right now, we've got builders that are offering rate incentives. They're offering closing costs. They're offering, maybe even more standard features than they did before. And then, I think the builders are trying not to negotiate on price because they're worried about, having one bad comp that closes and it affects the rest of them. And so, but then you get buyers, like you just said, who fall in love with a home that is close to their price range, but not quite. And now you're
Right.
trying to stretch, especially when you're dealing with payment conscious people. So, I mean, how much movement are you getting from a builder in a situation where, the home is done, buyer's in love with the neighborhood, they're in love with this home, and now it's up to the builder to make this work?
I've been negotiating in some cases 80, 60,000 off the price.
60, 80,000?
Mhm.
And these are properties probably closer to
Those,
what?
yeah, those
800?
are, yeah, like
So,
8, 900, a million, yeah.
so we're talking 10%, somewhere uh, close to 10%. Just a
Right.
little. All right. Got it. Wow, that's a lot. All right, so let's open it up to a couple of questions. Willing to take some hot seat questions?
Sure.
All right, let's get some hot seat questions. All right, group, let's ask Oksana. I'm going to open it up to 3 questions. We've got time for 3 questions. Who wants to go first? All right, we're going to start with Iris and then Gabe.
Hi, Oksana. It's a pleasure to see you. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I would like to ask you if you are interested in a particular subdivision, for example, how do you introduce yourself to that community? What are the activities that you do? You just go and hang out, or what do you do?
Well, you will like something about that community, right? For you to be bring the clients back in, you have to be passionate and liking it yourself. So looking at the the builders, looking at the sites, looking at what they're offering, the amenities, just getting familiar with it and spending time there and just, seeing if it's something that one of your clients would be interested in. But you just need to know, need to know more about the community and what they're offering and what price range they're selling at. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I answer your question, but yeah, just I think spending the time and walking through model homes, seeing what features are standard, what are upgrades, so you can present it to your clients.
Thank you, Iris. All right, Gabe, you are up. Let me spotlight you. And then Indu. Next.
Hey, I'm sorry. I don't want to chop up your Oksana. Hey, Oksana. Hey, in terms of your experience when it comes to the new model homes, is there a price point where you've seen, or I guess from the buyer's representation aspect of it, that you've had to have a little bit more, I guess, quote unquote, you have to be more on top of the back? I mean, obviously you're looking at, the range from 4 to 6 to, anything above 7 to $1 million. In your experience, do you have to really be on a certain builder, or not a builder in particular, but I guess the price point itself, when you're doing new builds, that you got to be a little bit more meticulous on what you're looking for and for your buyer itself, if that makes sense?
Well, if you start working with buyers, you know that certain buyers, I'm sorry, with the builders, you know that every builder has a certain range, right? And some builders have different collections, so they are offering something at the lower price, and then they have product that they built on 75-foot lot, and that those are a lot more expensive, and there is like 2 in between. So when they know what every builder is offering and what their price points, it's easier to navigate, it's easier to narrow down to to what to show your client, what to introduce your client to, because I mean our whole house search is like narrowing down, right? First, like what area they want to be. They'll tell you where they want to be. If they want to be in Liberty Hill, then it's there. What neighborhoods are there, and what builders are building in Santa Rita or somewhere else, and what are the price ranges, because some builders build like the same product in pretty much across um, across Austin area, and some have a different products, and they're like really different, including of course the price range. Like Lennar, we know that Lennar builds probably the least expensive homes, right? They're I don't remember the name of their collection, but they have a name to every collection, where you can buy something for around 200,000, And those are really small and the smaller lots, and pretty much constructed out of siding, and very straightforward, very simple, basic. But it meets someone's requirements, and so that's exactly what someone would need. Or they build over $1 million homes, and they're totally different neighborhoods and lots. So you just need to kind of know who offers what and what part of area.
I have an interesting question for you, Oksana. If you were moving into Austin right now, let's say you were to move into a completely new community,
Mhm.
you were starting over, what would you do to start over?
Good question. Good question. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what I would do. I would have to see all the options and all the options in the in my price range, and see where my family would feel most comfortable, and where is the biggest potential for the neighborhood, for the home and the neighborhood as well, because one day we probably will have to sell the home, and we want to sell it profitably, and so yeah, I would do some homework, but it's I feel like it could be a hard decision, because the convenience and proximity to our hotspots, right? Domain and Great Hills, so the downtown is important, but also having a newer, nicer home is important as well. So I guess everyone is choosing what is more important for them. I probably would go a little bit further for a nicer home. That's what I would do.
Thank you, Gabriel. And Aki, I see you have your hand up too. I'm going to add you to spotlight. What was your question, Aki?
Hi, Miss Oksana. Thank you for coming in today.
Oh, thank
My
you.
question, yeah, my question is, how do you deal with HOA? I know you guys don't have a HOA beginning of a process, but a lot of I'm hearing. I bought a lot of new houses from two different builders, and at the time of a contract in a closing, and they kind of rush into everything, and kind of miss the HOA paperwork.
Mm.
so so I wanted to ask, how do you approach HOA for you guys?
I wouldn't say that my clients have problems with HOA. I mean, it's pretty much standard, and if you comply, and um, if you're taking care of your yard and you're not building something, the two-story construction on your backyard, then I don't think you'll have a problem with HOA. But I don't know, maybe some are more intense than others. So far, we've been lucky, and I didn't hear any like complaints about it. Not too much, and I personally did not. I didn't have any problems with HOA in my homes. So
Okay.
yeah.
How about when you like a contract, when you did the like a final closing, at the closing, how did
Mhm.
you like a paperwork, or sign on the paper? I mean, did you get the HOA disclosure, or
The builders normally send that very early in the process.
early? Okay.
Yeah, they'll send deeds and restrictions, and those are well, sometimes it comes from the rep, but a lot of times from the title company. So
Okay.
you'll have time to get familiar with their deeds and restrictions.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much standard. I think it's pretty much standard. They just want you to take care of your yard and not leave the trash cans on the curb, for too long, and don't park your boat or I don't know, RV on the sidewalk. That's pretty much all I know. For the condominium, there it's a little bit different, right? For the condominium, there are more restrictions, but they will disclose it to you. If it doesn't match your client's criteria, then maybe that's not the right community. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the final question is going to come from Indu. Indu, meet Oksana. Oksana, Indu.
Thank you so much, Jack. And thank you so much, Oksana, for being here today and sparing some time for us. I really had this question since the knowledge and awareness is so wide, the media is so open, chat GPT and AI and everything. People really get to know, and whatever they want to know, they get the information so handy these days. So how do you convince the new buyers to rather render, like they choose you over their own knowledge and awareness that they have through technology and media? How do you convince them that they should opt for you or should go with you with your services? That how do you convince them with that?
I don't. I don't convince anyone. I guess the clients who are reaching out, they already did their homework. They talked to their friend or their relative or coworker, and made a decision to work with me. I work by referral pretty much. So, someone already referred me to them, so I don't have to convince. And I'm not good in convincing. I am who I am, and they know what I've done and how long I've been doing it. And they, I think they make their decision, make up their mind, before they even meet you. That's
So
my
let me ask. Thank you so much. So let me ask this question maybe other way. What is that one thing or a difference that you would say you come with handy or experienced with that the clients would want to come with you rather than going on their own? Because in my community, maybe I'm sure with other people also, they find out about new builders, the locations, about the cities, and people who are relocating. And what is that one thing that stands out for you that you would say? I'm not saying about the convictions or any convincing part from you, but what is that one thing that stands out about you?
Well, I'm very sincere, honest, and I sincerely looking for their best interests. And I think that they know, just talking to me, they understand that. A lot of times, um, I can bring something I can bring a value and save situation that wouldn't be saved maybe without me doing something special. I I feel like clients who are reaching out, they already know that they will work with me more likely because someone already worked with me and recommended me as a realtor to them. So there's not a lot of convincing, usually, we meet and we talk and we go straight to business, and they see the value in me, so they recommend me to someone else. So I don't know what makes me different. I'm just very, they know that I'm very committed, and I'm not, their interest is higher than mine, and they understand that. I would never recommend something or say something that does not benefit them and benefit me. I just cannot, I don't operate that way. So you know.
Thank you.
Yeah, people see value. Like, for instance, the clients that were, let's say, the clients who are building the home from scratch did not know that the change in elevation would change the size of the height of the ceilings, right? And that's something, I mean, it happened recently. And if I would not go to a different neighborhood, find that same floor plan, walk that floor plan, understand exactly what it looks like, how, you know, what to expect from that floor plan, from the complete construction, and wouldn't bring that up, they would end up with a low floor, with the low ceilings, just by changing the elevation. I mean, that's the value that we bring as agents. So we caught it so early and they fixed it. You know, they went with a different elevation that did offer higher ceilings, but without me doing my homework and, like, you know, taking my time and finding that model and looking. And actually, I recommend that to everyone. When your clients are, it's a little off subject, but just want to let you know, if your clients are building from scratch, make sure that you find that home somewhere that may be built in the neighborhood, or if they don't have it, they'll tell you where to find it. Maybe it's a model in a different neighborhood. So drive there, look around, so you know exactly what to expect. So when you know, when you go through that construction meeting, you know what it's supposed to look like, and maybe that's not what your buyers, what your clients think. So you know, just the value that we bring, that's, I think that's what makes us all different.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oksana, for your time and for your love of your profession. Every
Thank
time,
you.
the one thing
Thank
that I
you.
know everything about you, Oksana, is the agents out there that I see that do really well in this business are those agents who are grateful, thankful, and kind. And you are one of the most grateful, thankful, kind persons I've ever known. And the way you approach problem solving is not with to beat people up. You don't, that's not your style. You know, you're not aggressive, you're not no, that's not your style. It's exactly the opposite. And I think a lot of people take the approach of negotiations through aggression, that if they beat the salesperson up, that they're going to get what they want from them. And I think you've learned that that's exactly not the case, that the more professional you are and the more that you respect the people in the room, the more you're going to get what you need to get out of them, which is to help your client. And I
That
wish.
is very true.
All right. Any final thoughts you want to depart on these kids before we go on to our next step?
Well, I want to tell everyone to first of all, let me know if you have any questions. If you have questions about the builder, about the neighborhood, about the floor plan, I can tell you a lot probably. So don't hesitate. Call me or text me. I will be happy to help. And just, you know, love what you do.
Thank you, Oksana, very much from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate you stopping in Mega today and giving us some of your time. Everyone, let's give Oksana a round of applause. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, everyone, it is 2:39. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back at 2:40. When we get back from break, we're going to jump right in and finish up our self-assessment practice assessment as part of our new NHC class. I'll see you back at 2:50. Welcome back from everyone. It is always good to hear from Oksana. She is one of my favorite people, one of my favorite persons on planet Earth. Just an incredibly good human being, kind as kind can be, smart, and beloved by her clients. They absolutely adore her. It's hard not to fall in love with Oksana West. She's the best of people. We're going to jump into our practice assessment. This is part of the NHC book. So let's go ahead and give yourself a tally point for each one of these things that you do. So this is a best practices assessment. There's going to be 10 slides here. So give yourself a point for every single one of these things that you're doing. And when we're done, share your tally with the class in our meeting chat. So the first one is you make it a practice to drive around your market area to check out new home construction and new subdivisions. There's a lot of opportunity here to grow. Williamson County Association has a bus tour. Some associations have something similar. There are, in at least some of the markets, board events where they're having builder events. There's Facebook groups that builders are continually inviting us out to their communities. That's one thing. When you find out about a builder's event and you drive out and to attend it, that's one thing. But are you making it part of your daily practice? Let's just say not daily practice, but part of your practice to drive around and check out new construction. And not all of us can say that we do that. Maybe when we have a client looking for something, then we start looking. Or when, there's a big event happening and they're giving away a Mercedes, because of course, Highland Homes has their annual Mercedes giveaway. You sell 3 homes and you got 3 chances to draw the Mercedes. Obviously, we're going to show up to that, but that's not what we're talking about. If you do this as a practice, give yourself a point. Number 2, I suggest looking at new homes when helping home buyers set search parameters. When you're meeting with a client about their maybe at a buyer counseling session or at an open house. And if you're at an open house, remember you find out they're not interested in that property because we have to do our job to the seller first, but we find out that that's not what they're looking for. Are we suggesting new homes to them? And I think after today, we understand the importance of adding new construction to your business because it's why we spend an entire day on this. Because they've got the incentives and they've got the rates and they've got the product and they've got the best prices. There's zero reason why you're not selling. And by the way, 51% of the market is new construction. You should be selling more new homes than you are resale. And sometimes agents think, oh, I'm not going to get paid for 6 months because they have to build it. That's not the case at all. A lot of the builders have inventory on the ground that's ready to go that they've deeply discounted because they need to sell it. So, are you suggesting to the buyers about new construction at first conversation? And remember, we've got the Pred, which is kind of going away. It was a magazine that was delivered to the realtor offices. I think we still get it here. It might have been discontinued. I haven't seen it in a couple months. I know that they were talking last year about getting rid of it. But the MLS Builders Update and the MLS New Home Source Professional, are you having that conversation with your clients out the gate? And you should. Hopefully, you're giving yourself a point. And if you didn't, you will in the future. Number 3, I participate in networking events that include builders, developers, and builders sales reps. I talked to you guys today about the National Association of Home Builders. I really, really recommend that you join that. It's, I think, $114 for the year. You get their magazine. You can go to their events. It's very, very cool, the information that you're going to get about the trends. But separate from that, are you going to the PT50 events and the Highland Home events and the DR Horton annual dinner and all the things? I recommend that you show up, that you're visible. We get calls from builders all the time. I've gotten calls from Cindy Thompson more times than I can tell you that she said that she needed help. Someone needed a buyer agent and that she was struggling with them and referred them to us. It happens all the time. So not only are we going to take buyers to them, but they send us business all the time. If you're participating in these events, give yourself a point. Number 4, I accompany buyer clients on their first visit to the model home. Are you having a conversation with your client about the importance that if they stop by a model home, that they call you ahead of time and let you know that they're going there? Because you may or may not get, the builder may or may not reimburse the buyer for your compensation. And they've signed a buyer representation agreement. And so whether or not the builder reimburses the buyer is the big question. And so when we have the buyer counseling session, it's Mr. and Mrs. Buyer. My job is to do my best effort to negotiate in the transaction my fee. And I'm going to work very hard to do that. And at every single property that I show you, I'm going to have a conversation with you about how much of my fee is covered by the other side. Now, if you stop at a new home builder and you don't tell them about me and you tour the home, they may allow me to help you, but they won't. They won't cover my fee. And so I'm going to represent you all the way through to the closing table. The question is, when we get there, who's going to pay the fee? And have that conversation with them. If the builder doesn't pay it, though, it's not that they paid less. For the home by having you there, it's that it wasn't included in the loan. It wasn't included in the entire deal and has to be paid outside. So that's also an important point. So make sure that your clients know that you need to know if they're interested in a community. So, and then when you find that out, you should, just like Cindy said, call ahead. Have a conversation with the on-site that you have a client that's interested in that community, that you want to introduce them to them, and how do you register your client? If you're using your office line, that's a very good thing because you'll have that conversation recorded. Number 5, I encourage new home buyers to consider resale value when selecting upgrades and options. Obviously, this is an important one. If they're building the home and they're at the design center and they're picking level 3 granite, or let's just say level 5 granite, level 4 hardwood floors, and they're just going crazy in the design center. One of the questions from this morning was, can the upgrades exceed the appraised value of the home? Absolutely. If they're getting a loan and they're going to do a lender's appraisal, the lender may say, look, this property is worth 400, but you've added $50,000 extra worth of upgrades. So we're only going to loan you 400, but the price of the property is 450. Oops, that's a big problem because now they're going to have to spend $50,000. That's why the design center, the builder will send the client to the design center with a budget. We're going to give you $30,000 worth of options, so go to the design center and play. It's real important then to spend that money on the things that count. If they want the third car garage and they also want hardwood floors, okay, what are you going to walk out of the design center with? The hardwood floors or the 3-car garage, and why? And let's see what you come up with. Let's open this up to the group. I want to hear your assessment. Client's got 50,000 and their 2 big must-haves is 3-car garage and wood floors, but that's only going to cover one. Which one are you going to walk away with and why? All right, let's do Corby. If we don't get the answer, move it on to Andrew.
I would say that you have to have the 3rd-car garage when it's built, but you can always add the hardwood floors later.
And there we have the answer, so no need to continue on. So Andrew, Andre, he got you there ahead of time. All right, exactly right. It's built into the slab. You're gonna be hard pressed to add a 3rd-car garage and build onto the slab later. It's just never gonna be the same. It's gonna be cost prohibitive. Whereas later, you can always rip out the carpets and put in hardwood floors. So we really need to look at the nature of the upgrade. If they want the additional half story up, obviously that's going to need to built in. There's if they want to have the covered patio in the back, obviously that's built into the roof line. So some things are going to be part structural, and you're going to want to make sure that they have everything structural, and then the upgrades can come later. So when we go to the design center, we have to be careful with the budget that we go to the design center with. And if we go over that, the builder will often ask for a 50% deposit. A 50% deposit for every upgrade that goes over because they know that it's probably not going to appraise, and then that 50% deposit's going towards non-refundable earnest money. So if the buyer can't end up buying the home, they're going to lose that non-refundable earnest money. Why does the builder insist on non-refundable earnest money when they're adding upgrades to the property that exceed what their allowance is for upgrades? What do you think the builder's rationale is?
That's someone's selection.
Say it again.
That's someone's selection of taste, and it might not fit for the next person or whatever. So
I mean, exactly right, Jonathan. You've got someone's specific taste in put into a home that was probably over improved because the builder gave you a budget for a reason, which is here's kind of where we are in an appraisal scenario. So here's where you're safe. And you go over this number, you're not safe anymore. And so if a builder tries to sell a home to someone else and it doesn't appraise, the builder's going to have a problem with that. So in this case, the builder needs to, because the builder's going to have to build a home, and if the buyer can't buy it, the builder can't be stuck with a home that they can't ultimately sell. Exactly right. Andy, did you have a comment?
It was same comment, sir. Same comment.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so give yourself a point there if you are making sure that your client is just at least aware of the resale value when they walk into the design center, and that's all you got to do. If they've got champagne taste on a champagne budget, good. But if they've got champagne taste on a beer budget, then not good. Obviously, you're going to have to reset those expectations with them to make sure that at the end they're setting up a plan for success that's not going to come crashing down on you. All right, 6. I'm familiar with basic construction terminology, phases, and build times. If not, I'm glad you're here because we're going to do that next. Number 7, I visit new model homes on my own to meet the sales reps and find out how the builders like to work with real estate agents. Separate driving the communities to learn the product is driving the communities to learn and meet the people you'll be working with and develop the relationships with the on-sites. Most on-sites stick in the business for a while and they've actually moved from builder to builder. I closed a home with an on-site this last November in a home off Lake Travis, and the on-site and I had worked together twice before, and we didn't even realize it until I was searching for her email address and realized I worked with her in like 2006. And so I was like, oh, okay, now I remember why her name sounded familiar. So, I mean, sometimes a span of time will go by, so many years have gone by that you don't even remember working with them. But most of them have been in the business a while. So those relationships that you're developing just probably are going to span the decades and decades that you're in this business. 8 of 10, I keep up to date on new home building methods and innovations and consumer trends. National Association of Home Builders, very best way to do that. Give yourself a point if you're researching building trends. And 9, when visiting a model home with a buyer client, I step back and I let the builder rep present the sales pitch. This is a really important one. Obviously, this is the one that agents might get wrong if they've not been taught how to approach a builder rep, because it's very different than our approach is often in a resale transaction. If you and your client are maybe showing a home and the listing agent happens to be present, oftentimes the listing agent isn't going to speak much to your client. They can, there's nothing wrong with it, but oftentimes just sort of the nature of real estate agents kind of have more agent talking to agent, and you ask your client, do you have any questions? And it kind of just runs from client to agent to client instead of agent to client off opposite sides of the transaction. In any event, when you are with your client and you walk into a model home, you know, to prove this point, I recommend at some point going to a model home and go into the builder office and just be on the fly on the wall for a little bit. Maybe just hang out, pretend like you're reading the paper, reading the floor plans, and just people watch. Watch agents who are coming in and how they behave. They come in, they walk right up to an on-site who might be in a meeting with someone at their desk and just start talking over their meeting. Excuse me, hello, hi. I need the key for 123 Main Street. I just went to the house and the door's locked. I don't know why your door's locked, but I need to get in. I need to show my client. And they're sitting with the client. Agent has no appointment. They just show up, talk right over it. I mean, it's kind of rude. So the way I see agents behave inside the mobile homes office where they're conducting business is just kind of mind blowing. So, um, be cognizant of that when you guys go in. Obviously, people like Oksana would never do that. She would call ahead, let them know they're coming, make an appointment, make sure that they don't already have an appointment with another agent writing a contract, and so that they can be prepared and ready to receive you. And when they're prepared and ready to receive you, they open the door for you and they, oh my gosh, Tina, it's so good to see you. Hello, it's good to see you again. And you've never met ever, but that on-site has been trained to make everybody in the world seem like you guys have been working together for years and talk you up. And they kind of do the same thing in reverse. And then introduce your client. Well, hello, Cindy Thompson. These are my clients, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Cindy Thompson. She's the on-site here in the community, and she knows this community better than anybody else. And then step back and let that introduction happen, and let Cindy talk to him about the community. They'll get through the pleasantry. So, where are you guys moving from? Do you have a house to sell? And actually trying to do some things that most agents might not have, or some agents might not have done yet. You're like, wait, you have a house to sell? Wait, I want to get in on that, because they're trained exactly at what questions to ask. And then they're going to dive in and start talking about the community and the HOA and all the things. And then there is a list in your head that you need. You can have it written down, but there's a list that you should take with you. And that is asking them about the standard features. We talked about that list a while ago. We have it written down. So when we get there, I'm going to remind you of that list of things that you should be listening for. And if you didn't hear it, then it's going to be, so is garage opener standard? Do you guys have crown molding in this? What's the standard flooring? Is it washer, dryer, fridge? Do you have any incentives? What's your interest rate? Do you have any incentives and closing costs tied to their lender? All the things. We're going to go through that list in a minute. But the builder will most likely tell you all the things. Just like Oksana said, you're going to ask a lot of questions and make sure that all the questions that you know to ask have been asked, so that the client walks out of there with a real good understanding of what it is they'd be buying if they bought in that community. And if you've got 5 homes to see that day and you schedule them all exactly the same, and you get to the builder office and you've only given yourself 15 minutes to get in and out of the property, you've set yourself up for failure, because the on-site is going to want to talk to the client. They're going to want to register the client. The client might not like the community, but give yourself like 30 minutes at that community, because first, you're showing the on-site that you have buyers and you're building that relationship. You do that a couple of times, and they're going to start taking notice of you and taking you more seriously as an agent. So don't rush through that appointment. Don't talk over the on-site. Let them do their job and let them sell the client on the community. Make sure that before you leave, whatever questions you think they would have are answered. Ask your clients, do you have any follow-up questions? And then go on to the next showing. But give yourself ample time. And 10 of 10, I make sure buyers have a clear picture of the deal by suggesting questions they should ask the new home sales representative. Now, although that kind of sounds like what I just said, that's not what they're saying here. They're talking about contractual details now, the deal actually in contract. So we know that we can advise the client on the contract, and that contract often is going to be digitally signed by the client via e-sign. You're going to usually have also something that you're going to need to sign as part of that envelope. Most of them use DocuSign, because there's going to be an addendum for realtor commissions. They're going to ask you, our Realty Texas tax ID. Anyone know how to find that? On your .me, exactly right. But where in your .me? The middle tile on your dashboard. So the first tile is about you and your license. The second tile is all about Realty Texas, our tax ID. And when you click it, it'll download all of the IRS forms that they will be looking for that we need to provide them. So all of that is self-serve there on your dashboard. So we are going to have contractual things. What is maybe one of the biggest contractual things that if your client is interested in putting in an offer, one of the biggest contractual points that you're going to want to make sure that the client knows when putting in an offer? Let's
Earnest.
maybe, oh, I love it. Earnest money. Who's going to ask what's their earnest money? Do you think that the builder might have a specific dollar amount for earnest money, or do you think that's something that the buyer thinks, oh, well, earnest money is usually 1%, so I'm guessing it's 1%. Is that the case?
No.
Not at all. Some builders have like a special. $100 earnest money. Some of them it's $1,000. Some of them it's $5,000. Some of it's more. So you have to ask, what's your earnest money? And then there's another question. At what point is the earnest money no longer refundable? There's a sheet that we're going to get to before we get to the end of this. So please take your point tally and put it in the meeting chat. And of course, we're in class today, so if your point tally is low, it just means that we are glad that you are here. Okay. Have you ever worked with a real estate agent that was so awful to work with that you said, oh my gosh, I don't ever want to work with that person again? Have you ever worked with agents that you said that they were so great to work with that you're like, I can't wait to work with you again? That's the thing. The reality is some people are great to work with and some aren't. We want the reputation of being someone that's good to work with. Fair, honest, respectful, smart, communicative, easy to get a hold of, all the good things. All the good things. So a lot of real estate agents, they avoid new home construction. They avoid it. They've usually had a bad experience when they avoid it, especially newer agents who have not dabbled in new construction yet. They kind of can wrap their head around resale. They've they understand how to put a portal in the MLS. They know how to send the client the listings. The client says they want to see one. They know how to get there, open the door, show it. They know how to write the offer. They know that they're going to get paid within 30 days if the client likes it. They know the inspection process. They get it. But you throw new construction at them, a lot of them are just feeling a little bit iffy. Like, oh, I don't know this. This makes me uncomfortable. So it's easier to work new construction than it is in resale. And sometimes you have a client that's looking to buy one or the other. They're good with resale or new construction. They just want to go look at everything. We have to set up ourselves for success in doing this. So for me, it's usually, I find that agents are they're fearful of the process because they don't understand it. And it's that fear of the unknown. They are afraid of being undervalued. They're afraid that they're going to lose their client through this process somehow, that their client's going to realize that I don't need you in a new home construction, or actually, exactly the opposite is true. They need you even more. They are afraid that the builder's not going to pay commissions or that somehow they're not going to get paid. They're concerned that it's going to take 18 months to build a house and they're not going to get paid until next year and they need a commission sooner. And it's something they haven't experienced yet, so they don't understand it. They're thinking it's going to be a lot more complicated and that they're going to be at design centers picking out paint colors, and that's not their forte. Christine, I see your hand up. Hello.
Hi, thanks. I've had this conversation offline, but I think it would be helpful for my classmates to be familiar with it. I worked with an affordable housing program last year at the beginning of the year, and I was doing like heavy recruiting for folks who are first-time home buyers and got quite a lot of calls out of it, like 40 in 3 months. But there was limited inventory. At the end of it, all of my clients were told that they sold out, but there was a news article that popped up on my feed that more homes were released over a weekend. So right Monday morning, I was like, hey, what about my 2 home buyers? Anyway, make a long story short, that program told my buyer that if they continued to speak to me, they wouldn't be able to keep the deal and to work directly with them. And I almost lost that commission until I followed up with them a couple of months later. So that is something that could happen. The buyers may, hopefully this isn't commonplace. I've only sold 4 houses. But my buyer was basically, as she communicated it, scared about reaching out to me again. So, because she didn't want to lose the house.
Yeah, it's very rare that that happens. Most builders bend over backwards to work with real estate agents because they see us as an extended sales force. Most on-sites, if they tell a buyer that they will have an incentive better without their real estate agent, most of them will lose their job from the builders. There is sometimes the case where the on-site will receive a bonus that they get if they don't have a real estate agent in the transaction. And there are some greedy on-sites that think that they can try to steal the transaction. Usually they're new. There's about 6 or 7 of them that no longer are in the profession because of Lisa and myself calling their division president and getting them fired from their job. We are an extended sales force to them. And in fact, the builders go to extreme lengths to make sure that the commission itself is not even part of the transaction. That it's part of their advertising budget so the builder can say the price of the home doesn't change at all, regardless if a commission is paid. The net to the builder doesn't change regardless of a commission paid because they pay the commission out of a completely separate budget, which is their advertising budget. Then the builder also gets to write it off as a tax write-off. So they like that too. So yes, they want us, they need us, they love us. There's a builder that took advantage of Lisa once upon a time, a younger Jack, before he was a broker, working in another broker. I was president of the board, and this company took advantage of Lisa. And I called the division president, and I had a long conversation with that builder, and that builder didn't care. And that builder is no longer in business. So all of the builders that we work with in these markets, the Lennars, the D.R. Hortons, the Coventrys, the Drees, Highland Homes, gosh, the list goes on and on and on and on. They're coming into the office here, bringing us donuts every single day. If you've got someone, please bring them out. And they're trying so hard to build a relationship with us and trying to, like, you heard from Cindy. She mentioned at the end of the meeting, can you guys come back out again? Because we have these field trips where we get a whole bunch of agents and go out to their community. These on-sites have a requirement, mostly from their division president, that they have a certain amount of real estate agents coming to their communities every single week because they have quotas to fill. And so when we go out there, they can check off the tally that a real estate agent was out there, and that's important to them because they have to be making calls inviting us out. So the relationship between the onsite and the real estate agent is symbiotic, and it's built into the models, and they need us and they want us. So that is very, very rare. And when that happens here, we take care of it. So I'm sorry that that happened.
I'm glad to hear it. And I followed up because another client was interested in a home with that program a few months later. So when I contacted the new contact, she worked it out. She made it right. So I wanted to close the loop on that. I was able to talk to somebody else who took care of it, corrected it.
And I'm glad that all worked out too, because it just shows that that's not what's trying to happen out there. That's not the builders. The builders love us. Okay, so risk of being undervalued, risk of losing a client, risk of no commissions, take too much time, different business model. Many new home builders don't put their inventory in the MLS, so it's how do you find these listings? The properties are often hard to find themselves. You've not lived until you show up to a property that was in the MLS, didn't realize that it was new construction. There's no lockbox on it, and now you're trying to find the model home, and you've got 15 minutes to show this before you get to the next one, and now there's sweat dripping off your forehead because you had no idea this was going to happen and you were expecting a lockbox to be at the front door. So after that's happened to you once, you're hypercritical on looking to see, is this new construction? Okay, it is. Because something else happened to me once. I'm going to share with that a little bit. That once that happens to you, you'll make sure that that never happens to you again. The onsite is hard to reach because it could be the onsite happens to be a day off or they don't respond as quickly as you think they would. Typically for us, it's pretty easy to get a hold of the listing agent. Usually we'll get a call back. Sometimes they even answer the phone when we call real time. But sometimes the on-sites, if it's Monday and they have Tuesday and Wednesday off and it's Monday after hours, we might not hear from them until Thursday. That is, a lifetime. In fact, regulatorily through TREC, they've exceeded the time that they're allowed to have 2 business days or 2 calendar days to call back. Obviously, on-sites are not licensed. The builders typically will not let them have an active license, and if they have an active license, as when they hire them, they'll ask them to put their license on inactive status because they have a fiduciary duty with the builder and they can't have split loyalty. They can only have loyalty to the builder. Homes are often locked and they don't have combination lock boxes. You have to get a key, which is at the model home, and assuming that the model home is unlocked. And of course, the model homes can be impossible to find. So, has this ever happened to you? Your client made an appointment to show a home and they're like really excited about seeing number 3, the third home. They're excited about that. And you're driving around, you get the first one, the second one, you're like, yeah, I can't wait to see this one. And you pull up to the property and this is what's there. Oh, yes, it's happened to me. And the client look at you thinking, how is it that you didn't know that this home had not even been built yet? How is it that you don't know this? Because they expect that we know everything about everything. And of course, they expect us to know all the inventory. And I'm thinking, okay, there's 37,000 homes being built right now. How in the world am I supposed to know that this wasn't here? Well, this happened to you once, it won't happen to you again because you're going to call the on-site every time that you've got a new home construction in your showings, and you're going to ask them the question, has this home been built yet? Is there any incentives? What are your days off? And where can I get the key to get inside this home? Because I would like to show it Tuesday at 3. And they'll say, oh, well, Tuesday? Yeah, that's my day off, but I'll have my assistant have the home unlocked for you. Great. And the very next question is, how do I register my client with you guys? Because they may like it. Or, oh, no, this one's not built, but we have something like it that's our model home. Stop by the model home. It's a different address. Or, they've got 3 others on that street that is also on the market that we might want to also take a look at that's very similar, just different color cabinets and a different floor plan. So make the call so that never happens. Because the MLS doesn't lie. It's just sometimes we didn't ask the right questions. So, as Albert Einstein likes to say, you you have to learn to rule. You have to learn the rules of the game and then have to play better than anyone else. And the rule of new construction is very different than resale. They're not held to the same set of rules that we are. We couldn't do that as an agent. Take a property where your client hasn't built a home yet on it and take a picture of some other home and put it in the MLS and say that is it. That would be an Article 12 violation and an advertising TREC violation, but not for the builders. They're not licensed, and so they have a different set of rules. So the builder, and this is sort of a perfect segue that Christine was just speaking about. Knowledgeable builders, most of them, see real estate agents as their extended sales force. Builders are willing to compensate real estate agents well because they bring in qualified prospects who are ready to buy. And that's something that Cindy Thompson mentioned today. Ready to buy means that we've had a conversation with them and maybe got them with a lender and pre-qualified. And I'm gonna tell you that it's a little disappointing for our lenders. And this is some empathy that the builders don't have, which is we have a relationship with a lender who pulls our client's credit and pays for a credit report and spends hours with them getting all of their documents and pre-qualifies them. And then we take them to the builder, and the builder has a lender that has incentives that the builder is willing to give their lender that they're not willing to give anyone else. And that seems really unfair. It seems unfair that you have your lender that's already done all of this work, that you want them to get the business because on Saturday they spent 5 hours with these people and got them pre-qualified over the phone when their kid was at soccer and they spent the entire time in their car instead of watching the soccer game. And then you took them to a builder and the builder says, oh, we have a preferred lender. And yes, we do have a $30,000 incentive that we will pay the buyer's closing costs and we'll buy down their rate to 3%. But we'll only do those 2 things if you use our lender. You can use your outside lender, but we're not going to give you the closing costs or the buy down. And you're thinking, well, that's unfair. If you're going to give your lender that, why don't you give my lender that? That just seems unfair. And all I can say is get over it because we've all had to get over it, even myself, because I've had relationships with lenders that I want to see my lender get the business. And sometimes they will have lost out over and over and over again because your last 10 clients got pre-qualified with them and all of them bought new construction and your lender lost out all 10 times. It's just a matter of the business and how it works right now. So the builder's lender, you see, the builder owns that lender and they're able to take a loss on one side of the deal. They're paying the payroll for that lender. And so their compensation model all just kind of is the sum of all the whole. But the other lender, they're trying to make a profit and the lender can't, compensate another lender. It just doesn't work that way because remember, the builder is going to get paid the real money when they sell the loan to someone else. And that's where they're going to make that money back up again. So maybe they make $40,000 on selling that note on the secondary market, so the builder can make it up again. So they're willing to break even on the lender side, and your lender can't come even close to touching it. So just know that these relationships that you have with your lenders, sometimes they start getting frustrated. And I feel for the lenders in the market right now because they're losing out a lot of business for the builders. But it's not as bad now as it was. You go back to 2022 October, 2022 August, between them then and about January 2024, that 18-month period, it was really tough because they went from 3 to 6 to 7.75. In a span of 6 months, they went from doubled and doubled again, and builders were just selling absolutely nothing. We saw big, huge companies going out of business and merging and all the things. Most of the sales rep are not actively licensed. The sales reps, they have to work toward, and I see a hand up all of a sudden, Andy, and I didn't see it before. Did you have a question, Andy? I'm sorry. I don't think Andy can hear me. Okay, I'll ping him. Okay. So if a lot of real estate agents go back and forth between resale and working new construction, maybe they'll go to work for a national builder. When they go to work for the national builder, most of the national builders will ask them to put their license on inactive status, but not all of them. Some of the small, well, yes, all of the national builders are going to ask them to put their license on inactive status. Some of the smaller local builders, they don't want the agent to put their license in inactive status because they need them to be licensed, because they're going to want that agent to put the property in the MLS. Your on-site is not the person who's putting the property in the MLS on your national builders. The national builder will either have a broker that works for them that will put the property in the MLS, or they have a relationship with a firm that's doing that for them, and the on-site really doesn't have anything to do with the MLS entry. Whereas your smaller hobby builders, that agent is going to represent that builder as the listing agent, not as an employee, as the on-sites do for the national builders. The on-site, they've got a product to sell. The builder is in a business to make money. They like working with real estate agents, but they also don't like working with real estate agents who come in there and hand them a nightmare situation. Bringing in a client that had the expectation set that the builder is going to reduce the price by a large margin, and buyers who maybe have not yet been pre-qualified, and they come in the door and they waste the builder's time. Now, that's how sometimes the builder agents feel that when we come in there, they're going to take us seriously based on how ready our client is and how soon in the process we brought them to the builder. So getting the buyer situated and knowing their financial situation, knowing what they're qualified for, and taking them in there and then sitting them down with the on-site is a very different situation. Because in that case, when the expectations have been set incorrectly, almost 100% of the time, everyone's going to lose, because the buyer is going to believe you, and they're going to think that that's something that the builder should have done, whatever that expectation was. And if the builder can't meet it, then the buyer's going to feel like the builder's not fair, and they're going to want to go buy something else because they don't want to be treated unfairly. And that's not where we should be. We shouldn't be setting that expectation. Again, as another note here, make sure that your buyer knows exactly what to do if they visit a model home without you. Represented buyers need to know that if they visit the model home, that they need to fill out the comment card, and hopefully they'll tell you ahead of time so that you can meet them there. And if it's impossible, you can have someone else meet them there. And if that's not possible, you can call ahead and pave the way to success by making sure that you filled out the guest card correctly. And we even have in your library a builder guest card that you can fill out ahead of time, but most of the builders like you to use their form, but they want the client's phone number, email address, and a little bit about their home search and what they're looking for. Okay, so here we're going to start from the very beginning, and we're going to take us for these next couple of hours all the way through the build process. So from the very, very beginning all the way to the very end, starting with the impact fees. And they start here because This is important in how a new subdivision gets created in the first place. So they're actually taking you not only from before the home is built, but before the lot is built, before the community was built, all the way to the idea in someone's head that they're going to build a community. Impact fees are really important, especially as you hear little cities like Bertram that Cindy Thompson was talking about. Way out Highway 22, you get through Georgetown, through Leander, and into Bertram. There are no utilities out there. You don't have city water, city sewer. That's just not a thing. It's too far away from your municipality, probably. And of course, natural gas Atmos is going to be way too expensive. If you're in areas, just let's talk about Austin North, maybe way north Houston, the fringes in San Antonio. You've got areas that, if we look at Austin, for instance, you look out maybe over in Hutto on the northeast side, and you get north of Hutto, there's no man's land up there. There's no water. There's a 40-acre little plot of land on a street called Evangeline that I helped sell a couple years ago. And we got a notice from Jonas Water that said, you can't subdivide these 40 lots, this 40 acres into 1-acre lots, because we don't have water to sell you. So no, you can't. So we got an attorney. An attorney got us with, helped us create the deed restrictions, and we went ahead and sold what's called illegal lots, which is not illegal. It just means they hadn't been legally subdivided yet. And we sold off all the lots in 1-acre chunks using a survey. And the attorney represented all the buyers and the sellers in the transaction. And they came up with a schedule A, B, and C based on that. And at some point, the buyers can then get water when water's available. And we sold every single one of them in that state. So imagine if someone wants to build 800 homes up there. Jonah's already said there's no water. So that means in order to get water there, they're going to have to build that infrastructure. They're going to have to put in water towers to support the water in that community. And if they want to get natural gas, they've got two options. Put a huge propane tank that's going to service the entire community, which is a propane gas community, which we have an addendum for that. Or they're going to have to connect to some Atmos, which, by the way, does anyone want to know the cost per linear foot of pipe to get water into the community? $1 million per linear foot of pipe to get water to the community. They've got to rip up the streets. They got to rip up the whole thing. They got to put in a water tower. And so maybe it's only a quarter mile, but the amount of infrastructure that's going to be required to put all that together was $1 million per linear foot of pipe in the ground. And so that obviously is cost prohibitive for most developers. So what do? What happens when the cost to put in the utilities far exceeds what anyone can pay for, because the developer can't afford that? Most people can't. That's what impact fees are for. They will post a bond in the community that says, look, the cost of land out here is super cheap, really cheap. So we're going to go buy this 550 acres or this, 800-acre tract of land, and then we're going to borrow the money. We're going to get an impact fee, which is going to be posted a bond, and the voters will vote on the bond. The bond will be created, and then every single homeowner then will have to pay off that bond over time that lives inside that community. They post bonds for parks, they post bonds for schools, they post bonds for subdivision utilities. So in this case, then the impact fee would be for gutters, curbs, streets, water, infrastructure, like the gas and wastewater. So when growth happens gradually, most communities can absorb these kind of fees. But when you have the kind of growth that we have here in Texas, putting that amount of homes on the ground is cost prohibitive. It just is astronomically expensive. So they get passed on through MUDs, municipal utility districts, PUDs, planned unit developments, SUDs, special utility districts. So I call them MUDs, PUDs, and SUDs. These are your utility districts that you're going to pay for, and you will again, every single person will pay for it in their property taxes until it's paid off and the indebtedness of the bond is paid off, and then it's done. So builder definitions. Once someone builds this master plan community, they put in the gutters and the curbs and the streets, and someone picks a name for the streets, then the developer is usually done. Now they've got all of these lots. Maybe there's maybe there's 1,200 lots inside this subdivision. At that point, the builders get involved. Now, there are some developers that are builders. D.R. Horton is a good example. D.R. Horton is big enough where they will go and they will buy the land. They will develop it. They will get impact fees approved by municipalities. They will build all the homes. They will build their own homes on it and they will sell it out, which means they make the money as the developer and they make money as the builder. And that works out really well for them because they've got very deep pockets. But that's not the case for all the builders. So oftentimes you have these master plan communities, and then every single lot goes into a lottery. So developer builds out a master plan community. They got 1,200 lots, and then they negotiate with a bunch of different builders. Maybe 5 different builders get awarded the contracts. The builders then create the builder floor plans and the architectural exteriors, which they call the elevation of the home. So they have a repetition rule, so you don't have 3 single stories in a row. You got a single story, 2 stories, single story, that they don't all look the same, and they build out the community, and that builders have all these rules and deed restrictions that they have to follow in order to make sure that the community is as good as possible. So then the builders going into it, they don't know what lots they're going to get, and sometimes it's a blind lottery. They pull out lot numbers. Okay, this section is yours and this section is yours, and then they find out what lots they have to build on. Once they get that, then the builder goes out and then they start looking at the lot size for their floor plans, and they start doing a fit to figure out which floor plans are going to fit on these lots based on the width and the length of the actual lot itself. And then they start advertising, selling. They build their model home, hire an on-site, and then they start matching buyers to properties. So we've got spec homes like Lennar, who's going to build the home completely all the way up until it's completed, and then they sell nothing but completed finished inventory, which is an inventory builder. And then you have other builders like the rest of them. D.R. Horton is a builder where you can go and buy a piece of dirt, basically. You say, okay, I'm going to pick this lot. I like this floor plan. Is this available on this lot? Yes. Awesome. Or I like this floor plan. Show me what lots we can put that on. And they'll do a fit and they'll tell you which lots they can put it on. And then you look at the floor plan and realize, oh, this one has an optional expansion for the primary bath, or an inset, or a optional game room upstairs, or optional 4th bedroom, or all the different options. And those options will be part of the flyer. And you can look, oh, this one has an optional 3rd car garage. Will that fit on this lot? No, but a tandem will. Got it. So what is a tandem going to do? It's going to remove the office. I see. So I can either have the 3rd car garage or the office, you see. And so you'll talk through all of these scenarios with the on-site and the buyer until they find something they like, and they put the whole pricing thing together. Then you get a budget to go to the design center, and then they pick out what kind of floor, what kind of cabinets, what color everything is going to be, and you spend it after an afternoon in the design center. And sometimes the design center is going to be a place where you drive to, and sometimes the design center is inside the model home, and they've converted the garage, and they have all of the color choices right there in the design center. And they've got 5 different colors of brick, 5 different styles of flooring, and 3 different styles of cabinetry. And you hodgepodge, and they get to pick all of the stuff, and then it gets built. Versus your custom home, which is the buyer wants to pick their own floor plan. Maybe they hire an architect, and you start from scratch. And a lot of architects will have thousands of floor plans to choose from, or they will literally start from scratch. And now they've got the 3D, immersive 3D experience where you can actually see the AutoCAD come to life when they built a floor plan, and then actually see the width of the room and the amount of light that's coming in through the windows and the whole thing, which is very, 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 very cool. But that's something that would be an experience of the architect that you pick, because this would be a subject, something the architect would do. And then they would give you a completed set of plans. Those plans will be stamped and copyrighted by the architect. The buyer will own the rights to use them but not duplicate them. They will then pick a builder and hire a builder and give give their plans to the builder, and the builder will then go build this home on this lot. There's some certain requirements that you're going to have. Like the buyer's going to need to purchase the lot, they're going to need to get insurance, the whole bit. We're going to talk about custom later. If you've never done a custom before, you're going to need to hire a mentor to walk you through custom, because this is going to be a 2-year relationship where you're going to be helping them pick architects, you're going to be helping them select what builder, and there's a lot going on there. So that's a whole layer of things that we're going to get into right at the end of the class. So spec to custom, David Weekly, Wilshire, Gann, excellent builders, top notch. Custom builders, Toll Brothers, Pulte Partners and Building, Verde Builders. This is true custom. Spec homes, KB, DR Horton, Lennar, give you an example of those. Spec builders that sell move-in ready homes make all the choices. So Lennar, when you want to buy a 123 Main Street and Lennar home and say, I don't like the style of floor in this home, I know you're building it and you haven't put it in, can you pick something else? They're going to say no. They're going to say no because not that they don't want to be helpful, it's they already ordered those materials a long time ago before they even built the home. So those materials are already purchased, measured, and they're waiting to be delivered because, like an air traffic controller that works at a major airport, they're having to have all of these materials delivered to the on sites of all of these different properties exactly in right order, because you can't have things delivered in the wrong order. Imagine the windows come and you haven't poured the slab yet, or the sheetrock comes right before the lumber. You have to have it exactly in the right order. And they're very cognizant of this because things get on back order, doesn't show up. And if they leave the HVAC sitting in the driveway for 3 days, it's very likely to get stolen. So they've got places where they have to house all of this stuff, and getting stuff to the on-site, to the job site is expensive. And of course, they've got trade situations where trades are hard to find, and you have builders who have a lack of trades. And what's going on with immigration in this country right now is not doing any favors to our builder market, because the trades who are building our homes now are afraid to show up to the job site. So there's approximately a third of the job sites where they're not showing up at all. So that's where your Lennars and your DR Hortons, your Toll Brothers, your Pulte and Partners and Buildings, that's where these guys really shine, because they employ their trades, versus some builders, they hire a builder. You see, the builder itself is not a builder. They are a national home manufacturer, and then they will hire a builder who then has a crew that builds on their floor plans. DR Horton is like that. DR Horton, most of their builders, they hire a builder that comes in. There's several builders like that. Versus if you look at someone like Highland Homes, all of the people who work for Highland Home is an owner of the company. Highland Homes sold their company to the employees, and now they're all owners of Highland. So what's going on in immigration has affected some builders and not others. Okay, so those are your different type of builders. You got your build on your own lot, you've got your custom, your spec homes, and then those who are building the move-in ready homes. Again, you don't get to select those options. Upgrade costs. This is a big one. We've talked about this twice already, so this is the third time and the last we're going to talk about this. One of the biggest value add that you as a real estate agent has for a new home buyer is your advice on upgrades, how to apply the builder incentive they're giving you. Sometimes the incentive can go to upgrades. Sometimes it's going to go to closing costs. Sometimes it's going to go to a buy down point. If you go to Lennar, the home's already built. They've got everything included. So they've already got blinds and washer, dryer, and fridge. So whatever incentive they're giving you, it's going to get included to it. They're going to buy down the rate, or you're going to pay the closing costs, but you get to pick where that's going to be applied to. If they're building the home, then maybe the incentive is going to go towards an upgraded floor or the third car garage, and they got to figure out how they're going to apply that money, because they're not going to pay for all of the upgrades plus a buy down point plus closing costs. Most builders are not in that position. So one of the huge value adds that we have is to help the client understand where most to apply that money, because they very well may be in a design center The design center is not going to give them, you know, a whole lot of advice here. And they may be thinking, well, I guess that their car garage is not that important. Let's just go ahead and put it in the floors because we really want the beautiful hardwood floors. And then, you know, you as an agent could say, look, the reality is your resale value on a three car garage is going to be huge compared to a two. So the 75,000 or probably more realistic, the $12,000 that you're going to spend to get the third car garage right now, that's a really big deal because you can't do that later. Whereas later you can spend $5,000 and have someone come in and put on hardwood floors. And maybe they choose to upgrade the infrastructure of the home, not the finishes of the home. Okay, we're going to talk about trends here for a moment. So, what are some trends that you are seeing right now that you think are coming in that are part of um, the trend of things that buyers are really asking for right now? You're hearing them talk about it, things they really want in the new homes. Tina, I see you. I see you talking. What is one of the trends you're seeing?
Single story hardwood floors.
Yep. Keep going.
Textured walls.
Okay. Textured wall versus what?
And instead of like a plain wall in the dining room, they want an accent wall and has texture.
Okay. Angela?
Media room.
Okay. I'm seeing the exact opposite right now. But okay. I think that as the
We just have noticed that they've asked a lot. Like we've been going to all Grace and I, all of them, and we've had a few open houses at the new builds, and they all want to look at the media room. But one story is preferred too.
are you talking about Sun City?
No, at Wolf Ranch, we've
Okay.
had several open houses there, and the people really like but it's all on the one floor. They prefer the one stories.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one story is huge in Texas. When I tell you guys that the single story sell first, the two stories the primary down sell second, and the two story the primary upstairs sells third, it is absolutely true. It got to the point where when the market really goes flat for buyers, that an upstairs primary bedroom is almost functionally obsolescent, especially when you have a bedroom down. Um, and one thing that's really hard to live in is there are two-story homes where you'll have three bedrooms up and downstairs is the primary, but they, for whatever reason, decided to put the laundry room upstairs. So then, you know, it's going to be either you're going upstairs to get the kids' clothes to go downstairs to do the laundry or take your clothes upstairs to do the laundry. And that's a hard to live in house. It just is. So anyway, number of stories has always been a big deal. Let's talk about some things that we're seeing right now that's trending. Andre.
I've seen a lot of two-tone cabinetry colors, one color on the bottom and one color on the top, and also built-in appliances.
Yeah, we've also seen some real flagrant colors going on in the cabinetries lately that we've not seen in years past. Cool. Iris.
I'm seeing a lot of people asking for the next generations, and also houses that have two master bedrooms and two baths for some reason. It depends on the location, but that's something that's kind of like a common denominator that I'm observing.
Okay. Indu.
Yeah, I agree with Iris. So two bedrooms with two full bath on the main level, and study for sure, and also the walk-in showers these days for the older generation who cannot really. This is mostly very common in the community, Asian community. So I'm just stressing on those.
Yes, especially your Indian communities, oftentimes they'll have, and even the Latino community, people who are from other countries, oftentimes they will have family members come and stay with them for a month or 2 months. And so obviously it's going to be grandma, grandpa that come. That's very common. And when they come, they want them to have a bedroom downstairs and a full bath downstairs so that, You know, they don't, if the primary bed is down, you want to have family member come. How long do you want them showering in your shower? You want them to have their own space so they feel comfortable and you feel comfortable as well. So for that reason, you'll see that a lot. So here are the trends that we're seeing: high ceilings, an abundance of light, open concept. The dining room went out, came back during COVID, back out again. They want all the upgrades, good schools. Gray tones have come in and out, dark tones in and out, and so now we're seeing a little bit more colorful things going on. Modern and ultra modern trails, bike paths, dog frisbee parks, things to do outside. But a good amenity center in the HOA, smart homes, um, no fireplace, and then fireplace. We saw during the snowpocalypse, for those of you who remember the freeze that we had, no one wanted a fireplace. And all of a sudden, for 3 days, it was sub-zero temperature and they had no electricity. All of a sudden, having a fireplace wasn't a bad idea. We had a rash of people wanting fireplaces, and now they've forgotten all about that again. Just like right after that, everyone wanted to live near a fire station or some sort of emergency utility so their power wouldn't go off. And now they seem to have amnesia about that as well. No dining room, and then a dining room again. Obviously, during COVID, people were eating at home, and all of a sudden, the idea of a dining room came back, and then now they've gone back to work, and now the dining room has gone away again. Irrigation system is huge. People really want those outdoor spaces and they want them to be nice and green, and they don't want to be outside watering their lawn. They want it to happen for them. Covered patio is huge, especially in Texas. It's always been, but now we're seeing outdoor kitchens and some spaces where people can maybe save money by spending some time at home rather than going on expensive vacations. They want to be able to have a pool and spend some time in the backyard. So we're seeing outdoor spaces and people spending money on that. Obviously, if they're going on a vacation 3 times a year and having the beautiful backyard doesn't seem to matter because they're going on vacation. But if they're going to spend somewhere at home having the pool or a nice backyard, well, that's going to change that for them. No carpet or as little carpet as possible. People tend to like the wood floor and the tile floor, and depicting on the budget, heated floors in the home because, well, as we all know, the tile and the wood is cold. Through a third car garage, they don't want to have a property that's a 2-story behind them looking down and seeing inside their primary bedroom and their living room, and they don't want to look upside and see people staring at them inside their home. So they want some semblance of privacy. Backing up to a green belt or something that's going to stay that way. All right, so here's a couple items we just went through, and I see a couple hands for things that maybe we have that we can add to this list. Angela.
Well, my brothers are both builders in California, and what they do is everybody there wants hidden rooms, and that is actually becoming really popular here too. People moving here, and my husband has done quite a few of them for people, and that is people ask that. Like I've asked them, like, are there any hidden rooms? They have opened up the space under the stairs, and that'll be kind of like a little storage kind of hidden spot. So it is a thing.
Okay. But your production builders obviously are not going to do that. So maybe when people are remodeling home or building a custom home, they might want to have a speakeasy or bunker in the backyard, all kinds of crazy stuff. But traditional spec homes, not going to have any of that. Okay, energy efficiency is a huge deal, and we're going to jump into that really quick because we're going to talk about the Energy Star. We're going to talk about the Platinum LEED, LEED, and the International Building Code and the International Energy Conservation Code. We're talking about gigantic gains in energy conservation in some of the newer homes. In fact, they've got a statistic here that says a new home built in compliance with the 2017 International Energy Conservation Code are approximately 30% more energy efficient than those built in 2009. That is a huge gain. 30% more energy efficient on a 2017 home built with the IECC versus the 2009. Part of that was the efficiency gains in the HVACs that they're installing. the increased insulation, the types of insulation, the types of windows, the types of wrap that they have in the home, the radiant barrier, the fans that they have in the attic, the ridge vents, all these things that they're including in these homes. And then now, of course, you have the new solar shingles that's being thrown into these things. And we're going to show you a video about some of the solar shingles that are being put on the roof before we finish today. So, energy efficiency and green building are top concerns for home buyers. 65% of people who bought a National Green Building Standard certified green home stated that energy efficiency was a major factor when deciding what builder they were going to choose. Homes with Energy Star features, they command a higher price than those without. And there's even special loan programs for some of these energy efficient homes where they will give them a 0.5 point gain on the interest rate. And they're seeing that they also will allow them to mortgage more for certain homes that have energy efficiencies because they know that their energy bill, utility bill is going to be less. They will also guarantee the energy rating. So you'll see these home energy rating system called the HERS. The HERS index, if you go into KB homes and some of the other homes, you will see a rating where they've built the spec home, they had a third party come in and they evaluated the home and they guarantee the utility bills will not be over X amount every single month, as long as the buyer of the home cooperates by not changing out the light bulbs with a different kind of light bulb and without swapping out or adding anything major mechanical to the home. So as long as they're behaving and leaving everything as built, they will guarantee the utility bill for X amount of months. And if the utility exceeds what they did, they will pay the difference in that cost. So they give an index between 0 and 150. 100 is kind of that, well, 65 is the gold standard of where you're seeing that a real difference happen. And that's what they're looking for, is a lower number. Energy Star, we see that Energy Star label. You open up your laptop and you see the little Energy Star label. Homes also have an Energy Star. Does anybody know where you can find the Energy Star logo for your home?
Washer, dryer, fridge,
Okay, so those are
HVAC.
So, Indy, we're going in the wrong direction here. Those are for the appliances. I'm talking about for the home.
For the insulation?
For the house. That's the thing, is you can buy an Energy Star refrigerator and you can buy an Energy Star computer and you can buy an Energy Star microwave. But did you know that they have an Energy Star home?
Is it by the breaker?
Exactly. It's not by the breaker. It is on the breaker. But yes,
Oh, okay.
it'll be, you open up the inside panel and there will be an Energy Star label affixed to the breaker. When the buyer bought it from the builder, there's going to be a stack of paperwork. For those of you who may have noticed when you're inputting a listing into the MLS, and you might have thought, oh, this home is energy efficient. I'm going to click off that box that says my home's energy efficient. And the next thing you know, 75 fields open up and it's going to be doing data entry until you're 65 years old and 900 documents to upload. Yes, that's a thing. In order for you to advertise an Energy Star home, you have to have all the certificates from the builder and you have to answer all those questions. And if you don't have all of that documentation, obviously you can't fill it out. So not all homes are Energy Star homes, but when an Energy Star home is Energy Star, you'll get all of that information from the builder and they'll have all that certificate. So when they sell the home, you want to go look to see on the panel if there is an Energy Star logo. And if it is, start asking the seller, all right, pony up all your documents from the builder because I need them. Not the closing documents from the title company. That's not what I need. I need the documents the builder gave you, because in those documents are gold. That's all the Energy Star stuff that I can use in advertising this home, and it's going to demand a higher price. So they're going to have to start digging through their stuff to find it, because they're not going to have another pair of it, because they're going to give it to them at purchase and only at purchase. And you, as a real estate agent, is not going to get a copy of it. You'll get a copy of their closing disclosure, but that's it. And maybe a copy of their survey. And so later, when they need the survey, we can give it to them. If they want the closing disclosure, we can give that to them. But we'll never get a copy of these documents. So the seller needs to keep it. And the seller will own, most of the time, they're going to give it to them in actual paperwork. Now there's a couple of builders that are emailing it to them. But if they don't open the email and download it, that email link will expire and they won't have those documents before. And again, once the builder sells out and moves, they don't have it anymore. So a very important service that you can offer the buyer is for them to explain how important these documents are later. There's over 1.6 million Energy Star homes in the United States, with about 100,000 new certified homes constructed every year. Remember how many homes are built across the nation? About 600,000. We need 1 million homes built in order for us to keep up with the demand. So 1.6 million Energy Star homes in the entire country, with about 100,000 of them every year, which means that that's about maybe a fifth of the homes are Energy Star, or 4/5 are not Energy Star. So this isn't every house, not every single builder. And again, these are 15 to 30% more energy efficient than standard new homes that are right next door to them. So after a home has been certified, an Energy Star label is affixed to the circuit breaker, and that's how you're going to tell that it is a Energy Star home. Now that's Energy Star. A step above Energy Star is a LEED certified home. There are not a lot of LEED homes across the nation, but we're talking about the gold platinum standard here. Now you're talking about $1 million homes. You're not going to have a $200,000 home that's a LEED home. That's not a thing. LEED home is going to be, let's just give you an example. How many of you have heard of the Getty Museum? Okay, Getty Museum, of course, Southern California. You're dealing with the entire Getty was built as a LEED home. They actually went out into the ocean and got coral from dead coral reefs and cut the dead coral, and that's the exterior of the Getty Museum. We're talking about this kind of stuff. So yes, can you get a $1.5 million LEED home? Absolutely, you can. They're going to be paying close attention to how they purchased and where they got and sourced all of these components. Your ultra wealthy are very concerned about their carbon footprint because they're under the microscope of everyone else because of their, jumbo jet that is taking 15,000 gallons of fuel to take them from one state to another. So they're really hyper focused on trying to figure out how to reduce their carbon footprint. So they're very conscious about this sort of thing. So the more expensive the home, the more they're going to have this sort of stuff built into it. There's over, in the LEED certified homes, there are over, hold on. We're going to get into LEED in a second. There are, where's my LEED slide? There are not very many LEED slides. It's in another slide I'm going to have to get to in a second. Okay. Energy Star saving features. Energy Star appliances, well-sealed windows and doors, solar panels, water saving features like low flow toilets, low flow sinks, and energy efficient lighting. All kinds of different lighting now. Used to would be just, super bright light, but now they've got energy efficient lighting, that LEDs that are all different colors. Could be warm light, not just the bright whites. High R value insulation, blown in insulation, and double glazed, triple window insulated, and low E viscosity windows. Now, so remember we talked about red tags? This is something that if you see a red tag in and around the property, you know that it failed inspection. Not a big issue. It's not the end of the world. It just means that the code inspector came out and said, this is not something that we like to see. We want you to fix this, which means that the municipalities are holding the builders accountable to make sure that they're building a quality home. There are a lot of building inspections that happen from the time the home, from the very beginning all the way to the end. We're going to talk about the different phases of inspection versus the different phases of building, because those are two things that are completely different. The phases of inspection, and there are 4 major phases of the building inspections versus there's many more phases of construction. Most of your municipalities are going to require permits. There are no permits required in an ETJ. in a county. Very, very few counties are going to require permits, just very few. But inside city limits, lots and lots. So that's not to say that not all counties don't have permits, but most of them don't. So permitting must be obtained from your local or county office before construction can begin. Permitting ensures that structures will meet whatever the building codes are, standards for safety, durability, energy efficiency, and some municipalities really get into the weeds. Austin has the DEC, what we call the DEC, Development Assistance Center, DAC actually, Development Assistance Center. And you go there, and if you have any questions about permitting, you can walk up to the counter, have a conversation with them. They're super friendly, but they're not fast. I'll give you an example. I had a client on 11th Street in Austin. These guys were original owners of this property. The family had probably 30 homes that were all tear downs all over Austin and East Austin. And a lot of these homes were built in the 40s, 50s, and they were distressed in the 60s, falling apart in the 70s, and we were selling them in 2000s, 10. And so they were really distressed.
Yeah, on your way,
Yes,
Melissa.
can you grab that? Okay. So they were really distressed. My client wanted to sell the properties, one of them, and he was 95 years old. He was going to move in with his kids, and he couldn't sell his home. I contacted KView and contacted the local news, and they also couldn't do anything about it. Talk about just the most horrible situation. The city created a regulation that said that on a cul-de-sac, that the homeowners would have to put in gutters, curbs, and streets if they wanted to sell their home to a flipper, because the fire trucks couldn't get in there and turn around without having to back up. So they would have to open up and push the yards back, put in gutters and curbs and streets so the fire department could come in there, flip a U-turn, and leave. And if they can't do that, then they can't sell. And he couldn't sell his home because nobody in that subdivision, no one in that cul-de-sac was ready to sell, which means he would have to put in the approximately $130,000 that would have taken to do all of those improvements. So he couldn't sell his house. So that just sat there. So these are the types of things that sometimes you'll see, and they wouldn't issue a building permit unless he did that. So sometimes these permits are really, really overly restrictive, and sometimes not. Just depends on where and what you're dealing with. But obviously, you have to know what are going to be the requirements. All right, subcontractors. Subcontractors. What can I say about these poor guys? It is really difficult right now to be a builder. They have subs that are coming in for a very specific job. The materials are harder to come by. Obviously, during COVID, when we had a supply chain issue, there were homes that were ready for almost everything, but they didn't have any appliances. We couldn't get appliances. So the homes were going to sit there for another 6 months or 3 or 4 months. And we're just waiting to close for the appliances to come in. And it took months for them to come in because they were on back order. We are seeing subcontractors getting poached from job sites and just disappearing. You can't move on to the next phase until the sub finishes their job. And so the order in which people have the on-site community manager has a superintendent, and that superintendent over that community, they're in charge of all the subs, and they're in charge of all the materials and all the workers and all the people getting hurt and disappearing and not showing up and all the things. Very difficult. We need to have a little bit of empathy for the builders because they don't have an easy job managing all of these people. And the fact that they can build a home in 6 months, and sometimes even quicker than that, is quite impressive considering all of the moving parts that they have. So no easy job. So the superintendent is someone you would like to get to know, because the more you can build a relationship with the superintendent, the more you can actually know what's going on. Now, typically, they're going to have a once a week superintendent meeting where the on-site is going to sit down with a meeting, and they're going to go through what the phases are and where they are with all the homes so that the on-site can pick up the phone and call the agents and call the buyers to let them know what's going on and how things are progressing for those homes that are not yet completed. So the superintendent is managing these phases. The site prep, which is leveling of the lot and getting the lot graded, foundation and slab pour, framing of the home, exterior siding, HVAC, plumbing, they call the rough out, the drywall and painting, cabinets, tile and flooring, and landscaping. These are the orders in which they're building the home. So obviously they have to prepare the site first. They've got to level the land. They got to put in the pipes, put in the frames, fill in the frames for all the post-tension cables and all the rebar that's going to go inside the foundation. Pour the foundation, let it set, put the framing on. Once the framing is on, then they're going to put the roof on as part of the siding or part of the framing. So all of the stairway, all of the framing is done, the roof is put on, then they're going to put on all of the siding. And now it's sealed. Then once it's sealed, then they're going to start putting in HVAC, they're going to start doing plumbing, they're going to start doing drywall. Once they're at drywall, you know you're about 60 days away from being completed. That's when they start putting in the cabinets. And then after the cabinets in, they start doing the flooring. And then the very, very, very last thing they do is the landscaping. Builders face a lot of competition, especially in markets where we have a lot of building. And then heaven forbid, a hailstorm comes through town. And all of a sudden now they're getting pulled off those jobs, and insurance companies are paying them, and roofers are hiring a bunch of trades to put on shingles on roofs because there's been a huge hailstorm, which we've had a lot of that. Maybe many of you remember a couple of years ago. Did anybody know what happened 3 years ago in Gerald? Big event happened.
The tornadoes?
That's right. And guess what that tornado did to all the new construction homes in Lennar? It magic erased them all. So all of these homes were pretty much ready to go. Some of them had been sold, no one moved in yet, and it came through and it removed them all. And just like they had never even started construction. So they had to start all over. That is a huge event, obviously, happen in a market like that. So trades are going and being poached all the time, which is very difficult for them to build and to deal with all of those moving parts. Builders sometimes think, or buyers sometimes think that when a subdivision is built fast, that the homes are not built in very good quality. And that's a misconception. We probably remember grandpa, grandma, or someone driving through and say, oh yeah, they put up those homes overnight. They're just tract homes. They're not built very well. The reality is today, with the number of inspections that we have and the types of foundations that are being built with post-tension cable, they're designed to move, they're designed to breathe. They're built a heck of a lot better today than they were built back in the day. Maybe it's true that a 2x4 used to be 2 inches by 4, and now it's 1.5 inches by 3, and still call it a 2x4. That might be true, but still the homes are built better today using technology than they did back then. So when the home is built faster, it's sealed up from the elements quicker, which means that home's going to have less problems with things like mold and all of that. So the faster the home is sealed, the better it is going to be for the longevity of that home. So that is false. All right, here's another pop quiz, and then we're going to take a quick break. Interior stairs to upper floors are constructed during the framing phase. Is that true or false? I just gave it away a minute ago. When are the stairs installed? What are the stairs built out of?
Wood.
Okay.
That's true. They're built during the
So that's
framing.
true.
That's correct. That's 100% true. All right. So next question. The features that enhance resale value the most are upgraded kitchens and baths. Resale value. What do you think?
True.
Yes.
True.
True.
Absolutely. 100%. The purpose of the house wrapping material, like Tyvek, for instance, they used to use tar paper on the outside, but now they use these chemical plastic wraps called Tyvek, is to provide a better barrier against termites.
False.
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 What's it for?
It's to
Better
protect it from the water.
climate.
Moisture barrier.
Moisture, yeah.
Moisture barrier is the answer, 100%. That's the
Mhm.
correct term as well. Framing is the most expensive component of the construction of the home.
True.
False.
True.
It is
You
true.
gave us that earlier.
Whether a home can be built over a slab, a crawl space, or a basement is determined by the area's frost line. This is a nationwide class we're taking
True.
here. So a lot of Texans are thinking, what are we talking about here? I jumped into the exam here and explained it more. It is true. And what they're talking about is basements, not Texas basements, but the real kind that's underneath the house. When the sub-zero temperatures happen for a long period of time, the frost line is further and further, which means all the moisture in the soil is expanding, which means the ground is convexing and concaving, which means it is pushing the house up. And if you've got a house that's on a slab, it's going to get moved past its tolerance, and the foundation is not designed for that kind of tolerance. So what do? They just remove all the dirt from underneath the house and build a house under an empty shell so that nothing can freeze onto that house, which is going to make sure that the house doesn't get pulled apart from the frost line. Number 6, builders like to do landscaping early in the construction process so the plants can take root and flower and look beautiful right before closing.
False.
It's an afterthought. So as if they're going to dump it in the property as the very last moment, and then most of the time it's not going to be warranted. Okay, so we talked about the building phases a moment ago. Does anybody remember what they were? The first phase was?
Site prep,
Okay, first phase is the lot prep. What was the second phase?
foundation,
Nation? Yeah.
Okay, slab. Foundation. What is the third?
Plumbing,
Framing,
Framing.
framing,
Yep. After framing,
exterior,
sheetrock,
electrical,
it's going to
Siding.
be the
Oops.
insulation. It's going to be the siding. It's going to be all of that. Next phase.
HVAC.
electricity,
Wrap
wrap
exterior,
exterior.
plumbing, drywall, finish out, landscaping, and final inspection, COO. So they made this list a little bit different than the first list, but suffice to say it's pretty much the same. Lot prep, slab, framing, insulation, wrap, exterior, and then they're going to do the plumbing, drywall, finish out, landscaping, and then COO, final inspection. All right, construction costs in these are broken down into these 13 sections: framing, foundation, exterior walls, plumbing, counters and cabinets, flooring, HVAC, interior trim and mirrors, windows, doors, stairs, drywall, shingles, paint, and other. And this is actually in order of the cost it is to improve these, or to build these components in the home by percentage. So first, framing is 17% of the overall home, almost 20%. Foundation is 11.3%. Exterior walls, 7%. Plumbing is 5.8%. The counters and cabinets is 5.5%. Flooring is 4.6%. HVAC, 4.4%. Interior trim and mirrors, 4.3%. Windows, doors, stairs, 4.2%. Drywall, 4.1%. Shingles, 3.5%. Paint, 3.1%. Other, all the rest of it is 17%. All the rest. So we're seeing here that framing is the number one expense. All right. Monitoring the progress. That's something that Lisa does. She does something that's super cute. We're going to talk about that in a moment, and we're going to have her discuss her tea party that she does with her tea and crumpets with her clients. She'll explain that one to you. It's cute. Monitoring construction progress begins by asking the builder or the sales rep for a timeline of the building. When is this thing going to be done, and what are your major steps so that we can have an idea of what to expect so the buyer can be driving through? Because yes, they're going to be stalking the home. They're going to be driving out there probably a couple times a week. They're not supposed to go onto the lot without someone, but they can drive past it as often as they want, and they're going to be. And now if they're out of town, they're going to want us to be doing that for them. So sending them pictures once a week of the progress of the home is cute. And then when they're done, you can send those photos to one of those online bookmakers, and they can create a little collage book of, them building the home. Maybe starts with them standing in front of the lot smiling, and at the end they're standing in the driveway of the completed home, and you do a little diary of the home. That can be super cute. I had one client take that to the nth degree where they did some really crazy things like burying a Bible under the house and all kinds of things. But, people will, and writing Bible verses on all the studs and all of that. And the builder was fine with them doing all of this stuff. But, everyone's going to kind of do their own flair on things. They happen to be a minister. And actually, that home sold to another minister who they showed all of those pictures to, and they wanted that house even more because of it. Very strange scenario there. That was the whole thing, how all that came together. But the real estate agent can perform a very valuable service by accompanying the buyer on periodic visits to the building site. Once a month, maybe once every 3 weeks, you're going to take a little trip to the building site. And the agent can lend a little bit of moral support to a buyer who might be reluctant, because they're a little concerned about what they're seeing and they don't want to say anything and they want the agent to be the bad guy and say, no, no, they're not happy with this, even though we may not have a say in this because it's not their home yet. Sometimes by voicing a couple of opinions, they're concerned because they see some split 2x4s or something like that that they want fixed. Sometimes the builder will appease them. Lisa, would you like to tell your story to the whole class?
Sure. I even have photos if so it's a visual if you would like.
Yeah.
I can share. Let me just open them up real quick. Okay, so whenever we are at the build stage where it's either the slab has been poured or where the it's framed up, depending on where we are and how the weather is doing, I will invite my clients to meet me at the slab, and I will have a table set up with real china, and depending time of day, I'll have champagne and a charcuterie board, or I did breakfast one time for a young couple and their parents. And so it kind of looks like this. So what they're doing is they are, oops, I don't know if I shared my whole thing. Let me do that differently. I did not mean to do that. There we go. So here is one of the slabs. So this would have been where his dining room was. And we sat at the table, and I also invite the on-site to be a part of that, which is kind of fun. So, and then when people will drive by, I had somebody drive by once, and when I was setting it up, and they're like, do you do that for all your clients? And I said, I try to, definitely. So that's kind of fun. And then here's a picture of us where we were sitting together, because we had to wear hard hats because we're on a construction site. So in that one, they made us wear hard hats. And then Cindy Thompson, the one that talked to you earlier today, this was at her up in Gerald, and this was her little job site. I think that was on Rooster Way. And so that's my young couple. And so it was just a different setting. It was partially framed up. I love that one. And it's a really nice memory for your clients to have. And I take photos and send it to them. This was the last one I have, is them looking at their view out their front yard, which still, it's changed a little bit because you can see there's houses down here at the bottom. But it was so much fun because before they were even in there, it just kept that excitement and that momentum going. And yeah, I love doing it. Super fun. And it's just a way for them to have a special memory, and they go tell all their friends. And then that's how they with all my first time home buyers, because they love it. So, yep. You are on mute, Jack.
Bless you, Jeff. All right. Thank you, Lisa, for sharing. That is amazing. How cute is that? I mean, seriously, that is super cute. That is the kind of little things that we can do to really give people that extra little experience. Having, a little tea party there, a little kind of thing, that's really cute. I happen to have photos of this other thing I was talking to you about. So here my clients were putting inside the home, they were adding all the Bible verses inside the home with the kids doing their little thing, which, this is all pretty cute, right? Until they got here. And then when we sold the home, they wanted me to put this into the video because I did a video of the home. And they asked me to put this in the video. And I just told them, look, guys, I'm not going to include this video because I'm just not going to include a video of you guys burying a holy Bible in the dirt. I'm just not doing it. Because can you imagine I mean, no. That's just no. I mean, I get the point of what they were doing because now there's, a Bible underneath, the house. You'll get it. But can you imagine the optics on this one? I mean, just not the optics I'm looking for and trying to sell the house. So we had a long conversation and I got them off that one. But we ended up showing them the home because they ended up selling the home to a pastor out of all people. So now they sold it or they shared that with them. So anyway, all kinds of fun stuff out there. During the walkthrough, the buyer, the sales rep, and the construction superintendent, all of them should be together. And there will be major walks where the buyer needs to attend and they're going to sign off on certain things to make sure that they're approving it so that they can't come back and say no later. So at the end, there's going to be a punch list. What is a punch list? What is the punch list in terms of this? Corby.
It's usually smaller items that need to be wrapped up to finish the project 100%.
Walk through.
Yeah, but why are we doing a punch list? What is the purpose of it?
The contractors miss things, they make mistakes, they're not perfect. It's to go
Find
through and
out.
make sure they're delivering a product that they are supposed to be delivering.
You're not wrong.
Final walkthrough.
You're not wrong. You're 100% right. But why are we putting them on a list?
For the contractor to have all of that done by the time the house is ready to be moved into.
That's not why they're putting it on the list usually.
No?
The buyer has to.
They're going to close that. They're in the closing state. And this is they're usually going to close the property, and these items are going to be handled outside of closing. And so what they're basically saying is these things that the builder is promising to take care of after closing, and they sign off on it. Oftentimes, the builder is going to close the punch list. So sometimes the punch list is going to be handled before closing sometimes, but oftentimes the reason you're doing a punch list is because these items are going to survive closing. You do the walk, you walk through your initial builder's walks. You're gonna see the home, the buyer is gonna come up with a list of things that they're gonna agree to fix. But if those items are not finished before closing, which is possible, they will close and those things will be finished after closing. But those are the things that the builder agreed to fix. And sometimes they don't make it before closing. So ready or not, here we close is what I call it. 2015, I had 4 new constructions that were closing all in 1 week, and they were closing, and they weren't supposed to close for 3 more weeks. And it happened to be all DR Horton homes. And I got a call from 2 of my clients saying, "Hey, where are you at?" I'm like, "Chicago at a meeting," because I was at NAR president's meeting called President Circle. And well, DR didn't tell me, but DR Horton had in the contract, as we all know, substantially complete clause. And the substantially complete clause says the home is substantially complete, we can close. It was the last day of the month and the last day of the quarter, and they ordered all of their homes to be closed. And sent an email to all the buyers telling them that the closing was happening, and all the buyers showed up, and the agents were not told, and they were at funding and everything closed. And there were weeks later before some of the things still had not been finished. So we don't have complete control over what the builder does. Sometimes the builders are going to do things that we have absolutely no control over. And no matter how many phone calls you make, it's not going to change the outcome. So, and then the contract also may state that if the buyer refuses to close, that it's going to be $100 a day per diem. So they have to close. So reading the contract and the buyer understanding what they're agreeing to is really important, because if there's always going to be a cost clause, which means if the costs go up on materials, the builder can charge the client for it and change the price. There's always a substantially complete clause, which means the builder can close on the property at this phase, and it's everything is there, but it's going to have a punch list of items of small stuff that just didn't get finished yet. And the punch list is one of those. Insurance, really big deal here. If you are building on your own lot, the buyer needs to get general liability insurance because they own the land now. If someone gets hurt, they can be sued. So they need to protect themselves and get a special insurance policy. Where else do you think you could run into a really big issue with insurance and you helping a client with them purchasing a home? Something that you need to have on a checklist so you never forget or miss. What do you think? Corby.
Title?
Homeowners insurance, but most of the time that will be mandated by the lender. But some, if it's a cash buyer, they've got to make sure they have insurance.
All right. It's been a while since I've given a gift card, but we're going to do that one because you literally pulled that right out of my brain. And I really love that when that happens, by the way. So nicely done. So yes, this has happened to me. I had a cash buyer move here from Southern California. They bought a foreclosure. They had sold their home and wrote a check. Now, when you're getting a loan, the lender, as Corby just said, requires a binder of insurance as part of an underwriting condition in order to close on the loan. So, and then a check is written so they can guarantee that they have hazard insurance, and maybe they have an escrow account, and the lender, the loan servicer is going to be paying off the annual insurance premium from that point forward. But if there is no lender, no one cares if that person has insurance on their home. It's not a requirement of the law that someone have a hazard insurance premium on their property. It's only a requirement if a third party lender or somebody else requires it. So in this case, they bought it for cash. And it was a very nice home in Avalon, in Pflugerville. And I reminded them 3 times. I told them, you guys need to get an insurance policy. Then I sent them an email afterwards. 5 months later, a hailstorm came and obliterated their shingles. And they called me yelling, you should have reminded us. And I had 3 emails telling them that they needed to, and it was an email, the one that was the cherry on top. My broker was very happy with me, by the way, because this was a long, long time ago. The cherry on the top was after closing, I sent an email that said, please order your insurance policy in the subject title. And it was just only to do with that very thing. So it wasn't buried in an email, item number 19, but I cared enough to remind them because I knew all the things that were going on. And I knew that I had not seen an insurance premium. I did not see a binder, and that item wasn't checked off on my list. And as I was going through my final checklist, that one wasn't checked off. So I sent them a final email. And they ended up having to pay for the shingles out of their pocket. I mean, you can't force them to do it. All you can do is remind them a few times, just like the next topic we're going to talk about, which is this concept of improved versus non-improved in terms of the lender providing the escrow account sufficient funds to be able to pay the insurance. Sometimes when you close on a property, they're looking at last year's property taxes, and maybe last year the home wasn't built and it was 0% improved, and so the property taxes are on a vacant lot, and so 0% improved, it's maybe $1,500 a year for property taxes. So they collect at $1,500 divided by 12, multiplied by 3 months because they only required 3 months of reserves. So they collected $400. And then the tax year comes around. Now it's been reassessed for improved, and it went from $1,500 a year to $8,000 a year. And all of a sudden, there's not enough money to pay the property taxes, and they get a supplemental tax bill that says that your escrow account is short by $3,000, $4,000. And the person's really upset about that. Your lender is going to determine how much reserves they need based on how much cash they have to close on the home. And they may come back to you and say, look, I know you don't have the closing costs. We were not able to negotiate that. So what we're going to do is we're going to only collect 3 months of reserves so that you have and close on the home. But you need to make sure that you put money in your escrow account because you're going to owe it later. And the buyer's like, okay, yeah, no problem. And then they have amnesia. They are very upset later that there's not enough money in their call yelling. So you need to have a strong conversation with the lender and the buyer if they're collecting on unimproved, and tell the lender and the buyer that you recommend that when all possible that they collect improved, not unimproved. It would be better for them to get a refund than have to have a tax bill if they have an escrow account where they are insufficient in the escrow to pay the taxes. Could also put them in foreclosure if they don't have the cash at all, because they could have back taxes from the appraisal district. And if that gets out of control, then that could lead to a bad place. So typical code mandated inspections: foundation, framing, mechanical, electrical, utility, building envelope, drywall, plumbing, HVAC, final lot grade, final inspection, and COO. So the book that I've given you, the student manual for NHC, they have 3 different things they give you: the typical work as it's done, and then the inspections as they're done. And then here is the code mandated inspections, different than what we saw before, which was the building phases. This is the code mandated inspection. So these are the 12 inspections that are going to come out. Inspectors from some municipality is going to make a site visit for the foundation work, for the framing, for the mechanical, for the electrical, and they're going to have to sign off on each one of these phases. If they show up and it's not done, if they show up and it's not done right, it's going to get a red tag. And red tag basically says, this is not the code. We don't allow this. And you got to fix this. And next time I come back, it had better be fixed. And they can't move forward from that forward. Charlie.
So out of this list, which ones also apply to like resales?
None. None. Because in a resale home, the home is done. They're going to have a general home inspection. But when they're building the house, they only build it once, and they build it at the beginning, and you have all of these phases to go through. Okay. Like I mentioned before, ready for closing, here we come. Ready or not, here we close. It's very important for the real estate agent to understand clearly the builder's definition of substantially finished, because the builder may deem the home finished and ready for close and order everyone to go to close. And if they refuse to close, it's $100 a day, a $200 a day, $300 per day per diem. And that can happen. You'll do the inspection, and they will do a punch list, they'll close, and then they'll promise to fix everything later. I think the last 2 new homes that I sold had punch list items that were not finished at closing, and they forced them to close and fixed it. And they will eventually fix it, but not with the same priority that they will have if they're trying to get everything finished before closing. Buyers expect a perfect home. Especially new construction, they're expecting perfection. Very few homes are going to escape all the problems the first year anyway. So it can take living in the property for a year before you really know what all the seasonal effects and what's going to really happen with that home, and just time for everything to work, time for them to test everything, because people could have missed something as well. So we recommend that you call the buyer at about the 11-month time period, about a month before the 1 year ends, and remind them to have their inspector come. Meet the inspector out at the property and have the inspector re-inspect the whole property and give that inspection report to the builder. It is a very good practice. It also shows that homeowner how much you actually do care about them. Because remember, most agents close on a property and never call them again. No, they're not calling for referrals. They're not calling 3 or 4 times a year to check in on them. They're not doing anything, and they certainly don't call in month 11 to remind them to have the home re-inspected. Because remember, the builder will fix a lot of the nail pops and issues that have come up at month 11, and this is the last time the builder will do it. And if they don't have the builder up, The builder's no longer required to do it. It is self-serve only. So if they don't call, they don't get the service. Letting the buyer know what kind of warranty they have is very important. I don't tell them much about the warranty. I ask them to inquire about the warranty directly from the on-site and to get a copy of the warranty. And typically at the final walkthrough, the very end, they're going to get an actual builder warranty from the builder, and it's going to be written, and they're going to get a really good understanding of what that warranty is. Most people don't read the warranty. They just call the builder when something goes wrong. But you have a 1, 2, 10, materials and workmanship for 1 year, systems like the HVAC and what we call major mechanicals for 2, and structural stuff like defects for foundation and that kind of stuff up to 10 years. So that first year is very important. That's where we have to make sure that we call people out on month 11. The builder's warranty is not going to include abuse, neglect, misuse, failure to properly maintain. So they need to make sure that they're servicing the HVAC and swapping out the filters at the point in which they're supposed to, which is every other month. Or acts of God, or people coming in and changing things, which oftentimes will happen right after closing. Most of the builders are not, especially your DR Hortons and your Lennars. Sometimes people are going to come out to the property and they're going to say, a loss. Here we're at the wiring stage, and I know I've got a band, and I want to have a bunch of plugs in my garage. So will you guys add a bunch of plugs? And the builder will say no. And you're like, please, and then we'll say no. There was a time, not too long ago, maybe 5 or 7 years ago, where I would say, hire an electrician to come in after hours and put them in, and they won't remove them. But those days are long gone. That's not a thing anymore. They won't allow that. There was a time when that kind of shenanigans were allowed, and we did those kinds of things. But that's not allowed anymore, not even remotely. They will remove those things, even low voltage things like low voltage in the walls for speakers and things like that. We would install, but they're not going to allow that anymore. So sometimes people would want 220 in a garage for a welder or something like this, and they would want an electrician to come in, and it would all be done to code, but now they will rip all of that stuff out because it's liability and risk that the builder has, and they will not make any changes, period. And it's a little frustrating because you know how easy it would be for them to do it. They're just not allowed. So when it comes to the builder's warranties, make sure that the builder is that your client understands that any modifications to the property they make after closing very well could make the builder's warranty invalid. Andre.
About warranties, have you heard of anything to where people that are getting new builds can register their HVAC system to extend that warranty out? Is that a thing you've heard of?
HVAC, maybe not necessarily HVAC, but I know that all of the major mechanical, so usually it's the range, and you have to, when you buy the house, you're going to get manufacturer warranties, and you have to register the manufacturer warranties, and that's what makes the clock start ticking. And there's only a certain amount of time that you have to register. So obviously the HVAC is one of them, but the range and the refrigerator and the washer and the dryer, all of those manufacturer warranties, you are supposed to register them. Yes. You are. Good question. All right, we got about 20 more minutes and then we are done. And I think I have just enough time to get us through. Yes, we have just enough time. There's a lot of slides. So compared to spec homes that offer the buyer a menu of options, sometimes builders, they make all of the decisions on those. Custom homes require decisions about every single detail that the buyer has to make, whereas on the spec homes, the on-site usually is the one who's picking all the colors, and that's actually kind of a cool job. They get to pick the combination of colors between the wall colors and the cabinet colors and the flooring, and they build them that way. And then they find a trend and they build more of it on trend and less of it on trend because everyone's gonna have their own taste on things. But when it comes to the customs, there's a lot of interaction between the buyer, and they sometimes take a long time to make a decision on what type of faucets and maybe lighting fixtures, finishes, colors, changing the plans midstream. So oftentimes these well, that's why custom is so expensive. It takes longer, and there's a lot more changes going on, and they're dealing with seasonal things. And the difference really between a custom and a spec is that a custom, the trades are having to drive to the job site. Whereas inside of a spec home, the job site, everyone goes to the job site and all the homes are there and they've got a bunch of trades. So if there's, one job site that gets a red tag, everyone can go over to a different property and start working on it, and they can just keep working inside that community, and there's no lack of things to do. Whereas this particular property, it's, everything has to go out to the job site. That alone right there takes a toll on the amount of time it takes to build these customs. When choosing a custom builder, we're talking 8 to 18 months here to build custom, especially depending on the size of the home, the sophistication of the foundation. If you are building a home on the lake and you've got a huge grade, then building into building the foundation on that grade and all the things, right? So there's a lot more complexity going on here. So the important that the builder and the buyer and the agent, everyone like each other, have a good relationship, because if people have a rocky relationship going into it, and you got really difficult clients at 18 months, it's going to feel like the rest of your life, and it's going to be horrible. So this is not something that is going to end soon. It's going to go on, and there's going to be problems, and everyone is going to have to be, all working together to deal with the problems as they arise, because they will order material and the wrong one show up. They order a color and the house get painted the wrong color. There's gonna be mistakes made in a custom home. So everyone is just not gonna have to flip out and go screaming every time a mistake is made. Everyone's gonna have to work together to make that a successful closing. Okay, 8 key processes for a real estate agent. Your value proposition, the new home buyer consultation, match the buyer, the builder, the development, and the home, showing and evaluating new homes, making an offer, the contract, the new home financing, and closing and moving in. These are the 8 steps that an agent's going to go through. Kind of talked about the building phases a little bit, about what those phases are. It's in the book, but these are the key processes that an agent is going to step their client through, starting with your UVP, which is a very current topic, I'm guessing, for all of us, considering we have one of those this week. Negotiation. The negotiation is not always about the price in new construction, even though that's part of it. But as you heard from Oksana, she's got a 10%, maybe a 10% range that she sometimes can get the builders down, but not always, but sometimes. We're dealing with, in the spec homes, obviously, when you're dealing with someone like Lennar, who has a everything included plan, and they're paying for a washer, dryer, fridge, irrigation system, garage, door opener, all the things, plus all the closing costs, plus all the commissions, plus buying down the rate, there's not a lot left. So everything included plan, sometimes you can get some extras, maybe. But there's not going to be a lot there. It's really going to be about hand holding them through the whole process and helping them find the right community, and pick the right house. But not always. Not all home builders have everything included. So then it becomes, what's important and where should we spend our money? Obviously, you're going to spend a lot less money having an irrigation put in by the builder than someone else. And it's going to take a lot less toll because they don't have to dig up the lawn and then resod later. So irrigation obviously is going to be a big deal. Sometimes you can negotiate more sod, because sometimes builders are not going to sod the backyard at all. Yes, sometimes there's no grass in the backyard. That's going to be on the buyer to sod the backyard. Blinds. A lot of properties are not sold with blinds. You find out from the builder that the builder has an option for $400 for blinds for the whole house. And one window might be $80 at Home Depot. So it's a huge deal. So you'd be crazy not to pay for the blinds from the builder, because they have a third party that's super cheap and they will do a good job with 2-inch faux blinds. So we need to look at the entirety of what's going on and what's going to cost to do some things afterwards versus in the home. It's kind of hard to live in a house without blinds. That's a hard thing. So if someone is a first-time home buyer and they're not buying the blinds because they're going to get some other upgrade, that could be a huge mistake, because they're going to have no way to hide themselves from people who are looking in their house. And so some of this stuff just going to be good sense when we are asking them at the property, Mr. and Mrs. Onsite, what comes with this home? What is the standard feature? Because I want to know if it comes with blinds. I want to know if they're going to get a washer, dryer, and fridge. I want to know what kind of flooring. I want to know if there's a garage door opener. I want to know this stuff. Many lenders, like Legacy Mutual, Michelle Iconen, for instance, she happens to be a preferred lender for several of the builders, like D.R. Horton, like Braun Homes. So you can use her if they buy those two builders, which is a great resource. Sometimes people don't know that. Your value proposition is your market knowledge as well, the relationships you have with third parties, and helping them understand the inspection process and facilitating the inspection to make sure they get an inspection. Finding the right builder, the right neighborhood, the right floor plan, helping them manage the cost of upgrades, of how to spend their money and to make sure that long term it's the best investment. Being an advocate for the buyers, the builders not looking out for their best interest. The builder might not be paying for a title policy for the buyer. They're getting a lender, they'll pay for MTP, mortgagee title policy, and they pay for the lender title policy, but not for the buyer. But the buyer title policy is really important for a buyer, because if the builder has trade liens that come up later from a trade that wasn't paid, and the buyer doesn't have a title policy, they might not be protected. So we have to be very careful to remind the buyer of the importance of things like insurance and title policy, and maybe even ordering a home warranty sometimes. How many of you do buyer boot camps? Well, I can't wait to hear about your first one. Michael Potter teaches a class on this as part of our Ready Set Sell series and our buyer boot camp. But that's when we're going to sit down with our client. We're going to build that relationship that Cindy Thompson talked to us about today. Explain the disclosures, explain the buyer rep agreement, learn the buyer's vision of what they're looking for, talk to them about new homes, talk to them about resale, set their expectations, get them with a lender, figure out if they are able and if they are ready. And then obviously they're sitting there because they're willing, and get them pre-qualified. Put together a timeline, and then go out in the field once you've been hired for the job and start helping them find the property that ultimately they're going to buy. So, as the book says, the irrational property love affair. When the client falls in love with a home, it often the details become less relevant, and they're just excited and they're not asking a lot of questions. So that sometimes we have to then be the adult in the room and make sure that we're asking questions that they're not even thinking about, because they're excited. I mean, it can be very exciting, and they're not asking just general specific questions that we know that they should be asking. It's okay. We're not going to pop their balloon and make the whole thing depressing and say, what about this, this, and this, and take the energy out of the room. But we are going to make sure that all of the questions that should be asked are asked in a productive way that makes sure that the buyer's getting the information they should walk away from in the transaction. Everything from making sure they understand about CC&Rs, which are the deed restrictions, HOA, about the location, which way the home is facing, which might not be a fun conversation because it might be facing in a way where it's facing, east. So the backyard is going to be west facing, which is not going to be the best thing, because which way does the sun set? Which means the backyard is going to be inundated with sun all the time, and that's going to take a toll. So having these types of conversations with the client, time on market, pricing, which way the lot is facing is a really big deal, especially for the Vastu tradition. Will the backyard have morning or afternoon sun? The location of the lot, how it's configured, a cul-de-sac versus an interior lot, a corner lot. What's a big deal about a corner lot that maybe you're going to have some things on a corner lot that you might not have on an interior lot?
Space.
Okay, space. What do you mean?
Being on
You
the
won't
corner
have the
lot,
neighbor.
normally you don't have the neighbor there, so you usually get extra lot as far as yard or more land as an overall whole, I guess is what I was trying to get at when I say space.
Okay. All right. So the little bit extra space on that side to mow. I like it. Corby?
I was thinking potentially traffic, depending on what corner it's on.
Okay. I like where Corby's going with this as well. Because where you had a home on this side, all of a sudden now you have a sidewalk. And you also have a street, most likely, which means that there's going to be people walking up and down the street looking in your house, whether they like to look over or not. But, you know, if you don't have any blinds or they're looking, they're going to see. So you're going to have a difference in privacy and also exposure because your home is now exposed where it wouldn't have been if it was tucked between two homes. So maybe it feels a little bit different. Maybe some people want that corner lot because they want to decorate and that's really important to them. And now with Christmas, they're going to be able to put out more decorations and be more visible. And that's something that they love. Maybe not so much. So maybe explaining to people that, yes, you're going to have more to mow, maybe less privacy. Maybe that's an issue for them. And what do they like about their current home if they're selling? Sometimes people give up the good, they give up the things that they love to cure the things that they really were not loving very much. As an example, I had a client that had a really big backyard and they took advantage of the backyard. I mean, they didn't realize how much they liked it. They were missing a lot of things in the home in terms of space. And they bought a home floor plan that they absolutely loved. They bought a Guillen Stanford floor plan, which was a fantastic floor plan. It had a horrible backyard. When I say a horrible backyard, they bought a 4,000 square foot home that had probably 15 feet or less between the back of uh, their patio to the fence. I mean, it was just absolutely compressed uh, in Dyer Creek here in Round Rock. It was just really compressed, and they grew to hate it. And so they gave up a backyard that they liked because they didn't really put much thought into how much they like it because they were more focused on the hyper focused on the things they didn't like. So they gave up the things they loved and they flip flopped. So now what they didn't like about their home, they like, and vice versa. They ended up living in that home for 3 years before they sold and bought something different. So ask them, what do you love about your home now? And are you willing to give that up? Just at least to make them cognizant of that because it didn't even cross their mind. Utility easements, where's the mailbox going to be? And first end. This is a test question, so I guess we probably might want to go over this. Do first in get the best deals? And what does first in mean?
You're one of the first to move into the neighborhood.
That's right.
No, not necessarily. Definitely.
So if you're the first in, are you gonna get a really good deal? What do you think?
I don't think so.
Not necessarily. I would say towards the end because they want to get rid of all their inventory at the end.
So you're saying over the 7 years that they're building out this entire community, it's not gonna have any appreciation at all?
Oh, of course.
The market can appreciate it. But
Oh. So the first person to move in after this whole thing is over and done, they're gonna have the most equity, aren't they? But also, not only are they gonna have the most equity, they're also gonna get the pick of the litter. They get to pick the best lot. They're not gonna get the leftovers. They're gonna get to pick the best lot and have equity. So first in, that's the advantage. Is by the time this thing is closed out, you're gonna have the most equity, but you're also gonna have a front row seat to all the drama, all the hammering of the nails, and all of the saws, and all the people listening to music at 6:30 in the morning, dancing out on the empty lot next to you because they're gonna be pouring a foundation that day, and they got all kinds of energy when you're supposed to be sleeping. So they're gonna be dealing with all of that. So benefits, drawbacks. Here are the model home's dues. This is important. When you go to the model home, hopefully you set an appointment. You walk in. Hopefully you're dressed to impress. You wear your name badge. You're dressed pro. You make an appointment. Walk in the door. Introduce the buyer and yourself. When you walk into the on-site, you ask them for these things: an upgrade sheet. What are your standard upgrades? What is your lot availability? What lots do you have available? What floor plans do you have? A price sheet of homes that are ready to go right now. Ask permission. And the builder says, we want to go see 3 homes. Great. Can we go see those? Be very respectful. Tag along and allow the on site to talk to your client and fill them in on everything that's going on and discuss the features and the upgrades and be rational and objective with the client. Model home don'ts. Don't just drop in. If at all possible, make an appointment. Don't come off as possessive and try to, shield your buyer from them. Don't talk to them, talk to me. Eye contact here. Don't be looking at my clients in the eyes. Don't leave the buyer alone with the sales rep and go outside and have a 40-minute conversation in the driveway because a call came in that you need to take. Always be privy to all of the conversations because you have just allowed yourself to make a nightmare scenario when later all of a sudden the buyer starts referencing conversations that you weren't there for. Not a good thing. It's going to be information overload. You need to be there the whole time. Don't point out negatives in front of the sales rep at all. It kind of what the Cindy Thompson talked about today. Don't say, "Oh, this pantry is so small," or "This kitchen is just kind of small," and burst the buyer's bubble because they're super excited because this is home to them, and they're so excited because they're moving out of a one-bedroom apartment, and this just got so much space, and it's just so exciting for them because they get a garage and all the things. And maybe this isn't your starter home, and you're in a 4,000 square foot home, and for you it's tight, but for them it's everything. So don't take away their joy, like Cindy said. Stay off your phone. Don't point out negatives in front of the sales rep. Don't reveal confidential information about your client. Oh, they're getting married next week, or they're coming from California. Don't let them share their confidential stuff. Remember, confidentiality is a thing, and everything they've told you about their person and where they're coming from and their family, that's all confidential. They want to share, that's perfectly okay, but never convey confidential information. And don't treat the sales rep as an adversary because they're not. They're actually there to help you. When it comes to the offer, we're used to being the one that drafts the offer, but we're not going to draft the offer for most builders. They are. And we don't get to talk about the contract. So we may review it and they're going to ask us questions about it. And we're going to say, I want you to review the contract. I want you to drop down a list of questions that you have. And then we're going to make a conference call with the onsite and let the onsite answer all of your questions regarding the contract. But here are some things that you're going to want to know. Here's some things that you're going to want to ask. In terms of the contract, we're going to want to make sure that the sales rep, they know their contract inside and out. They're going to have more competency with it. So we're going to ask for a copy of it, make sure that the buyer has an option to review it. And sometimes the salespeople are going to be very pushy at this phase. Have you signed it? We need to get this in. We've got other interest. Someone else is interested in this property. You need to sign the contract. Most all of the sales reps, regardless of who they are, will start pushing right now at this phase because they want to get the contract signed. And so it's going to feel a little pushy in this phase. That's okay. But make sure you understand your client walks away understanding the things at the end of this list. What is the close date? What is the earnest money requirement? What do they deem as complete? What is the right of the buyer for the third-party inspection and anticipated close date if it's going to be a property that they're building? In terms of earnest money, your job as a real estate professional is to explain the earnest money, the amounts, what's required, if additional earnest money may be required at if they're going to go to the design center, what the deadlines are, and when is it no longer refundable. And that date, that time, that juncture, that point in time must be clearly communicated to the client and reminded them so that your client can make an informed decision. If you don't tell the client when their earnest money becomes non-refundable, you very well could be on the hook for it because we have to have scrupulous and meticulous and otherwise acts of omission or commission, as it says in the License Act. We cannot forget to tell them when their earnest money is no longer refundable. In the book that I'm sending you right after class, pages 104, 105, and 106 contain important contract-related topics that would be good to have at hand when you're visiting the builder. It's a list of these contract clauses and questions. Location of a construction to make sure that they understand and verify the lot if they're picking a lot. The price, the cost clause, how much can the cost increase of materials go up? Deposits and payments, option and upgrades, mortgage contingencies, Occupancy date, substantially finished. When is it going to be considered substantially finished? So that they can't just automatically close on you one day. Dispute resolution, change orders, permits, standards of work, licensing, inspections, material substitutions. That's a big one. All of a sudden, now they've got a different color cabinet that they weren't expecting because they had their ability to substitute in variations as well. Insurance, builders warranties, construction delays, and how they handle construction delays, any contingencies, mineral rights, a legal review, broker payments, and what is deemed as acceptance to the buyer. These are all the contract clauses that will be in a builder's contract. Builder financing. Most real estate agents arrive at the builder's office and their client already be qualified from your preferred lender. We talked about this. We talked about all the advantages of using the builder's lender. And so I'm not going to go over that because we already have. Okay. Exemptions and referrals. So it is 5 o'clock. We have 2 more slides, so we are doing really good on time. Exemptions and referrals. Make sure you remind your client at the appropriate time to file their property tax exemption. They may be VA, they may be over 65, they may just get a homestead, but whatever it is, property tax exemptions are things that a real estate agent should be reminding and helping their client with. Follow up to ensure their casualty insurance is active. Send the email to remind them that they actually ordered and they know who their insurance is. Ensure they know where their mailbox is located and how to obtain a mailbox key, and maybe where even their voting location is going to be, because these things are going to be foreign to them because they just don't know all of this stuff yet. Never assume your client knows that you would appreciate referrals. Hopefully you've asked them like 10 times already, but if you haven't, make sure that they know that you would appreciate those referrals. Always have that discussion. Do you know anyone that could benefit from my services? Or do you know anyone that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home? Schedule an in-home visit about 3 weeks after closing. Just check up on them. How's everything going? Is there any issues? And call your client on month 10 to remind them on their builder warranty, month 10 or month 11. Helping your buyer understanding startup costs, often overlooked when we're dealing with the client. Expenses can cause a huge hardship for a buyer. Blinds, appliances, property taxes that weren't properly collected, so they didn't collect on improved. Now they have a huge bill that's due. These are all things that we should have discussed with the buyer, making sure the punch list is complete of all major important items before closing. And if they're not complete and the builder is going to force you to close, that the builder knows how to get in a hold of the construction people. They know when it's going to be finished, and that you're going to follow up with the builder on a weekly basis until those are finished, and not just be messaging the buyer, did they finish it, but calling the builder and asking them when they're coming out and if it was finished, and then call the builder and then call the buyer. Hey, I talked to the builder and they said they completed the items. Is that correct? Awesome. Good. I'm glad that was done. That's the type of updates we're looking for. And the builder's sense of urgency to address these types of punch list items after the fact are not the same as it was before. So you're gonna have to start writing them because they're busy trying to get all the other homes completed. So they have to take their people off those jobs to do this warranty work, and they don't like to do it. So that's the very last thing on their priority list. So their priority level changes. So you're gonna have to write them. That's the reality. And you want to get a copy of the survey for your client, the keys, the mailbox keys, the remotes, the insurance policies, the title docs, the warranties for all their appliances, the inspection reports, the certification of occupancy, so you have that, and closing disclosures. All right. So I'm going to send you in our after class. In fact, why don't I just go ahead and send it so that you have it right here. Okay. The list that we just spoke about and the document is now in your inbox. Wednesday's class is going to be a huge class for you guys. It's an 8-hour contracts day. So everything you've ever wanted to know about the contract and more, we're going to go over. It's just contract from the very beginning. As soon as we get to class, we're going to jump right in the contract, and we're not going to stop until the end of class. So every moment of class is going to be devoted to the contract. And then on Friday, we have a big day on Friday too, because Friday is graduation. but we also have class, and we need every single moment of class. The graduation is going to happen in the building here. And so we're excited about that. But your financing and negotiation day is going to take all the way up to 5 o'clock. So we will be finished on class on Wednesday and on Friday at 5 o'clock sharp, like we did today. But we need every single moment of class. And I know towards Friday, we're getting excited about graduation and we want to jump into that. But I need your attention all the way through 5 o'clock. All right, it's 5:04. We are officially done for the day. Tomorrow you have Mega Mini. So I'm excited to hear about all the success you guys have in your Mega Mini. I'm going to leave this for questions for the next 10 minutes. So for those of you who have to go, thank you. Excellent class today. Thank you for all your participation. Let's start with questions. Who's got questions for me for the next 10 minutes? But you are officially class dismissed. Good job, everyone.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you.
Jared, I recall in the first couple of classes where you mentioned we could have like a folder with kind of little goals, for example, like a listing presentation, then a buyer presentation. And now I'm thinking I'm making one for new builds. Can you remind me what that folder is called? Is it like a vet? It wasn't a UVP, but it's similar to that. Do you remember? No.
I'm not sure what you're talking about in terms of folder. I know that the title companies give you a folder that's a checklist of the transaction. And we have those. Austin Title has it. Independence Title has it. I know that we have a buyer packet and a seller packet. And the buyer packet and seller packet we have on our .me for you to download, and you can modify those. But that's not a folder. It is.
I was thinking a binder. I apologize. A binder.
Yeah. Okay. So I know the title company will also give you a listing binder for your listing, which is going to be everything about that property. But I take when I go on a listing presentation, I bring my listing packet with me, and it's everything I need for a listing. I do think you should have a new construction packet that's part of your buyer orientation for new construction, and have some of the documents that I just sent to you in the email in that packet.
Yeah, I kind of want to make a binder so that I'm always checking before I go out there, if that makes sense. So I want to try and be more organized because I'm very forgetful with how active my life is.
I totally get it. I mean, that's the whole job. I mean, going out there and at a moment's notice have your entire packet ready and just have lots of IABSs and buy reps in the car and an entire packet ready to go at a moment's notice.
Yes, that was it for me. Thank you so much for the class.
Yeah, you're welcome. I hope you enjoyed it. All right, I see Jeff and Kelly and Corby and Yana and Iris, Jonathan, Jennifer, Tina. Anybody have any questions for me? Kelly, hello.
Hello. And I don't know if this is something I should just address with Lisa, but for Friday's class, if we're planning on attending the happy hour and the graduation, should we just plan on being in the office for the class that day? Because
a lot of people do who are going to attend graduation. They do come to class and they have a lot of fun on Friday. And of course, I try to keep everyone on track, but everyone's in class having fun doing their little thing. So yes, most people will be here in the building on Friday. Most people will.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I'll even sit out there with you all.
Yay, Lisa.
Oh no, what could possibly get done?
Just a bunch of yellow personalities. You know nothing's getting done.
I 100% know. Yep. That's okay. I see how it is. No, I'm glad. A part of the relationship you guys are building is also very important. Your MEGA-16 is something that you guys will take with you for many, many years. So that's really cool.
All right. Well, thanks, Jack. Y'all have a good evening. About to do some homework.
Thank you, Jeff. Good job. Lots of great questions today. All right, everyone. I will see you. I'm going to do a little guest appearance tomorrow on your Mega Minis. So I will see you at noon tomorrow, and I look forward to it. Thanks, everyone.